taxis and buses derive from a vehicle class and have a virtual method to calculate the toll and provide different implementations. We really don't have that here because we're constrained to use these data types that we've been given from someone else. And that's where pattern matching comes in. So if we look at how we're calculating the tolls, if we were to take a vehicle and we switch on what type it is, well, we can set a cost for a car, set a cost for the taxi, set a cost for the delivery truck. And we're looking at the shape of the data and the kind it is. And we're not relying on a virtual hierarchy that we've imposed upon those types, but we're just putting them together in terms of knowing some things about it. Well, we can expand on that more, and then as more business rules come in, we may have some advanced rules that say, well, once we put more people in the car, cars should get a little cheaper. So if I'm going to say my car, and if a car has got passengers if it's got 2 or more, so it's got 2, and I'm going to say then it's only 1.5. And now if you look, I'm now going to get a little bit of squiggles coming in here because I'm not covering every case with the car. So I would have to add another car with a default of 2.0. Okay, and now if I were to say, well, if there's no passengers in there, we can put these in. And if it's 0, well, now you're going to owe a little bit more. You have to pay, I guess I didn't have that one, but if it's got 3 or more passengers, then you only have to pay $1, and so on. So for each different case, what we can now do is we leap into, instead of just looking at the type, once we know the type, we're going to look at some of the properties of that type in a recursive pattern. So if it's a car and one of the properties has a certain value, then we can go through and learn a little bit more. And then we can also learn about, if it's some other type completely, we can catch those where it's probably a programmer error, someone passed in the wrong type. Or if someone passes in null, that would be a different case that we could work with. And then we could do something where we could get even more advanced, and we could say, if, depending on the days of the week and depending on the time of the day, well, then we have some other business rules. If it's a weekday, well, then we're going to spend a little bit more. And depending on the time band, we're going to add a little bit more other code to say morning rush coming into the city should cost more, evening rush out of the city should cost more. Now, if we look here at this one for is weekday, you can see that this is pretty repetitive right now. Well, I can change that by, I'm going to delete all these because they're all the same. And then Saturday and Sunday, I should return false. But if it's not Saturday or Sunday from this enum, I should be able to just return true. So now I can go, well, I can look at the exceptions because there's only 2 of them. And then I can treat those that are not exceptions as just a general rule to say that must be a weekday. And we can do some of the same things here in terms of the time band, where we can look at, depending on the time, we have a few if-else's here. We could refactor that if we wanted to as well. And then if you look at our peak time premium, now here what we're doing is we're also using that new switch statement, but we're going to construct a tuple of the 3 variables we care about. We care about whether or not it's a weekday. We care about if it's overnight, if it's daytime, or if it's morning rush hour or evening rush hour. And we may care about whether or not it's inbound or outbound. And now if I were to build an entire table of all those, I would get, weekday is either true or false, times the time band of which there are 4, so that would be 8 rows, and then whether or not it's inbound is another Boolean of 2 different ways, so I would get 16 different rows here. And then we could start to simplify this. And by simplifying it, I can come into these rules where if it's overnight or daytime, really doesn't matter if it's inbound or not. So I'll just leave that as an underscore, so any value would be fine. And I have those rules. And if it's morning or evening rush and it's a weekday, that's covered under the next two rules here, where I'm going to check all 3 variables. And on those instances, because peak time inbound is more expensive and peak time outbound in the evening is more expensive, well, then we're going to add a bit more of a premium. And the other cases, there's no particular premium and there's no discount. So we'll just leave all the others, underscores and discards, and that will fall through as a default case. So this is one of the questions we get on this syntax is, why did we pick underscore rather than using the default, which is what's been on a switch statement for a long time? And a big reason is there are a lot of cases here where we would start to use multiple variables or multiple properties. And what we'll end up with is by simplifying it, we'll get those discords or default, we don't care what the value is, in more than one place. And it just looked kind of weird if this last one was going to be default, default, default. That seems kind of odd and doesn't really seem to fit the syntax. So this switch expression is now doing some different things than the switch statement that we're all familiar with in its construction. The 2 big changes that are in the syntax when you start to adopt this is that what you'll see is we start by giving the variable that we're going to switch on, followed by the switch keyword, and then we're going to have the cases in terms of what are the types, the properties, property constants that we're going to be switching on. And the reason we did it that way is this composes very well in more complicated scenarios. I can go from here and then I can take the output of this one and then I can also multiply it by this peak time premium. Or if you look here, I'm composing inside of, by calling that isWeekday or getTimeBand, which are also switch based, and then composing directly into that. So if we run this, I have some test code up here that's going to just create a bunch of different solo riders, rideshare, full vans and empty vans and so on and so forth, and try to walk through all of those cases, including some that are invalid where we don't pass a vehicle type in at all or pass a null in and see what happens. So we can go ahead and just build and run this one, which will, since it's not asynchronous, since it doesn't have those pauses in, we'll start a little bit smaller. Here we'll make our font noticeably bigger on this one. If we can find that quickly. Not finding that one right as quick as I would like. Sorry about that, unless we... So we'll pop out of this one, and the next one that we want to discuss is the other big one that kind of changes and really helps with these programs that work across multiple machines. We're going to talk about adding default interface members, which is one of these that has caused a fair amount of, a little bit of concern, especially with people who have been familiar with C++ and multiple inheritance. So there are a lot of rules in terms of how you can use default interface implementations, which will really try to do a lot to make sure that you really can't get into that default diamond of death scenario that was possible in C++ with multiple inheritance. So if we look at what we're trying to do here with a default interface member, we can look at the idea of a logger. So we're going to write some kind of a string to some form of a log. That log may take different implementations. In this contrived example, I've got a console logger that writes to the console. I have a database logger that also writes to the console because I didn't want to add a database and everything for this demo. So it's going to write to the console, but it's going to say that it wrote something to a database. And if you note that what we did here is we added an implementation to this. So now this logger method can now be called on any type that implements this console logger or database logger interface. So we can implement the derived interface, and that will just inherit and accept that implementation. So now if we look, I have added a logger factory that we can take the constant of an enum of which kind of logger you want to create. And I'm just going to return one of those. If one doesn't exist, well, then we're going to throw an exception. And note that that's using that same pattern matching again. So we can use that in other scenarios such as this, where we're doing a form of a dependency injection. And now if we look, I can just create a logger. And now if I want to log that, it's going to log the hello world, or it's going to log it into my database type, based on which one was created. Either of those factors will work, and it will come into play, and it will do the correct thing in terms of writing to that particular log. So if we rebuild, then we'll go ahead and run, and we'll see the two different messages that come out, hello or hello inserted into the database. And where I want to talk a little bit about that deadly diamond of death and multiple inheritance is if we look here, and if I took my database logger, I can change this, and I'm going to just implement from this class. I'm going to now make this implement, change this to an interface. With that implementation. And now we just need to create a class and let's change the name here and make this an iDatabase logger, and that's going to implement iDatabase logger. And I don't need to provide any implementation. I could have whatever else I wanted in there. And now if I wanted to try to get into this weird state where I said, you know, I want to do both. So now let's add this to the console logger as well. We'll make this an interface. And now, just to make this compile below, I'm going to make a class that's a console logger, which implements console logger. It doesn't have any implementation, and that now works. And if I wanted to take the database logger, and I wanted to also implement the iConsole logger, now we're going to see we instead of that deadly diamond of death that would throw some exceptions or do some strange behavior at runtime, you can see I'm getting red squiggles. I can't do this. What the compiler is going to tell me is that both of these have an implementation for that ilogger.log method, and none of them is better than the other. None of them is closer in the hierarchy. So it won't compile. So what you're going to find, and we've got some docs that go through and walk through creating default interface implementations and adding new features to these. What you'll find is that any of the scenarios where the compiler can't absolutely figure out which one should be running, which one should be correct, you're going to get a compiler error, and you're going to have to explicitly say which one you wanted, or provide a class implementation and come back from that class into creating in that class which one of the interface implementations you wanted to call, and be explicit about it. And then once it compiles, what the compiler will guarantee is there is exactly one better method that is the correct one to call. And the other thing to note is that notice that any of these implementations now have to use explicit interface implementations. So if you rev an interface and add a method that some class has already used, what you'll end up with in your default interface implementation is that new method you added to the interface will only be called if the object is called through the interface reference, just like an explicit interface implementation. Otherwise, the method that was already added in the class, that one will win with overload resolution. So a lot of work went into this, and where that went is mostly to try to make sure that whatever method you pick are going to end up being the correct method for your scenario. Now the last one that really has a lot to do with working on these distributed programs is indices and ranges. I'm going to just show a lot of the code. And I doubt I'll run this one because once you see the code pretty much shows what goes on. So what we did with default indices and ranges is it's a better way and a much more concise way to use bracket notation to look at a single element, either from the start or from the end of an array, or to look at a range anywhere inside an array or a span or some sequence of elements. So if you look at here, I've got an array where we've got the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. And you can see the index from the start starts at 0 and goes up through 8. One of the controversial things on this feature is if you look at the index on the end, it's going to start from hat 1 and then move up to hat 9. Now the reason for that is hat 0 is the length of the array. So it is actually one past the end, and it points to the very end of the array. So that's where you can think of hat0 is sequence.length, hat1 is sequence.length minus 1, which matches up with the last element. Now where this feature works fairly well, we can write out things either from either end. We can also take a slice of it. If you look in the second demo, it would take the last 2 words from bang2 or from hat2 up to hat0. And if you notice here, ranges are exclusive. So the last element in a range is not included in that range. And where that gets important is as we look at some of the other ones here, where we really look at a lot of the rules, which is why we chose an exclusive range, is if you look, numbers from x through y is the same as the range of y minus x. It has that many elements. And these other rules, once again, go x to y, y to z. They should be sequential and non-overlapping. X to hat x should remove exactly the same number of elements from both sides of the sequence. So 0 to hat 0 is the entire sequence. 1 to hat 1 is peeling one element off each end. And one of the real scenarios where we use this a lot is if you're working through large data sets, you might take a moving average over any number of elements. So we start with how many do we have, and we take the next 10, and we just keep moving through, and we start to see how the sequence moves, but kind of balance it a little bit. And then from there, now we're getting into just these things where they're really just small little features, but they just make your life more productive. So let's start with our using statement. So if we look at the using statement, I've just got these nested usings, and I'm just going to start removing some extra characters, remove some brackets, and we can do the same on the next line. And then when we reformat this, it starts to look a little bit cleaner. And of course, not typing this morning. And then everything would line up, and we just have these different usings all in one area. And because it's now a using statement, I need the semicolons. And there, instead of just all that fireman's ladder of brackets using multiple items, we get just one. How much more do we got? Can I keep going?
Oh, you can keep going if you want to.
Well, there's a few more.
We got time.
There's a few more we want to keep going. Next one would be static local functions. We saw local functions in C#7. And what we've added with static local functions is now we can look at something and say, I know this local function does not use any of the arguments that are in its outer scope. And the compiler and the JIT can make some optimizations on those. So if I want to take something like this and say, I really wanted this to be something so that I know it never uses any of the outer scope variables, I should be able to declare it as static. If you note that when I do this now, I'm seeing red squigglies under start and end. So now I have to update that to say I'm going to want to pass those in and make new copies of those variables so that I'm not capturing something from the outside. So what the compiler will do here is it helps make your code more efficient. If you don't think you're supposed to be using some of the outer variables and capturing those and making a closure, which can be a little expensive, especially in hot paths, something like this will let you then say, I know I don't want to do that. I'll turn on that static feature. And then what I'm going to do is make sure that I can't write code that would violate that. And we walk on to read-only members, where now we've, in the C#7 time frame, we added read-only structs. So I could create a struct and guarantee that it would never change. So what we want to do now is to be able to give you a little bit more better ways to do that. And if I look at toString, I should be able to say that should be read-only, because toString should never change anything. Well, it's annoyed because it says static is going to do that. So I'm going to have to change distance to now say that that's also read-only. And now what that does is it tells the compiler, this method is not supposed to change the state of the struct. And because of that, then if it was passed by ref, the compiler could then go, well, this isn't supposed to, and it won't change the state of that struct. So then we can move forward from that, and it can make some optimizations. So if you know something isn't supposed to change state, you can add that modifier, and the compiler will enforce your intent. We're going to do just one more, because the last two are really quite small. And we will look at the null coalescing assignment. And this is one of these that really will help as you start to adopt nullable reference types, which Mads talked about in part 1, where a lot of what we have is we want to be able to assign something and ensure that it's not null. So by using this null coalescing assignment, what I'm saying is, for instance here, I'm going to say that this numbers collection is either going to be the value it already had, or if its value was null, go create a new one. And then I'm going to add some elements to it. And I would try to add I. If I is null, well, then it will actually add 17. If I is not null, it would add whatever the value of I is. So that's a way to, instead of having to start sprinkling your code with all this if something isn't null, just make a default assignment and put the right thing in place. And with that, we'll go back into finishing up and talk with a lot of the questions. These were the features that we had. The ones I didn't talk about was the unmanaged constraint, which primarily is going to be used by libraries for very high performance scenarios, and interpolated verbatim strings, which means now the $ and the @ sign can be in either order. And with that, let's go to Kendra and get some questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Bill. So first off, big round of applause from viewers. I think this is in India. Whoa, huge watch party happening. Yay, claps. Okay. So yes, we do have some questions. So can we use goto statement in switch pattern matching?
Can we use the goto statement in a switch pattern matching? In the switch pattern matching expression, no, because everything's an expression.
Okay.
The goto will still work in the switch statement. So the expression is a totally new thing that isn't, it looks similar to the statement in some ways, but it's a different syntax element completely.
All right. Does the C# extension for Visual Studio Code support C# 8 features?
That one, I don't have the exact answer to that one. I know that's being worked on. When I've been doing work in VS Code, I see that at least some of the features are there. I'm not sure if the things that changed in some of the last builds are there yet, but I'm sure it will be.
Okay. I just got word from the crowd that the answer is yes. We have some C# 8 features
That's
in
good. I'm
the
glad somebody else did
extension.
that one.
This is why we have a team of support. Also, very important comment. They like your t-shirt.
Thank you, Jason.
Your button down. Very profesh. Liking it very much. Do we have WCF in .NET Core 3.0?
Do we have WCF in .NET Core 3.0? I think Hunter handled that in the keynote, and I believe gRPC is the correct answer for that.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. So how do we know when the new using statement objects go out of scope?
How do we know when the new using statement objects go out of scope? Let's go back to that code.
We just have a semicolon, right?
So what will happen here is source is in scope, or it comes into being at the location where it's declared. It will go out of scope when the block it's enclosed in goes out of scope, or when that block exits. So in this instance in my demo, it would go out of scope at the end of this method.
All right.
Okay.
The next question, is there a way to expose the default interface implementation as a method on the class instead of providing my own so users don't need to cast to the interface type to access it?
No, there really isn't. The two things that you could consider doing there, honestly, the trade-off is once you start doing that, then you start getting into those scenarios where it becomes ambiguous. So there was an explicit choice not to. This demo showed one-line methods for the default interface implementation. In more larger scenarios, your default interface implementation is probably a lot of real code, and you're replacing a lot of real code with one line, so it doesn't feel quite so bad.
I like it. All right. So with these conditional post conditions, will we be able to get something more rich in the future that is closer to code contracts?
I'm not sure what he means by the conditional post conditions. Are you talking about the null coalescing assignments? That one, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Could be. Sorry.
If
More
You
clarification.
text me later. Yeah, if you
Yes.
text me later on Twitter, I'll answer
Yeah.
as best I can.
Sorry, trying to pick all the
That's okay.
understandable questions.
okay.
I don't know what I'm reading. No. Okay, so next question. Is the new implicit scope of C# using statements any different from the existing non-using implicit scope? Wouldn't it have been better to allow multiple variable conditions within one using block?
Okay, so in the one, you're going to have to look at the language design meeting notes as to when that was debated.
Ooh.
So if you go to .NET or GitHub/.NET/C# Lang, you'll find all the notes of all the meetings, and that would be a place to really look at that discussion. It is a little different in that if you're using the current using statement, you can put the closing block wherever you want it. And in the new concise form, it will be the end of the current block, which is the most common case anyway. So that's what we were kind of optimizing for.
Awesome. So we're going to move off to a commercial. Thank you, Bill, so much for C# 8.2. After we get back from the commercial, we'll be here with Olia talking about modernizing .NET applications.
Hey there, treasure hunters. I've got your next clue in the hunt. And this one's from the folks at Contrast Security. They want to know, at this URL, which one of the code snippets contains a security vulnerability? Do your best investigation, take a look, let us know. Whisper your response in the form of code and a letter, one of the letters that corresponds to that code snippet that does contain the security vulnerability. Whisper that to the .NET bot in the Visual Studio chat room on Twitch, and you could be well on your way to the next step in our technical treasure hunt.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us today to learn how to install Xamarin using Visual Studio for Mac. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my browser and navigate to visualstudio.com. And on the visualstudio.com landing page, we have Download for Mac. So let's go ahead and choose the Community Edition for Mac. And that'll automatically start the download for us. So let's give that a minute to go ahead and complete. And there it is. So once it's done downloading, we open up the installer. Double click on the Install Visual Studio for Mac icon. And what the installer does first is it quickly scans our hard drive to see if there's anything we already have installed that doesn't need to be reinstalled. So maybe we've done some Android development already and have some Android SDKs installed. Maybe we've done some iOS development and already have some iOS SDKs installed. That's what it's checking here for us. So let's go ahead and click Continue. And it's identified everything that it'll install to my Mac. So Visual Studio for Mac, .NET Core, and the Android and iOS libraries. So let's go ahead and kick that off now. So this download will take a few minutes, but the nice thing about it is it'll download Visual Studio and all the Xamarin tooling for us. The only other thing we need to make sure we install is Xcode. So let's jump over to the App Store and grab Xcode. So in the Mac App Store, we just type in Xcode in the search bar, and it's typically the first one that shows up. So we download it here, and the Mac App Store will automatically download it and install it for us in the meantime while Visual Studio for Mac is also installing. Thanks so much for joining me today, and stay tuned for our next video where we show you how to create your first Xamarin.Forms application using Visual Studio.
Hello everyone! Thank you for watching this session. My name is Olia Gavrysh. I'm Program Manager on .NET team, working on desktop, and today we will talk about modernizing your .NET desktop applications with .NET Core 3. But first, there are many different ways you can modernize or upgrade your applications. It's not only about how your application looks, it's also about how it works, how performant it is, what device or platform APIs it is using. How do you do DevOps? How do you deploy and distribute your application? And this year has been a truly amazing year for .NET Desktop because we got innovations in all of those areas. And we will talk about all new features available for your desktop applications throughout the all .NET conference. In this talk, we will focus on how you can update your apps with .NET Core 3.0. And on the day 3, you will have another session by Mike Russos about more advanced scenarios on porting to .NET Core your WPF applications. How to make your application look modern, how to integrate your application with devices and platform features. Everything about XAML tools and XAML islands will be covered by Dmitry in his talk tomorrow. And everything related to DevOps, MSIX, AppCenter, so how to capture analytics and diagnostics, how to deploy and distribute your application, you will learn from the talk by Daniel and Meg right after this session. So keep tuned and let's move to the agenda of this talk. First, I would like to start with why should you care about .NET Core for desktop? And what to choose, .NET Core or .NET Framework for your desktop applications. Then I will talk about how you can port your framework application to .NET Core if you decide so, and how to fix porting issues. And at the end, I would like to show you the .NET desktop tooling. It's XAML and WinForms designers. So let's start. Why should you care about .NET Core for desktop? Well, there are many good reasons, but the most important is because .NET Core is the future of .NET. As you probably heard from the keynote, .NET Core is a platform that will receive feature updates in the future. And in the next year, we will release .NET 5 in November 2020, which will be the next iteration on .NET Core. So by porting your application to .NET Core now, you're preparing your app for .NET 5. To switch from .NET Core to .NET 5 will be as easy as upgrading it to the next version of the platform. And if you want your application to incorporate all the new things that will come in future, you want to be on .NET Core. That is what you should keep in mind when you think about future. But even today, there are many great .NET Core specific things available that are not possible for .NET Framework application. We also talked about it at Keynote, so I'll just briefly list them here. It's a side-by-side deployment of different versions of .NET Core on the same machine. For .NET Framework, you could have only one version, and every time you want to switch to the later version of .NET Framework, you had to update it, and all applications that will run on that machine will have a dependency of that update. For developers, it usually means that you have to make a company-wide decision run by IT department, which results in delays. With .NET Core, you can update at your own pace because you can have many different versions of .NET Core on the same machine, and you can specify in your application which version of .NET Core you would like to target. You can go even further, and you can package your .NET Core application with .NET Core platform itself. So you can distribute to your client self-contained application, which will be completely independent on the environment it will run on. Another great feature is a single file executable, where you can package your application and .NET Core framework in just one exe file. And a new feature of .NET Core 3 will allow you to trim out assemblies from .NET Core that are not required for your application. So that way, your single exe file will have much smaller size. And there are many other great features that you can read about, and in future we will receive even more. So usually I get the question, okay, does that mean I need to port all my existing .NET Framework applications to .NET Core, or how do I decide? And our advice is usually start your new applications on .NET Core. But if you have completed apps that are in maintenance mode only, all development is finished, you don't want to touch that code again, it's completely fine to leave it on .NET Framework. In fact, we're living one of our applications on .NET Framework ourselves. Maybe you have heard of Visual Studio. So .NET Framework will be fully supported. It will receive all required and security updates. It's totally fine to leave your apps on .NET Framework. But if your application is in active development and you keep changing the code and you want to benefit from new features that are available only in .NET Core, you can consider porting your app from .NET Framework to .NET Core. So evaluate how much work that is, what are benefits you will get from .NET Core that are important for your particular case, and make the call. Next question that usually comes up to mind: how much work is it to port from .NET Core to .NET Standard? Or in other words, how compatible is my app with .NET Core? Well, to find out, use Portability Analyzer. This tool will tell you about all APIs in your code that are not supported with .NET Core 3, if you have any of those. And it will help you to refactor, to find areas that you will need to refactor to be .NET Core compatible. With that, let me go ahead and show you that Portability Analyzer in action. But first, let me show you the application I'm going to be porting today. So this is a WPF application that it's called Photo Store. It will allow you to make online purchases of printing goods. All right, and let's, for this application, run Portability Analyzer and see if this app is compatible with .NET Core. So I'm going to specify the path to my project. And I will click button Analyze. What this analyzer does, it looks at the references in your assemblies and it checks if all APIs that you're using from .NET Framework are present in .NET Core. So as a result, we will get a portability report where in the first column you have assembly names, then target framework that they are targeting right now, and then how compatible they are with .NET Core. So 100% compatibility means you're good to go. If you have less than 100, it means that those assemblies have some APIs that are not fully supported in .NET Core. And to learn more details, you can go to Details tab, and here you will see target type, target member, assembly where this API is used, and so on. But before diving into Details tab, I would encourage you to take a closer look at the first tab and actually see what assemblies are not compatible. So in my case, the lines that have less than 100% compatibility, these are not actually my code. These are Newtonsoft.json NuGet packages that I'm using in my code. So I don't need to update their APIs, right? All that I need to do is to check that the author of the package provides the version that supports .NET Core or .NET Standard. To do that, you can go on NuGet.org and just see if it supports .NET Core. I know for sure that Newtonsoft.json supports .NET Standard 1.2. That means it automatically supports .NET Core, so I'm good to go. So again, I don't need to worry about any of this, and everything else is 100% compatible, so I can go ahead and port my application to .NET Core. Let's talk about porting now. Porting from framework to core is simply updating the value of the target framework parameter in your project file. But if you created your application on .NET Framework and you did not touch your project file since then, it will have the old style project file. So before updating this value, you first need to migrate to the new so-called SDK style project file. Let me show you what is old project file. Let's go back to Visual Studio, and I'm going to unload my project. Then I will click Edit, Photo Store, and here we can see a very large XML file, right? And this, oh my gosh, so big. And this XML file also has parameters like project GUID, like project types GUID, and etc. That all tells me that this is old project file. And before porting to .NET Core, I will need to update my project file to the latest SDK style. And there are ways how you can port to .NET Core manually. These are the steps how you do it. First thing, you search for package.config in your solution. If you have this file, you will need to right-click and choose migrate packages.config to package reference. Let me show that in Visual Studio. I will reload the project. And here I see packages.config. That is where we used to store references to the packages for the old style project file. For the new one, they are stored in the project file itself. So to not lose them, you will need to do right-click, migrate package.config to package reference. Then next step is update content of your project file with the new SDK format. And the easiest way to do it is to create a blank application targeting .NET Core. If you are porting WinForms app, then create a WinForms targeting .NET Core. If you're porting WPF, then WPF. Open the project file, copy everything from it, and paste it in your current project file. But make sure you have the copy of the old project file, because you will need that as well. You will need that to get all references and resources from your old project file to the new one. So everything related to package reference, project reference, content, resources, and so on should be moved to the new project file. Well, it seems like a lot of work, and we've been constantly asked to please try and automate at least some common steps for all APIs. Of course, every application is different, and it's almost impossible to create a silver bullet that will work for everything, but at least we can try to automate most cases. And we did that, and we created a tool called try convert. So what it will do, it will try to convert your old project file to the new SDK style project file, and it will update the version to .NET Core 3.0. To use it, I'm gonna just type in the console try convert.exe, and as a parameter, I will send the path to my project file. Let's see. Okay, conversion complete. Let's go back to Visual Studio. I'm gonna reload the files. And now if I right-click on Properties and go here, I can see that target framework is .NET Core 3. So the tool worked, and we successfully converted our .NET framework application to .NET Core in just a few clicks. Let's now run our application and see how that looks. So it looks and feels the same, but right now it's running on top of .NET Core instead of .NET Framework, which means that we can benefit from all the .NET Core features. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my slides, and this is try convert. If you got any portability errors, so if after porting to .NET Core you are getting an error that some assembly is missing, but your portability report was 100% compatible, was completely green, that means you can easily fix those errors by just adding NuGet package Microsoft.Windows.compatibility. That package has 21,000 APIs. Some of them are Windows only, and some of them are cross-platform, and these are areas that those APIs are related to. So with that, I would like to talk about tooling for desktop. And let's go back to my application. As you remember, that is a WPF application, and we just ported it to .NET Core. So if I open Windows, main windows.xaml, you can see the designer. And this XAML designer, it looks very similar to the traditional .NET Framework designer. In fact, you barely can see any differences. But it runs outside of the process. It means that the surface of the designer talks to Visual Studio. They communicate between two different processes, and it was not very easy for us to implement that. So XAML Designer is already available in Visual Studio, and you can use it. You can go ahead and port your applications to .NET Core and try that amazing tech. As for WinForms Designer, we started working on WinForms later than on XAML Designer, and it was a huge technical effort for us to re-architect the way how Designer Surface will talk to the Visual Studio process. So we're in very early days, and today I'm very happy to announce that we are releasing the first preview version of Windows Forms Designer. It's available at this link. It's a V6 package. It's not included in Visual Studio just yet because it's still very early days for it. And what this first version has, it has a coverage for command controls and base operations. And we will be adding functionality. We will be releasing new preview versions every month. Next one is coming early November. And just to let you know, this version is our first start, so it's not yet ideal to port your existing applications. It will be good for prototyping and writing hello world with basic command controls, basically to see the progress and to give us early feedback. But for your production applications, wait till the designer gets more mature, and we will definitely let you know when it's a good time to port your apps to .NET Core. So please give us feedback via Visual Studio channel, and let me show you how the WinForms Designer look. So I'm going to close this, and I will create a new WinForms application targeting .NET Core. I'll search for WinForms here. And when I click on form1.cs, I can see the new WinForms Designer. So when we look at the toolbox, these are the controls that are supported in the first preview version. Of course, by the GA of WinForms Designer, we will be at functional parity with the traditional framework designer, so all controls will be there, and you will have a seamless experience of porting your apps to .NET Core. Right now, it's just those guys. So we have button, checkbox, checklists, etc. We can add the controls the same way. We can interact with properties. We can change name, and so on. I know that I'm not showing you guys anything new because you've seen that designer for many, many years. But the amazing thing about this designer is that it runs outside of the process, and it allows you to build .NET Core applications. So let me run that. And we see the regular WinForms form. Right, so that was everything I had for today. thank you very much for watching. Please give us your feedback. It's very important for us to know that we're developing the right thing for you. And you can reach me out on Twitter. Thank you for watching.
Hi, thanks so much, Olia. So first off, we just wanted to call out, we do have a scavenger hunt going on. Telerik, let's see, has a clue. Anyway.
There's a lot of different treasure hunts going on, so make sure that you take a look at the .NET Conf hashtag. There's clues from lots of our different partners. Make sure you follow both .NET Conf and Code Party. So there's a hint right there. And if you follow all of this stuff from the .NET Foundation Twitter, this is the best place to do it. And in fact, here's a pro tip if you want to win. Go to .NET FDN on Twitter, and then click the little bell so you get a notification every time .NET Foundation tweets. You can turn that off later.
Right.
But for now, this is actually tip 9 of 10. So there's a whole series of tweets there. You can follow around to our different partners. And I think we're giving away Xboxes and Xboxen.
Xboxen? What's the plural of Xbox?
The plural of Xbox is
Probably Xboxen.
Xboxen.
Like I see those Xboxes in a herd
Oh, yes.
of Xboxen.
It's a murder of Xboxen.
All right, should we get to some questions?
Yeah.
All right, so we have a couple that are asking, why is there not a try-convert.exe that ships with Visual Studio 2019? So I think that's for converting .NET Framework apps to .NET Core.
Right. It does not ship with Visual Studio 2019. We just put that tool together. It's very experimental. Again, we address the feedback of please automate some steps, and we don't know. I mean, I would guess it would not work for 100% just because it's impossible to create something that covers all the cases. But we're still experimenting, and we will definitely open this tool for everyone. I will provide the link to it.
Great. All right, so next questions. What do you think, Scott? That's a good one.
Well, so this is a really interesting one, and I have my opinions, and I'm interested in hearing what Olia has to say. Will 2019 or some new version bring features to convert existing frameworks and libraries to .NET Core? And that gets to that point that we talked about before, where you can jumpstart, you can kind of get 80% of the way there, but there's so many APIs that you could potentially call. It's really complicated to go and convert things. Is there a plan? Could I just go and say open, and it goes, oh, this is old, I'll make it new? What's the best way to convert your existing projects over to the new stuff?
So that is a great question. First step would be to try convert. And if it doesn't work, you can look up. We have some materials and tutorials how you can convert it by hand. And we will also have a talk on the day 3 by Mike Russos. And he will dive deep into some complicated scenarios of porting. And you will probably hear the answer to like the most challenging porting stories in his talk.
Yeah, it really depends on the dependencies that your application has. I recently took an open source project that was a PlayStation emulator that used WinForms, and I converted it. I did it manually.
Oof.
I literally just made, well, but it wasn't that hard. I made another I needed another project with a CS proj. So I went from the old CS proj to the new one, and I just kept adding dependencies back until it compiled.
Ooh.
Made sure that everything was cool, and it took about 20 minutes. It was not...
Kind of get down your error list, keep going to 0. Yeah.
Basically.
Cool. Is the XAML designer stable and ready for production? The WinForms designer running on .NET Core 3 looks great.
Thank you. So XAML designer is more stable than WinForms designer. I can tell that for sure because we're just at the preview version for .NET for WinForms. XAML designer is already there. We're still working and we're still implementing some fixes. We're adding features. So please give us feedback if something doesn't work for you, and we'll make sure we fix it.
Oh, that's a good question.
Great, yeah, sorry.
The portability analyzer, I actually don't know that answer. Is the portability analyzer a WinForms app that runs itself on .NET Core 3.0?
So what I showed you, that is a WinForms app, but that is a wrapper around our portability analyzer that also is available as a console application, as a command line application, and as a Visual Studio extension. So it depends on what you prefer. You can either install it as extension in your Visual Studio, and then there are more configurations available. Basically, with Portability Analyzer, you can check compatibility to any .NET platform. So you can check if your app is compatible to Mono or to .NET Silverlight, anything. For the application that I showed, that one checks compatibility with .NET Core because that was a request, and I just simplified it to one button click instead of few steps.
I like it. That seems really helpful. What else we got, Scott?
Have you made framework-dependent deployment or self-contained deployment a little bit easier? That thing I was talking about earlier where I took a PlayStation, it was just an open source GitHub application. You right-click in Visual Studio 2019, you say publish, and you publish to a local folder. And it's just a series of drop-downs, and those drop-downs map directly to the things that you would do if you were doing it at the command line. So you pick a runtime, you say self-contained, it shows up in a folder named publish, and everything in there is self-contained. So you can do it either at the command line or very, very easily in Visual Studio with the drop-down. Is there any newer or easier ways to do self-contained that I haven't thought of?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's a great feedback. That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we'd want to understand what's not easy so then we can make it even better for you.
Definitely. All right, so by adding the Windows compatibility pack to .NET Core, can we use WCF services in .NET Core?
So we have some coverage for WCF services, but not everything. We have some APIs for client, but for server, our suggestion is to go and use gRPC, as Glenn showed in the keynotes.
Cool. All right, so I think we're good on questions. We do have a short break here. We're going to go to a commercial. And next up, we'll have Dan and Matt talking about getting started with DevOps for .NET Windows desktop apps and Visual Studio App Center. So we'll be back after the commercial.
What can I build with .NET?
You can build a lot of things with .NET. We have desktop, web, mobile, microservices, gaming, machine learning, cloud, all of these things.
That is a lot of stuff. Can I make a flight simulator with .NET?
Yes.
Fantastic. Will it fit on an 8-inch floppy?
Maybe.
That sucks. Can I build Visual Studio with Visual Studio?
Yeah, we do it every day.
Will .NET run on this calculator?
No.
Oh.
Lisa, I am super excited about doing .NET Core and Docker and Visual Studio.
I know, I can hardly contain myself. We've got a new series coming out on using Docker, .NET Core, Visual Studio 2019, so check it out.
We're looking forward to you joining us.
Hey friends, Leslie and I have made a series of ASP.NET 101 videos for you, and we did it entirely on pen and paper.
That is some serious dedication right there.
No, it's really a Surface.
Oh.
Kendra, what is .NET?
.NET is an open source developer platform. So your next question is probably, what is a developer platform?
Basically.
That is a collection of libraries and languages.
Ah, okay, so languages like C# and F# and Visual Basic.
Yeah, and the libraries can be .NET Framework, .NET Core, or Mono and Xamarin.
And Mono and Xamarin let you write .NET on Android and iOS, so I can really use .NET anywhere.
Absolutely, and you'll want to use .NET Standard as the one API that all of those frameworks share.
Very cool. We're doing a whole series of videos and learning tutorials on these things. You can check them out at the .NET site. Be sure to click Learn at the top. Kendra, what is .NET?
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in live today as we show you some of the new tools and features and services available to make it really easy to get started with DevOps for Windows desktop applications. My goal for you at the end of this session is that the next time you're working on an application that you intend to deploy to other audiences, your practices change from file new, work on it a little bit, whatever, to file new DevOps. It's really that simple.
I'm Matt Corwell from the AppCenter team. I'm an engineering manager that focuses on diagnostics, code push, and helping developers make their applications as stable and reliable as possible.
Great. So what we're going to talk about first is why should you as a desktop developer care about doing DevOps? We'll talk about some of the flexibility you have in deploying .NET Core desktop applications. I think one of the questions in the previous session alluded to some of these things. Most of this session is a demo. We're going to do about 15, 18-ish minutes of demos. Then we'll talk about some resources and what's coming in the future, and then we'll open up to some questions from the audience. So why DevOps? If you've been to other DevOps talks, you may have seen a similar slide. The gist of it is that developers who adopt best DevOps practices can ship code faster with fewer bugs and ultimately increase revenue and profit. And so I feel like for the longest time, the DevOps discussion has been long neglected for desktop developers. It's been prominent and pretty much front and center for web and server application deployment, and even mobile apps. But for so long, there's never really been a whole lot of talk about doing DevOps for desktop apps. And that's why we're here today. When deploying .NET Core Windows applications, you have a couple of choices for how you actually deploy that application. One of the questions previously was, have you made it easier to create a self-contained application? And the answer is yes. We have tooling in Visual Studio called the Windows Application Packaging Project that lets you easily create a self-contained MSIX package, including your .NET Core application and all of the runtime dependencies. In addition, you have options to target a shared side-by-side framework if you build your own custom installation technology, or publish a single exe. For the purposes of this file new DevOps demo, we're going to compile as a single self-contained executable because it's the simplest way to just get started, and that's what we're here to do. If you remember in the past, you may have used one of these USB sticks with your development team to deploy and test your software around the office. And effectively, what we want to show you is a 2019 modern replacement for doing those types of things. So with that, we're just going to jump right into the demo. So I've got Visual Studio open to an existing WPF.NET Core application. And the application that I'm working on is just a simple calculator sample application. Although some of my friends have been telling me that it's crashing, and I want to figure out, OK, why is this crashing? And so this code is hosted on GitHub. You can go look at this today at /diverdan92/.NET Conf 2019. And if you scroll down, you'll see I already have the Azure Pipelines badge, but I don't have any build or CI set up. So let's do that now. So if I click this link, it'll open me up directly to this build. This is also public, so you can create public Azure DevOps projects to share the build information, the build status, even the build output and artifacts. And later during this talk, I'm going to request that some of you try and download my app and see if it runs, since it is fully self-contained. We're going to create a new pipeline connected directly to GitHub. And because I've previously authenticated with GitHub, it'll automatically find my repositories. So I pick the repo. I'm going to start with the .NET desktop build configuration, but I'm going to remove a lot of this right now because we don't yet have a .NET Core template that's coming. So the trigger will be master. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with YAML definitions, it's effectively declarative definition of what's going to happen when you try to create a CI build pipeline. And so when the master branch in my repository changes, it's going to trigger a new build to execute the rest of these instructions. It's going to pick a hosted build agent from the latest Windows VM available in Azure DevOps. And I'm actually going to use .NET Publish later, so I don't need those two variables. But I will keep build configuration as release. The other variable I'm going to add is called .NET Skip First Time Experience. And I want to take a second to explain this for those who aren't as familiar with DevOps. When you first install and run any .NET Core SDK command, it does some caching behind the scenes so that consecutive and subsequent commands will actually perform faster. Because we're building this on a hosted build agent, it's essentially a throwawayable virtual machine. As soon as the build completes, the virtual machine is discarded. And so doing this caching at the beginning is actually just going to take a little bit of extra time for no value in the future. And so that's why we're going to run this command or set this variable. Then I'm going to actually remove these tasks because we're setting this up from scratch for .NET Core. And I'm going to use the assistant to help me from here on out, which makes it a lot easier. And so you'll see these pre-configured Azure DevOps build tasks that I can configure and run directly through the assistant. And the first one I need to do is installing the .NET Core SDK. One of my favorite Azure DevOps tasks is the use .NET Core task, because you don't have to worry about what the state of the virtual machine is in, so long as it has some version of some of the Visual Studio build tools. But because I can install any version of the .NET SDK I want from this task, I can always essentially keep it up to date. And for the first time, I'm super excited that I no longer have to select the include preview versions because we just released 3.0 today. So I'll deselect that, and I will add this. And so now I've got a hosted VM. It's a Windows virtual machine, and I know it's going to install the latest .NET 3.0 SDK. The next thing I need to do is actually use .NET. So in this case, I'm going to use the .NET Core command line to run .NET Publish on my application. I'm not publishing a web project. I don't need to zip it, so I can remove all these. And the last thing I'm going to do for the use .NET Core CLI command is add an optional parameter. So in this case, I want to add an argument, which you could have done through the interface, but I just prefer to do it here. And I'm going to specify the output of the build artifacts. So in this case, Azure DevOps has a pre-configured variable for specifying where the artifacts get staged. So I'm going to call this build.artifact staging directory. And that's going to be essentially consumed by my next task, which is going to be publishing these binaries. So I've generated my self-contained exe at this point using .NET Publish. And the last thing I need to do is essentially host it somewhere to be downloaded later. So I'm going to use the publish pipeline artifact task, again using this assistant. But I'm going to specify the file or directory path to be, again, build.artifact staging directory. Last but not least, I'm going to call this a more friendly name so that when you download it later, it'll be a little bit more useful. And just like that, I can click Save and Run. And what this will do, so if you see here, there's no YAML file at the root of my repo in my GitHub repository. When I save and run this, it's actually committing this YAML file directly to the root of my GitHub repo so that it's persisted in source. And I can make edits through an editor, or when someone else downloads this repo, they can host the build definition with the same artifacts that I have. So here you can see I have set up CI with Azure Pipelines, and now the build is getting kicked off. Now, while this build goes, I know I rushed through that a little bit, but I'm going to take a step back and explain things so that the build can run in the background. We have a couple of things that I want to call out in the project file. First, I'm specifying a runtime identifier so that I can specify publish single file true. And that build property will actually make it so I have a self-contained single executable file containing all of the .NET Core runtime dependencies this application needs to run. So if anyone downloads this later, they can just double-click run it. It's pretty cool. One other thing I want to call out, we just discovered one bug in our preview SDK for .NET Core where you need to manually reference this SQLite library to get the runtime-specific native dependency for AppCenter to work. This is documented in our documentation, but should be going away soon. But if you're wondering what that's there for, that's what it is. And so this is now in the process. It just downloaded the right .NET Core SDK. It's running the .NET CLI. And so we'll just give this a couple seconds, and we'll proceed after it finishes building. And if you're viewing at home or at an event, go ahead and head on over to this GitHub repository. You'll see Azure Pipeline status is never built. It'll soon update to build succeeded. But later in the session, once we configure AppCenter, if you download at home and run this application, you'll show up in our live telemetry, which I think is pretty cool. And just so you can see while this is still building, if I go here, build pipelines, when I click on the build, when it's finished, you'll see an artifacts link in the top right, linking to the actual dependencies. So this should almost be done. Give it a few more seconds. And then as soon as this completes, we'll configure for AppCenter. And then I'm going to hand it off to Matt to go into the details and the intricacies of AppCenter. So .NET CLI finished. I published it. It's got a link to the logs if I want. But now it's going to publish these artifact files, which should take just a couple seconds. And then I'll show you what it's like for you to download at home if you'd like. Finalizing. Cool. So now that this is done, now you can see Artifacts Calculator. If I click on that, you'll see two files. You'll see the executable and the symbols. And so if you were to go home and download this and run it, it would work. But don't do it yet. Let's first add AppCenter. So in the AppCenter portal, this is effectively the first view you'd see if you sign in. If you didn't already have an app, you'd be asked to add a new app, which we're going to do. We're going to do everything live today. So I'm going to call this .NET Conf live. And I'm going to make it a Windows release and WPF. As you can see, this is in preview. So not all of the features are available, but we're adding more and more every few weeks. So I'll create this app. And the next thing I will see is essentially how to add this SDK to my app. I've already added these NuGet packages just to streamline the demo. So all I need to do is copy this AppCenter start line of code to an early code path in my application. For now, I'm going to do it right after I initialize the main window. So last thing I'm going to do is commit and sync. Because I've already configured my CI, this will essentially kick off the next build. And once this goes, I'm actually going to test the application locally just to make sure that AppCenter is working as I'd expect. So if I go back to the AppCenter portal and I select Analytics, I see there's no events. Integrate the SDK first to start collecting data. Let's run the application and see just how quickly those events get sent to AppCenter for you to view. Oops, let me close this version of the calculator. And so I can see my calculator running. This time I'm running it under the debugger in Visual Studio. And we'll give it just a few seconds, and then we'll refresh this page. There we go. So just a few seconds later, I can now see that I have one user of this application. I'm not going to see any custom events or crashes because I haven't done anything in the application that would trigger some of those that I've added. So the last thing I want to say is, again, if you go back to my repository, and I'm going to refresh it, you should see the Azure pipeline succeeded. Click on it, go to the most recent branch where I added the Azure DevOps configuration, and when it's done, go ahead and try and run it from Azure DevOps directly so we can see your telemetry live. Now I'm going to hand it off to Matt, and he's going to go into more of the details for what you can actually do with AppCenter and how it brings more value to your customers.
Thanks, Daniel. So with AppCenter, one of the really exciting things for me is the ability to kind of gather data from all my distributed clients and bring it into one place. And so what we can do here with your build is I can actually take and we can get rid of that old thumb drive, and I can take your most recent build, toss it out of there. And AppCenter has distribute abilities. And so with AppCenter Distribute, I can take your most recent build. Let me refresh the page. Make sure I go back to our latest build. And so as this one that is now running with AppCenter integrated in it, when that finishes building, I'll go ahead and download that and distribute it. There's a work item in progress on our roadmap to go ahead and wire up these Azure pipelines to AppCenter so we don't have to do this intermediate step. That'll be out shortly. Cool. So in the meantime, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper on the AppCenter analytics and diagnostics that we have in the app we've been using previous to this, and then once yours is built, we'll go back and run through the process for the live app. So with AppCenter, we mentioned analytics. So right out of the box, we provide a good amount of kind of information that you wouldn't normally see if you've passed out your app over that thumb drive. Active users, daily sessions, top devices, countries, languages, all kinds of details. And then there's a really cool thing here, events, kind of in the server world, like a page view, something like that. But you can go in and as a developer, I can code into my app any events I want. And I can come in and see metrics on those specific events, which really allows me to start thinking about my app in a very different way than I have in the past. And so under AppCenter Diagnostics, one of the things that I can do that's really cool is when my app is crashing, we have a couple of ways to deal with that. So if your app crashes, the user says, hey, it just died, I don't know what happened. We receive those events here in AppCenter, and we actually receive two categories of events. So one is an unhandled exception. There was maybe a divide by zero error, something like that in a calculator app. Or there was, a user did something that I want to know about, a network connection wasn't available, or they clicked a button without validating some other info. And so we have handled and unhandled. And so we'll see this related to what's in the app when we get to the live session. But for each class of event, and we group those by version, build, reason frame, meaning the spot in your stack that was your code that failed. And we give you some general information around how many reports there were, what devices, and we give you the rough stack trace. And so in a handled error here, we can go into individual reports of that, and we can see exactly what, and this is information you chose to fill in through the SDK, exactly what the user was doing. So this user tried to divide 9 by 0, 1 by 0. That's people are confused with how math works, I think, using this app. Oh, there was a very interesting number divided by 0. And so as I go along, I can see a lot of those details. The other type is when the app actually crashes. And so we can see here that the calculator app was aware that we divided by 0, but it actually went ahead and crashed as well. And so since we had a native crash, we actually provide the full stack trace of everything that was going on outside of just your handled error in your code. And when we look at these, they do kind of start to line up with the events that you're sending in the system. So if I go into reports on this app and look at this, so I can see that the session started and then it crashed. They didn't get to any of the custom events that we had there. One thing that we haven't put into this demo, but I do want to call out is really useful, and I'm going to, just for a second, flip over to an iOS app, because AppCenter has actually been servicing mobile environments and mobile platforms for a long time, and that's some of the value that we're trying to bring to the Windows development world. And so this is a test app we have, and so one thing that's really fun is attachments. So as a developer, if I want to capture other additional information about why a crash happened and what was going on at the time, I can send binary attachments. I can bring an entire custom format of details about what I'd like to know, and some really, really cool things to help you figure out what's going on. And let's see. I can actually download the raw crash as it came in from the SDK, from the user's device, without any of the augmentation that we provide. and really let you dive in. I personally like to think of this as a lightweight kind of picture of what I would receive if I were debugging this at the time. So I obviously can't debug on 1 or 10 or million users' devices out in the wild, but I can here remotely, and since we group those together, it really allows developers to say, you know, I have a error in function X. That function might be called in a dozen different stack traces around my app. I can see that it's happening here, and it'll group those things together and let me know kind of a prioritized list of what I need to fix and what I can maybe ignore to go on. We also allow you to configure services. We haven't configured any for this, but you can connect directly to GitHub. You can create issues when you have new crash groups come in. You can create issues when there's thresholds on crash groups. And really start to take a much bigger picture of your distributed clients and what they can do and what you can do with that info. So let's go back now. And so we saw that your calculator was crashing. I actually want to use AppCenter to understand why, run it on my machine, and let's see if we can get it fixed.
Sure.
So I believe this is the latest build. So I'm going to go ahead and make one manual step here, download this file. Like I said, we have our roadmap to ship this. So this is an integrated step. It is now for iOS and Android. Windows is equal partner on AppCenter platform now, and so it'll be shortly there as well. As I download that, I'm going to go ahead and go over to our newest app, and I'm going to go to So with distribution, you can send apps to the relevant app store. You can send it to beta users, to testers. And this is a push thing. And so it's very different than I have a new version, you need to come get my thumb drive, or even can you go check this share. It allows me to notify people that I have apps and designate certain versions and certain release types to people. So we're going to do a new release here in AppCenter. We're going to take the artifact we just downloaded. I'm going to give it a build version. We'll call this as the first AppCenter version. Close those out. Put some notes in, say it's crashing. And then, since you and I are in a shared organization here in AppCenter, we both have access to this app. There's a built-in group called Collaborators, and that's the two of us. So we're both going to get a notification that there's a new version of this app, and you can download it and use it. So clearly, I have the app on my machine, but it's good to see that we do, in fact, get the push notification email from AppCenter, which will take you to our install portal. And the install portal will come up and actually give me the ability to download as a tester without all the other properties and details the version of the app. It's thinking. It's not sure if it wants to show it to me today.
It's too much bandwidth from all the users trying out our application currently.
Yes.
I see we already have almost 50 unique users, so keep it up. That's awesome.
Excellent. We'll give this one little refresh. You can do it. The internets are clogged. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and download this app. It can be distributed. I'm going to go ahead and open the zip file and run the calculator.
So despite the smart screen coming up and warning Matt about the trustworthiness of this application, with Azure DevOps and GitHub and all these tools, you can essentially track the end-to-end git commit and all the dependencies that went into building this. So you can essentially validate that it's not doing anything suspicious.
Yep. So we're going to so it's going to do, so now that I have this one-click exe, it has installed things on my machine, and here's the app running. So if I, as we saw earlier, if I divide 5 by 1, I get 5. If I try and divide 78 by 0, we should see that the app gets very unhappy. And this is baselining. This is a failing test on what we had seen on your machine. So we're going to let it think. Windows is angry. So in the meantime, while that crashes,
You can go back to the Diagnostics tab.
Yep, we should be able to go back to the Diagnostics tab, and we should see the handled error.
Should see a lot of errors.
Should see a lot of errors, yes. Look at that. So here's the handled error from, we should be able to find my instance of the handled error. And yep, I'm running on my Windows machine is a virtual machine in Azure. So there's 78 divided by 0. There's my instance. And let's see, so it hasn't crashed on my machine quite yet. I guess it has. So once we've done that, if we wanted to complete the development cycle here, the really cool thing to do would be to go back to GitHub, make a PR, There we go. And so if I wanted to say, hey, you know what, I'm using this, let's see what was actually going on. So I see the handled error. I want to find the unhandled error where it actually crashed, because that's the one I'm more concerned about, right? A handled error indicates that I knew something was going to happen and I'm aware of it. An unhandled error is when things have gone awry. And why is this crashing? So I can actually see that in calc results, it's dying. So I'm going to go back to GitHub. I'm going to go to the file, main window XAML CS. I'm going to just use the cool stuff in GitHub here to make a PR. We're going to do a find on calc with a parentheses. It's in there. Hey, there's the calc operation. And I see this try around all the operations. So hey, we're tracking the error and telling AppCenter we want to be aware of this, but look, we forgot to comment out the throw, which is why the app is recrashing. And we really just want to show this message box and let users know that at least in the math we're aware of so far, dividing by 0 doesn't quite make sense. So I should be able to come to the bottom, say remove, rethrow, propose file change.
Great.
So in a perfect world,
awesome.
We would have you approve that PR.
And I will do so shortly.
We would let the build run, put the new artifact in distribution, and then everyone who's been added as a tester to this point would automatically know there's a new version that we want to try. They can verify that for you, and you can send it on to your production users.
Great. So I just want to show this real quick because I'm really amazed with the awesome community. We have 62 live users of this application since we distributed it just a few minutes ago, including lots of fun folks who have figured out how to make it crash. Because we have this custom crash dictionary being sent up, we can view which operating systems are affecting it, including what sort of reports there are and how people are crashing it. So someone did 9 divided by 0 on some device, some Windows RS4 device. Cool. So we're going to go back and kind of rush through the slides. These slides will be available, so you'll see some resources. The first thing I want to comment on, if you're interested in other desktop-related sessions, here's a good list. If you miss them, you can watch them on demand later. The AppCenter roadmap, so the thing I'm most excited for is the AppCenter Azure DevOps task for deploying applications. That means you'll be able to commit your application, and then when it's done building, you'll be able to download and update it immediately. Combine that with supporting automatic updates with MSIX, you could theoretically commit your app and then launch the updated version with no other manual steps, no downloading something new, just it works. We're also adding support for essentially console applications and .NET Core 3 cross-platform CLI-based applications, better build and test support, mobile backend as a service to streamline your integration with client-specific services such as storage, compute, push notifications, identity, things like that. And then we'll add more testing stuff and React Native support with code push. So with that, some resources. Again, these slides will be available on GitHub, so you can screenshot it now or take a look later. I definitely want to open some time to questions, though, so I'm going to hand it over for some Q&A.
Great, thanks, Dan. So we have some questions up here. What should we start with? What do you think?
Well, what do we got here?
Oh, how about can I submit an app directly to the Windows Store using AppCenter?
The question was, that's a great question. I'll leave it to Matt, actually.
You can't as of right now, but it is definitely something we would put us on par with iOS and Android, and we'll be working through in the future.
There is an Azure DevOps task to be able to submit an app to the store, so that is one route if you wanted to go the Azure DevOps route.
Cool. Here's one. Can you tell us what's on the future roadmap for AppCenter?
Yeah, so I presented that slide towards the end. I have it up on the screen again, so if you want to read through that or take a look at the slides later, those are some of the things that we're looking at in the short term for our roadmap.
And that actually brings up a really good point from Beth Massi that all of these slides are going to be up at github.com/.net-presentation. So everything that's been presented here, all the slides, including the one that he just mentioned, are all up on GitHub. You can take a look at Beth Massi's Twitter, and I'll make sure to retweet that as well.
Yeah. How about the next question? Does AppCenter automatically get the user permission to do the monitoring, and does it provide an opt-in, opt-out dialog?
It does. The AppCenter SDK actually has hooks for, as a developer, you get to decide if your users should have the ability to opt in or opt out. We have a did user confirm, I believe it's called, in the SDK, and at each step of the process, the crash and analytics gathering process, there are hooks in the SDK to customize that process and involve your users. And one quick note on the last question, AppCenter on our public GitHub repo, we do have our full roadmap public on that repo, and we take feedbacks, bug requests, suggestions there as well. So please stop in there if you want to know more.
Another important reminder about the ongoing .NET Conf treasure hunt. Make sure that you go to .NET-FDN, the .NET Foundation. Click the little bell in Twitter, and that'll temporarily give you notifications anytime that the .NET Foundation tweets. Right now, Twilio has a clue up for the .NET Conf treasure hunt. They're giving away all kinds of gadgets. There's a couple of Xboxen. We decided that Boxen
right.
was in fact the correct
I
plural.
heard of Xboxen.
A herd of Xboxen? Yeah.
Right.
A Gears of War of Xboxen. But make sure to check it. We got partners with clues for the treasure hunt all over the place. Some of the clues are going to require you to run some code. So, you know, get on
prepared.
that.
Yeah.
Get on that.
Get your dev box out.
Lots of enthusiasm for folks here for .NET Conf. Make sure that you put the hashtag .NET-Conf, and those things will show up on the big board here, and we'll be able to answer your questions in between our sessions here.
We are loving all the pictures and food pictures that you guys are sending us, so thank you so much for sharing your whole day with us. It's pretty cool.
There's a lot of great pictures from folks that are all over the place who are enjoying .NET Conf, watching parties with their team. Some people, looks like here, some folks have even rented out, it looks like a
whole theater.
A whole
yeah, we
theater.
showed that GIF of the whole applause. Very cool.
Pretty exciting stuff.
So this next talk, I'm very excited about. I think it's going to be Blazor. It's going to be by one of my favorite people, Mr. Daniel Roth. Absolutely incredible. But first, before we get into that, we're going to go straight into a commercial.
Welcome back, treasure hunters. I have your next clue in the treasure hunt from our friends at Progress Software. And they want you to take a look at the Telerik UI for Blazor Grid. It offers support for checkbox column row selection. Find what you need to add to the Telerik Grid column to use it, and whisper that response to the Twitch bot in the Visual Studio channel. Go to this URL to get started with this clue. Let us know what you find there. Whisper it to the .NET bot in the Visual Studio Twitch channel, and you could be well on your way to the next step in our technical treasure hunt.
Hi, I'm Kendra. In this video series, we're going to introduce you to Visual Studio. And in this particular video, I'm hoping I can get you installed with Visual Studio with C# up and running and debugging in less than 5 minutes. So let's get started. First off, open your favorite search engine and type in Visual Studio 2019. You'll go to visualstudio.microsoft.com. Go ahead and install the community version. That's completely free for individuals and students. As soon as this install starts up, you'll have to accept some permissions. This will also install the Visual Studio installer, which helps you manage multiple versions of Visual Studio if you have those installed on your machine. So you could have a community version right next to an enterprise version, or an install of Visual Studio 2017 right next to 2019. Here is where I choose the workloads that I want installed in Visual Studio. Now those added up to a little bit less than 5 gigabytes, so I'll go ahead and use some movie magic to speed up this install. While you wait, you should check out some of our fresh content on YouTube. Maybe you're already there. You should see a lot of familiar faces. So we have videos going very in-depth on everything Visual Studio and .NET and so much of our ecosystem. So you can check out Visual Studio launch videos where I cover greatest and latest tools. So now I'm speeding up the install a little bit with some movie magic. And as soon as that finishes, I'll get the option to select a pre-existing project or create a new one, which we'll do today. So I'll go ahead and choose the default .NET Core console app with C#. There's many different languages for projects and platforms and project types that you can initialize, but we'll keep it simple today. So I'll go ahead and name my project Hello World. And hit create. So that will start up a Hello World project. It already has a console.write line with Hello World in it, the simplest form of C#. And I'll go ahead and run this with the green button at the top of my editor. So that will launch a command prompt that basically prints what my console.write line. Next, I can set a breakpoint and start the debugger. In the debugger, I can learn more about my code as it executes, and even search my autos, locals, and watch windows to learn more about my variables. So that was installing Visual Studio 2019. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm so excited to be here because today .NET Core 3.0 has shipped, which means Blazor is now available for production use on the server. In this talk, we're going to talk about using Blazor to build full stack web apps using just .NET and C#. Now, .NET has always had a great story for building server-rendered web apps. These are apps where you stick some .NET code on a server, and that code generates HTML or JSON in response to browser requests. If you wanted to do anything on the client in the browser, well, that meant you had to use one of these guys. You had to write some JavaScript. And there's lots of great things about JavaScript, but there's also some additional cost and overhead of having to bridge these two very different developer worlds with different languages, different frameworks, and different tools. Well, this is no longer the case. You can now write your client-side web app logic using .NET with Blazor. Blazor is a client-side web UI framework where you get to write .NET and C# instead of JavaScript. You write UI components that encapsulate your UI logic using C# and Razor. You can then share your .NET code, the same assemblies on both the client and the server. If you've got some validation logic, you can use it on both sides of the wire. If you need to call into JavaScript code, you can still do that. You just have access to all of the JavaScript APIs of the browser and other libraries through a JavaScript interop mechanism. Now, Blazor is in large part made possible thanks to a relatively new open web standard called WebAssembly. What is WebAssembly? Well, WebAssembly is a bytecode for the web. The idea is that if you can compile your code to WebAssembly, it can now run in any browser on any platform at near native speeds. And we've been working for a while now on getting .NET to run great on WebAssembly. We are building a .NET runtime in WebAssembly. This is how a Blazor WebAssembly app works. The browser provides the core WebAssembly support. On top of that, we've built a .NET WebAssembly runtime. You then build your Razor components that get compiled into normal .NET assemblies. They're downloaded with the runtime into the browser and then executed directly in the browser. The browser then sends all its UI events to your .NET code, your components run, they render their UI, and Blazor does all the hard work to figure out what exactly changed in the UI. The difference is then sent back to the DOM and updated very, very efficiently. Now, the cool thing about Blazor, though, is that you can host it in multiple different ways. We've talked about running your app on WebAssembly, but alternatively, you can also run your Blazor apps and host them on the server using the same components. The way a Blazor Server app works is your components run on the server. The browser sets up a real-time SignalR connection with the server. And that's what it uses to handle and send all of the UI events that the user is creating. When a button click occurs, it gets sent to the server. The corresponding component runs, just like it did on a Blazor WebAssembly app. The component renders. The Blazor does that hard work of calculating a diff. It serializes that diff back down that real-time connection back to the browser so can it be applied to the DOM. So in .NET Core 3.0, we've shipped support for Blazor Server apps. You can use that in production today. Go and download it and install it. And I was thrilled that we announced today in the keynote earlier that Blazor WebAssembly apps will be shipping and supported in May of next year. Now, how do you pick between these two different hosting models? Well, there are different pros and cons to each. A Blazor WebAssembly app, that is really a true single-page app. It has full interactivity. It runs client-side on the user's device. You can use all of that user's device's resources, like its CPU, its memory, its storage, to the extent that the browser will let you. It supports offline scenarios. You can deploy it as a static site. You don't even need to have .NET running on the server because your app is just a bunch of static files. You can build progressive web apps with Blazor WebAssembly. The downsides of Blazor WebAssembly are, well, you need to download that runtime with your app, and that means an additional download size cost, so your app may load slower. It does also require that the browser supports WebAssembly. And while all modern browsers do, if you need to support something like, say, IE 11 or an older browser that doesn't have WebAssembly support, then this one's not going to work for you. Also, Blazor WebAssembly is still in preview. It's not ready for production yet, so that's a factor to consider as well. Blazor Server apps, they have a really small download because the only thing they need to download is a little piece of infrastructure code that sets up that real-time SignalR connection. Your Blazor component code is now running on the server on a full .NET Core runtime, and it has access to all of the resources that the server has access to. If you want to talk directly to the database, you can do that from a Blazor Server app. Some people really like that your code never leaves the server in a Blazor Server app. If you're uncomfortable with the idea that your DLLs will get downloaded into the browser and the user can grab them and decompile them, then maybe a Blazor Server app will be a better choice. It can really simplify your architecture to not have to stand up additional web API endpoints and so on in order to access server resources because you're already there. You're running on the server. The cons of the Blazor Server model are, first of all, latency. All of your UI interactions are going to go over the network. So you're going to want to make sure that your clients and the server are as close together as possible. There's only so much you can do about the speed of light. It's a connected model, so obviously no offline support. And also, you're paying with your server resources to run the UI for each connected client. So that's an additional scale and cost consideration. How do you get started with Blazor? Well, I recommend going to blazor.net. That's where you can find all of the getting started instructions and the Blazor docs. You're going to want to install .NET Core 3.0. If you're interested in playing around with Blazor WebAssembly, you'll need to install the Blazor WebAssembly template too. If you're on Windows using Visual Studio, make sure you get Visual Studio 2019 16.3, which is now available today as well. If you're a Mac or Linux user, you can use Visual Studio Code to do Blazor development using the C# extension. And we are working on Visual Studio for Mac support for Blazor as well, and it should be coming soon. All right, let's take a look at Blazor. Let's write some Blazor code. So I'm going to go into Visual Studio. And I have here the same Blazor weather app that you may have seen earlier in the keynote. This is a single-page app that lets us see the current weather of Seattle, where we're close to where we're currently at today. And you can see, as usual, Seattle, it is raining. All right, so that's pretty cool. Now, we didn't really get a chance in the keynote to take a look at how this app is running. And this is the same app. I did refactor it slightly to move all the components back into the app project just to simplify things a little bit. Let's take a look at how this project is structured. The first thing to notice is that a Blazor Server app, and this is a Blazor Server app, is just an ASP.NET Core application. Here's the program CS file for the app. It's got the normal ASP.NET Core hosting boilerplate code in here. It has a startup class that defines the startup logic for the application. In this configure services method, this is where we define all of the services that we want available through dependency injection for our app. Up above, you can see that we're adding the services for both Razor Pages and Blazor Server, which is interesting. Blazor, remember, is a client-side UI framework. It does not replace or remove the need for the other server-rendered frameworks. You still want to be able to run code on both the server and the client. Blazor's for the client. These two pieces of technology are meant to be used together, and we'll see more about that in just a bit. This app's also setting up an HTTP client to be used to talk to the back-end weather forecast service that you saw Glenn build earlier. And then we have some other app-specific services that we'll talk about in a bit. Down below in our configure method, this is where the app's request handling pipeline is being set up. Most of this code is boilerplate. It's the same set of middleware that every ASP.NET Core app has. The two things that are different is here you can see we're setting up the Blazor Hub. This is the SignalR Hub that Blazor uses for managing all of the UI interactions with the browser. And then lastly, there's this map fallback to page route. What is this all about? Well, this is going to take any request that makes it to this point and make it go to /_host. It'll basically reroute it to this endpoint. What's that _host? Let's go take a look. Well, _host.cshtml is just a Razor page. Remember, we're using Razor Pages and Blazor together, both sides of the wire. Most of the content in this page looks pretty normal. Looks like normal HTML. But there are two things that are kind of different. The first is at the bottom, there's this script tag. This is where we're adding the blazor.server.js script, which is provided by the framework. This is the script that sets up the real-time SignalR connection with the hub that we saw previously. We also have this HTML helper, this render component async call. What is this doing? Well, this is rendering the app's root component right here on this Razor page for the initial render of the app. And there's nothing special about this app component. This could be any component you want, and you can render any component you want onto any MVC view or any Razor page. Let me show you. This is really the case. So I have a different project over here, not the weather app. This is just a vanilla MVC app, an ASP.NET Core MVC app. I just did File New Project, and then I added those things that you just saw from the Blazor Server app. In the startup class, I added server-side Blazor. Down in the endpoints, I added the Blazor hub. We don't need the fallback route in this case because we're not going to be using routing. We're just going to be having individual components on the pages. And then in the app's layout, which I think is under here in shared, there it is. You can see down here at the bottom, I've also added the Blazor server script. All right, so we should be all set to go to use components in our MVC app. Now I've added a component to this project as well. It's right here, component1.razor. It's pretty simple. This namespace is important for getting all of the web-related Razor directives to light up. So if you're having problems with those directives not compiling for some reason, make sure you've got a using for this namespace. It's needed. And then we have an input and a p tag. And we're using this @bind directive. What is that? Well, that is setting up a two-way data bind between the value of the input and this message field that's on my Blazor component. And then I render out the current message down below. You can also see that I'm changing which event is used for the bind. Normally a bind on an input would occur on change. Here I've decided to do it every time I touch the keyboard, on every key press, so on input. So I should see this message update with every keyboard press. Now to add a component to a project, it's really easy. You can just do add, new item, and there's a Razor component item template that you can use. That's what I use to create this, this component. OK, let's now add this to one of my views. I'm going to go to the home page of this app, and I don't remember the HTML helper, so I'm just going to copy it. Let's go grab this piece of code and put it right there in my MVC view. I don't want to render the app component. I want to render my component1 component. Components are just normal .NET classes, so that's why you can just use the type name. The type name comes from the name of the file. OK, that should be it. Let's go ahead and run it. And we should see a vanilla MVC app with the normal default template styling and hopefully a component. Let's see. Yeah, there's my component. Let's zoom in a little bit. And if I just start mashing on the keyboard like hi .NET Conf, you can see it's doing the data binding. We have an interactive component on an MVC view. Blazor. Woo. OK, great. So that's using Blazor from MVC apps or Razor Pages apps. If you have an existing app, which I'm guessing many of you do, you can use Blazor with that app. There's no need to rewrite an app to be Blazor. You use Blazor for your client-side concerns. OK, let's go back to the Blazor weather application. We've seen, I think, everything in underscore host.cshtml. Let's look at that app.razor component. Here it is. This is just setting up client-side routing for the application. It's going to find all the routable components in this assembly. Let's go see what routable components we have. Well, it turns out we only have one, and that's this forecast.razor component. You can tell it's routable because it has the @page directive at the top. You do need to explicitly specify the route. At some point, maybe we'll infer that from the file path, but for right now, for Blazor components, you need to explicitly specify it. OK, so there's only one page in this app, so this truly is a single page application. OK, and then down below, for most of the rendering logic for the forecast page, it's just Razor syntax, a mix of HTML and C#, like this get background class function is returning some code for a class based on whether it's daytime or nighttime and what the current temperature is, if it's a warm temperature or a cold temperature. So just some C# and HTML. Now some people get kind of concerned, because down here at the bottom we have that code block again, and there's all this code that's in my component. Some people get concerned about this mixture of code and markup, and is that really OK? They used to say you're supposed to always separate those things. And you should separate code from your components if that code is like business logic. But if it's related to the presentation layer, it's perfectly fine to have it inline in the file. I mean, it's going to be compiled into the same class anyway. But if you still prefer the code behind pattern, that's fine. You can do that too. If you remember from the keynote, in the forecast page, we have this little temperature picker component. Let's go look at the app. That's this guy right here. If I click it, it switches the temperature unit from Celsius to Fahrenheit and back. That component's implemented over here in the components folder. And it's pretty simple. It's got a div and a couple of spans. But it does have some code. If you don't like that code living in the component, here's how you do it. You're going to add a new class. You're going to call it the same file name, temperature unit picker.razor.cs. And if you did it right, it should nest nicely underneath. It did. All right, great. And then I usually call, this is going to be an inheritance model. The code behind will be a base class. So I usually call the base class the same name as the component with base. And it needs to derive from component base. Let's get the namespace for that. Good. And then you can just copy all the code out of the code block. Put it into your base class. Save it. We do need to change the visibility of this private method because this is an inheritance pattern, so now it needs to be protected so that it can be visible by the derived component class. And then let's just inherit from our base class using the @inherits directive. So @inherits, what do we, temperature unit picker base. Okay? And that's what you do. And if we wait a second, hopefully all those red squiggles will go away as it picks up the base class. And there it goes. Okay, so that's how you can do code behind if you like this pattern. I prefer the inline pattern, so I'm going to keep that. I'm going to delete what I just did and leave it the way it was. All right, great. So that's that. Let's look a little bit more at our forecast page. Now, I made some changes to some files, so I have to reload the browser. Now, one of the things that's not so nice about this app is that the location is hard-coded. Like, you only get the weather for Seattle. It'd be nice if we could actually see the weather for some more places. Like, maybe we could search for a location, or maybe even use the current location of the user based on their browser. How can we add that? All right, so let's try and add some location search capability. Let's add it using a component. So I have a location search.razor file over here in my components folder. And this is going to allow the user to search for places. And it's got some very simple markup, very little. It's got a div with an image. This image is just a little search icon that shows if a search query is in progress, like a little spinner thing if you're currently searching for locations. It has an input. And this input is a list-driven input. The data list for this input is defined below. And then we are binding the value of the input to this search query property, very similar to what we saw before in the MVC app. And we're binding on every single keystroke. And what we want is every time the user starts typing, we're going to kick off a search and try and autocomplete for them with this text box. Okay? So let's see. Now this search query property is pretty clever. It has a setter that if the search query value is not null or empty, then it's going to do this search debounced method. What is that guy? Well, you probably don't want to do a back-end request with every single time the user types on the keyboard. That might be a little bit too much, too chatty. So instead, this is going to debounce, which means it's going to wait for the user to sort of pause typing and sort of see if they're done. And so there's some clever code in here. It's using a cancellation token source, and it cancels the previous search if there was one in progress, and then does a delay, and it keeps checking to see if the search was canceled while it's in the process of doing this this query. And here you can see here's where the weather forecast service is being asked for the current location based or locations based on the text from the query. And then if it still hasn't been canceled, then it saves the set of returned locations to this location field, which is just a location array. And that's what we're using to generate the data list that the user can then pick from the location text box. Cool. Now the user needs to also be able to pick a location. And so that's what this onChange event handler is for at the end here. On that same input, when the user actually selects a particular location or hits enter, then this location selected method gets called. What is this doing? Well, it's getting the selected location, and then it's raising a callback so that the parent component can know what the location was that was chosen. This location change property is of type event callback. It's a component parameter, which means it can be provided by the parent component as a piece of code to call when this event has occurred. All right, so let's wire up this component in our forecast page. So let's go up here, and we're going to do right under here, let's do location search. location changed equals location changed is the name of the method I have defined already on the forecast component. All right, so now we should have a location text box. What does this component do when the location actually changes? Well, it cancels the real-time updates to the weather that were in progress previously, and then kicks off another async for each loop to get new updates from for the new location. So that's what it's going to do. If we go back to the app now, hopefully we can see this working. All right, so now we have a text box. So let's try and type something. So let's try like Chicago. All right, we get our drop down and we can pick it. Let's try New York. Yeah, and our little spinny thing's working. Great, so that's working. So now we can search for locations. But I'd also like to be able to just use the user's current location, have them use the browser's native capability to detect the user's location with its geolocation APIs. That would be cool. But those APIs are in JavaScript, which means I'd have to write some JavaScript. And I don't want to have to write some JavaScript. Blazor does have JavaScript interop capabilities. You can call from .NET into JavaScript and back. And it does a lot of that for you. That's how it manipulates the DOM. So I could write my own. I could use the same abstractions. But fortunately, most of the time, you don't actually have to do that because someone in the Blazor community has already done it for you. So I've added a package to this application. Let me look at my NuGet packages. Here's the installed packages. And you can see I have this ASP.NET monsters.blazor.geolocation package. This is a package that was actually written quite a while ago in the early days of Blazor. Here's the URL for the GitHub location. The code was a little stale. Like we had changed the APIs a bit and it broke this package, so I had to fork it and fix it up a little bit. But pull request was submitted, so hopefully any day now that will get merged, and this package will then be up to date with the latest Blazor release. But I'm just going to use this package to call the browser's geolocation APIs. Here's the code for that package, so you can see what that looks like. That's TypeScript. Let's not look at that. Let's look at C#. OK, here's the location service class provided by this package. And you can see it's taking an IJS runtime service. That's provided by Blazor for doing JavaScript interop. And the way you use it is by calling invoke async. And invoke async takes a string, which is the JavaScript function that you want to call. You can pass in additional parameters as .NET objects that will get serialized and sent over to JavaScript. And then the generic parameter is the return type. So that's how you can call into JavaScript. Fortunately, I don't have to do that because I think it's Simon Timms is the guy who wrote this project, so that's great. He already did it for me, and he took care of writing all this complicated JavaScript. So that's awesome. So I don't have to do that. Let's go back to Blazor Weather and use his package instead. So I installed his package. You may have seen in the startup class, I added his geolocation service. I put an alias for it to call it geolocation service as a injectable service in my app. And then in the location search component at the top, you can see I'm injecting the geolocation service so I can use it. All right, where do we want to use that? Well, when this image, this is the third image, that's that little target button. When it is clicked, we're going to call get local weather. What does that method do? Well, this method's just going to call the geolocation service and get the geolocation. And then it's going to use the weather forecast service, passing in the latitude and longitude to resolve that to a location that we can then use to update the weather. So hopefully that just works. Let's go back to the weather app. If I click on the target, you can see the browser saying, do you want to allow this app to use your current location? Yes. Let's see where I'm currently at. Where am I, really? I'm in Redmond. That's actually correct, and that is the correct weather for Redmond. All right, so that's how you can get the current location using an API that's actually written in JavaScript, but as far as I'm concerned, it's like it was written in C#. Now, I'd also like to be able to pin some of these locations so that I can go back to them instead of having to keep search for them. How could we do that? Well, I wrote a little push pin component. There it is. And this is just a custom checkbox that I got the markup from over the web. It has an isChecked parameter and an isCheckChanged event callback. So this has been styled to look like an actual push pin. So let's go ahead and put this onto our forecast page. And where should we put this? This will need to go, let's put it right by the location. Push pin. And we want to say is checked. We're going to bind that to the current location, and it has an isPin property so that we can tell whether it's been pinned. And then let's wire up the event callback to call our pin location method that I've already defined on the forecast component. So if we go look at pin location, here's what it's doing. It's keeping track of all the pin locations in just a collection, and then keeping track of which pin location was shown last using this pin location index. Now we also need some buttons so we can cycle through those locations. I've already got those defined here, so I'm just going to copy them in. Let's see, where do we put those? Let's put them by the image. And I like little carrots on either side of the image. These are just two little caret images that, again, have on-click handlers defined. When these handlers are called, it just changes what the current index is of the pinned location. All right, so if we reload the app now, hopefully we should be able, we see a little pin icon. You see that right there? We should be able to pin Seattle. Let's do Honolulu. Lulu. That looks good. Yeah, let's pin that. And then, oh, it's not, did I, and then let's, and it's not showing up. Why am I not showing up? What did I do wrong? I forgot something. Let me go back to my notes. What did I forget? The pin location is there. Oh, did I not save? I always forget to save. Yeah, I didn't save. Go back. So we I saved for the pin, but not for the actual extra UI so I could cycle through. So Chicago. No, let's pin this one. So pin Seattle, Chicago. And let's pin that. And yeah, now we got our icon so we can cycle through. Okay, so you get the point. So there we've done some Blazor development. And that sample will be available up later for you to play around with. Now, if this is not, well, obviously we don't have enough time to go through all that's available in Blazor. I highly encourage you to go check out our Blazor workshop where you can learn to build this awesome British pizza store, and that will teach you all about the different parts of the Blazor component models. A big shout out to our component vendors, Telerik, DevExpress, Syncfusion. They've built wonderful Blazor component libraries that you can use. Radzen's also a component vendor, and they ship a low-code solution where you can build Blazor apps with just a designer. It's pretty awesome. You should check that out. Another big shout out to our Blazor community. Thank you, Chris Sainty, who has provided us packages for local storage, which is actually part of this sample app, and also Simon for the geolocation APIs. If you want to check out lots of great projects in the community, I encourage you to go to Awesome Blazor, aka.ms/Awesome Blazor. It's a GitHub repo that keeps links to all different articles, videos, tutorials, samples, and libraries. One of my favorites is this Blasteroids sample. I'm just going to show it really fast, and then I'll get off the stage. Blasteroids is a Blazor WebAssembly app. I think it's hosted on GitHub pages, but it is doing like a full version of the 1980s Asteroids app written in .NET on WebAssembly. That's pretty awesome. All right, that's all I've got. Blazor Server is available today. Download and install it, and start doing full stack development with .NET and C#. Thank you.
Awesome, Dan. Thank you so much. That was so cool. Okay, so we have a ton of questions and excitement about Blazor. Where should we start? How about, oh, which one did we have? They jumped around again.
Oh, things are moving.
We had one picked out, we promised.
Well, here's a question. I don't remember where it is on the screen, but it was a question about browser compatibility. Are there any browsers that we need to worry about? Is this something that works everywhere?
There it is.
For Blazor on the server, it works with all the modern browsers as long as you can set up that WebSocket connection. For older browsers, you may need some polyfills to get it to work, but those polyfills are available, and a lot of them are maintained by the community. For WebAssembly, you need a browser that supports WebAssembly. So if you don't support WebAssembly, you're kind of out of luck. So like IE11, you're not going to be running Blazor WebAssembly apps on IE11.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, so I can't find Blazor project templates in Visual Studio for Mac. Any idea when we'll be adding those?
Yeah, Visual Studio for Mac is coming. We are working with them on that. It's expected in the next Visual Studio for Mac update. They're busy trying to unify all their code with Visual Studio and get all the common infrastructure in place. So they're took a little bit longer for them to get their tooling in place, but it should be coming very soon. But you can use Visual Studio Code in the meantime.
Can Blazor work with backends that are not .NET?
Absolutely. If you have a Blazor WebAssembly app, it is just a bunch of static files. You can host it on GitHub pages. You could put it on Azure Static Site Hosting and have whatever you want on the server. It could be Java on the server. It could be Python. It could be a fast typing monkey. It doesn't really matter because it's just a bunch of static files that's going to be downloaded into the browser and run client-side.
Okay, so then this question, what kind of host do I need for Blazor? You could put it in Azure Storage and make a static website. You could use Jekyll. You could put it on GitHub pages. You are non-denominational.
For the WebAssembly version, yes. Mm-hmm. For the server version, that's an actual ASP.NET Core app. So you're going to want to have actually servers at that point. That will run on the server. Like we're going to set up a SignalR connection with the server. We highly recommend using the Azure SignalR service actually with Blazor Server apps because it will handle connection scale out for you.
Nice. All right, so next question. What's the underscore generated file when you created the code behind the base class?
Great question. That's just an artifact of how the tooling works. In order to drive the IntelliSense, there are multiple passes of code generation that are occurring. We actually hope in a future release to clean that up a little bit so you don't see those generated files quite as often as you do today. Part of that is involved with us making the generated components partial classes, which is coming in .NET Core 3.1.
Excellent. What else do you think? We have several
Here,
questions.
Let's do a refresh and see if there's anything
yeah.
more. Any ideas about how many WebSocket connections server-side Blazor can handle?
Well, that really depends on how your server is set up. If you use the Azure SignalR service, it will multiplex all of the connections to your app, and you can scale up to tens of thousands of connections, no problem. The connections may not be the real bottleneck, though. Most likely it's going to be like memory on the server, because you are paying with your server resources to actually run the UI for the client. So you've got to maintain all the UI state and the component instances running on your server. So you're going to have to plan for that accordingly. And we have docs to help you do that.
All right, very cool. So what's the progress in website size end? There are a few complaints that it's too high.
The size of the website?
Yes.
Yeah, so Blazor WebAssembly is bigger. Like you have to bring a runtime with your app. There's a WebAssembly file. Right now, a default Blazor WebAssembly app, like with our project template, weighs in at about 2.5 megabytes compressed. Things that we're doing, we're improving the IO linker so we can strip out more code. Right now, we only run the IO linker on part of the app. We're going to run it on more. We think we can trim down the WebAssembly file itself. There's a bunch of tricks that we're looking at. We've even talked about like taking the DLLs and stripping out all like the PE headers and stuff like that, so they don't, so that stuff doesn't need to be downloaded. We have a bunch of tricks that we're going to look into.
But to be clear, it's still just about a megabyte or two, and is that compressed?
Yeah, that was the compressed side.
And I honestly, I've been to a lot of people's websites where they have a PNG on their homepage that's that big.
Like
so.
10 megabyte PNG, yeah. And you can cache the files. You can put it on a CDN and have people only have to download those once, because most of the time that runtime's not going to change. It's the same runtime no matter how much you're iterating on
We love you, but we have to go.
There we go. All right, so next up is Xamarin.Forms. We're writing beautiful and more productive Xamarin.Forms than ever with David.
Hello, hello, hello. Dan actually got a wonderful laugh out of me. I was supposed to be quiet, but when he said monkeys that type really fast, that speaks to the Xamarin monkey, right? So welcome. We're going to be talking about how Xamarin.Forms is more productive and beautiful than ever. So I'm glad that you've joined us. I need your help. I am David Ortnow, Principal Program Manager for Mobile Developer Tools, covering the Xamarin Mobile SDKs and all of our tooling, or with our tooling. There are many of us that work on this product, and I'm really excited today to share with you the cool new stuff that we've been doing. So first of all, I want to hear from you. So I've been live streaming once a week for quite a while now on Twitch. And I find that people tune in from all over the world. So we're talking about the weather today, and we've talked a lot about the weather in Redmond. But where are you? Where are you watching from? Go to your Twitter client, whatever your favorite Twitter client is. Use the .NET Conf hashtag and tell me where you're watching from. Are you in North America? Yes, I went back to the slides, sorry. Are you in North America? Where are you? You're clearly supposed to be working right now if you're in North America. But, you know, this is work. This is education for what you do on a day-to-day basis. So that's all good. How about South America? And, of course, North America. I included Central America. I'm going to skip over something. How about the great continent of Africa? I know that we have a lot of people that will tune in from Africa when I stream. So it's always great to see people from that region of the world. Xamarin is such a global community. It's really awesome. It's one of the things I prize most about working for Microsoft is being able to interact with people all over the world. So how about Europe? Where are you coming in from? I'm looking for some tweets here. Come on, hit me with some tweets. All right, we've got one in St. Louis, my hometown, Kerala, India, Norway, Olympia, Washington, not too far away, Mexico, Belgium, sweet. All right. Oceanside, California. I don't know exactly where that is, but it's Oceanside, so I need to go visit. That sounds amazing. Awesome. Well, and the land down under. We cannot forget the land down under, right? Because I know that we've got a strong, vibrant .NET Xamarin community there, passionate about the technology, trying to get more and more adoption where they work, and we want to help support them as best we can. One of my favorite Twitch streamers, little teaser, is in Australia. So let's talk about the weather. So as I mentioned, if you saw the keynote this morning, I believe it was Glenn that said Redmond's the only weather that matters. And given where you are in the world, I imagine you think not, that the weather all over the world matters. So let's look at how we can address this. I'm going to jump over to my Visual Studio, let my Android emulator resize. All right, we're good, we're good. So this is the demo you saw from James Montemagno earlier during the keynote. Again, same code. If I zoom in here, if I know my keystrokes, I don't know my keystrokes. Yes, oh, I do. Look at that. All right, so same solution. It's got all the Blazor, the server-side stuff, all that here. And then I added some stuff, right? Of course, I have to add my stuff. So this is the same project running, and you've got Seattle here. But I've done some things, of course. I want to show you what's new and great in Xamarin.Forms. So first of all, let's start with Shell. So what Shell provides you is a new container for your applications to make them more flexible, make it easier for you to create the flyout menus, the tab bars, whether they're at the bottom or the top, as well as some navigation services, which we'll dig into here in just a minute. But the first thing I need is to be able to get to that side menu. So I'm going to come on down here, and I'm going to use another new thing that we have in Xamarin.Forms. Actually, as I'm looking at this, there's at least 2 new things here in Xamarin.Forms. So let me go KU. So now I'm adding an image button. I'll go ahead and save that, and it'll update. And now I've got a button over here that I can open my menu. So what are those new things that I just mentioned? Well, first of all, we now have an image button. Yay! Of course, before you could have used an image, you could have used a button, and you could have potentially come up with something that met your design needs. But there's a good reason to explicitly have an image button for accessibility reasons, for findability so that you can find the thing that you need, and it behaves slightly differently. The other new thing that I used is the font image source. So this is actually Font Awesome. And I have a static class here that brings in the Unicode special characters that I need to be able to use that. And then I can come in here and pick something else. Ooh, what do we have here? Ooh, air freshener. I don't know why I would ever use an air freshener, but you know, it's important to have, right? So you can change that out. And then, of course, I can do it like this. Now, I could have done this. Because what I've actually done, and I'll show you, is up here at the top, I have my shell, and I can access this from anywhere in my application and control how I want my app shell to behave. So at this point, I have hidden the nav bar, but I can go ahead and flip that back to true, and it'll bring it back in. But it's not designed for this. You know, the beautiful design that James pulled together for this really doesn't work with that. So that's why I decided to hide it. Now, with it available, that menu works out of the box. You don't have to go add a button like I just did, but I wanted to because, hey, I wanted to show off. So I'll go ahead and hide that again, and let's look at the shell file itself. So what's going on here? So let's move this out of the way. Go away. There we go. All right, so super simple. I've got those 3 flyout menu items that you just saw. I open that back up again. And so I've got my flyout menu for the Seattle, and then St. Louis, which we're going to next, my hometown. And then we've got the world map. And then, so essentially, it's just a shell file, nothing super magic here. And then I start declaring what it is that I want. 3 flyouts, and these are the pages that you should go to. Note that I am using data templates. This is a good practice to get into because it allows things to load upon demand. And you don't have to worry about things eagerly loading and slowing down your app startup time. So it's a good practice to get into. All right, let's see, where do we want to go next? So I think we need to go to St. Louis. And let's correct this Seattle is the only weather that matters thing. So it looks like it's currently 78 in St. Louis. I already did the view model magic to make that happen, which is not really magic, it's just a view model. So let's go up here first to, where does it say Seattle? Let's correct that. Of course, we don't want just one location. I saw Dan in the previous session did a very nice job of showing how to upgrade the app to support multiple locations. We'll go ahead and bind that location so we can get St. Louis coming off of our view model. Excellent. And then he has a Space Needle here. We don't have a Space Needle in St. Louis. What do we have in St. Louis? Well, clearly we have the arch. So I have an image here of the St. Louis skyline that shows off the arch. Very beautiful. Woohoo! Love that. But really, I would be remiss not to include this. So St. Louis currently is the proud possessor of the Stanley Cup. So that's important to know. It keeps showing up all over town in St. Louis. So now I think we have a proper, right? We have a proper St. Louis representative map or weather page there. But let's go a little bit further and let's show you a couple of other new things that Xamarin.Forms has for you now. So I've just gone to this page, and you would be forgiven if you thought that the city list page is utilizing a list view. It is not a list view. This is collection view. Collection view we've been previewing for several versions. It's now in, we're shipping Xamarin.Forms 4.3 pre-release. And so you can use it today. And when 4.0 goes stable, we expect to call this a stable release. We're vetting the last of the bugs and making sure that the features meet that MVP bar for shipping this. I think it's really, really useful. So let me show you a few things that we have going on here. So first of all, here is my collection view. And the syntax is very similar to what you would be experiencing or are used to if you use the list view. This is built on all modern controls, UI collection view on the iOS side. I believe it's recycler view on the Android side. And we also have a UWP implementation based on that control. I have this inside of a grid. I have my item source bound here. It's a flat list of cities, as you can see. I have declared a linear layout. Now, if I remove that, I believe it actually defaults to a linear layout. But I wanted to add the item spacing to it, which is why I declared it so that I could add this nice spacing. Now, something else that you can do is it can do horizontal orientation. Woohoo! And the crowd goes wild. Of course, now my design starts to look a little funky, so let's clean this up a little bit. We'll give the columns a width so that they spread out a bit. That didn't really do all the magic that I wanted, but we're okay. So let's look at a couple of other layouts. So in addition to a linear layout, we also have a grid layout. And then within the grid layout, I can declare how many grid items I want to have. So I'm going to start with 2. And let's see, orientation, I'll go ahead and stay with vertical. And I believe I have both vertical spacing and horizontal spacing. Very nice. Save that. All right, we're looking a bit better. Let's see here. I think I want to make this a little bit wider. Oh, you know what? I bet you if I comment that back out, that'll make it a little bit better. But let's do this. Let's go to a horizontal and look at a couple of other looks here. So, of course, what I'm doing now is this is all hot reload, XAML hot reload, which is in Visual Studio 2019 16.3, which ships today, as well as Visual Studio for Mac 8.3 shipping today. And so you can go experience this. Make sure you go to your preferences, tools options, or file preferences, and go turn on the XAML hot reload option. Make sure that you're also using Xamarin.Forms 4.1 or newer. Of course, you're going to want to experience all of this goodness, so you'll already be on 4.3 pre-2, so that'll be no problem for you. All right, let's do a few more things here. So I'm inside my data template, and I'm just manipulating things inside the data template to see what all I could possibly do here with this. And you'll notice that I am getting horizontal scrolling here. Let's see, let me fix this. How did I have that layout before? So I've got a row and a row. Yep. Vertical and bottom. So I think I just need to make my row taller and get a little more space there so that my label is at the bottom and my, There we go. So that's looking a bit better. And then if I do this, I want to show you what it looks like. I created this cool color converter to kind of spice things up and bring some color to the picture here. So let's uncomment this puppy. So what this is I'm just binding to the current weather temp. So based on what the temperature is, we're going to have a color that represents that temperature. And then I have a little converter here, temp to color converter, no big deal. At this point, it's not doing the fancy math, which would be awesome to do with the hexadecimal colors. It's just using a big old honkin' switch statement. But hey, gets the job done. That's the kind of developer I am. I'm definitely in the get the job done camp. And then we save this, and now you see we're starting to get some pretty sweet colors. Yay. And you can do a lot of things with this. Of course, it supports commanding, supports pull to refresh, and actually, and I've seen this come up in some of our collection view and other challenges, is where's the pull to refresh? I need a pull to refresh. Well, refresh is a reusable control, so it's actually its own thing. So you would set it up like this, and then up here on the refresh view, you can tell it what your command is. And I'm not sure that I have a refresh command, but let's check it out. Yeah, I do have a reload command. Woohoo. So now if I save this, we're in dangerous territory. I've never actually tested this. Oh yeah, see, I totally goofed it up. But I have another, oh, there's the refresh view though. There you go. Probably need to make that bigger. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Do this. Uncomment that puppy. Make this thing like 400. Yeah, well, we're in good shape. So refresh view is pretty awesome. So that's it for the demos. I've got a ton of slides to get through. And how much time do I have left? Ooh, I need to hustle. All right, there's just so many good things to celebrate. So we'll go ahead and kill that puppy. And let's get on over here. So I wanted to recap some of the announcements from this morning in case you missed it or just in case you needed a reminder. Here are the links for XAML Hot Reload as well as the Hot Restart that we announced a private preview of this morning. I have used the Hot Restart and it is pretty magical. I think it's going to blow your mind. Now it is a private preview, so it's very early bits, and things will continue to mature at a very nice pace. Same thing with Hot Reload. Very nice to see these productivity things improving quickly. And then for the latest SDKs, we have iOS 13 is out, Xamarin Android 10 is out, as well as Xamarin.Forms 4.3 Pre-2. So all those good things for you to go play with today. Oh, I should probably make my slides full screen. Ooh, I can do this. All right. So let's dig into a few other things after I give a quick plug. Come on, you can do it. Presenter mode. Presenter mode. All right. We have quite a few other awesome sessions coming up. These right here, take a picture of that, take a screenshot of that. Excellent sessions coming up. They will go deeper into a lot of the things that I'm kind of skirting over the top of. So if you want to know more about, especially those productivity tools, Maddie Leggere's session on day 3, all these sessions are going to be amazing. John Douglas, they're all going to be amazing. So check them all out. All right, beautiful UI. Let me show you some things that are just pretty mind-blowing. So I got to give a huge shout out here to former Xamarin University instructor and current MS Learn awesome guy, Kim Philpotts down in Australia. On every Friday, he does a Twitch stream where he takes a different design from Dribbble and creates these gorgeous, gorgeous things in just a few hours using just Xamarin.Forms and the community of plugins that are available. So this is a trend I'm seeing across the Xamarin community, that people are creating just amazing things. This is the maturity of the platform and where we've gotten to. It's just awesome. So how does Xamarin deliver this awesome? Here's a quick recap for anyone that it might be new to Xamarin. This is all .NET. We create bindings to the iOS, Android, and any other .NET framework for the runtimes. We have shared native UI, which is the Xamarin.Forms layer, as well as Skia Sharp and different things like that can share the same UI across platforms. And then all the shared logic. So you get 100% access to native APIs, native experience. You can be sharing tons of code depending on how you architect your application, all with .NET. It's an awesome promise. And again, we love to celebrate this every year, but iOS 13 just shipped. Matter of fact, I believe there was another release late Friday from Apple, and our iOS team is doing an amazing job supporting that so that on day one, customers such as Seeing AI, as you see here in the tweet, can be utilizing dark mode and all the other iOS 13 features for access to the store on day one. That's a proud tradition we have. We're excited to be able to support our customers in doing that. And I know of several other customers that I've worked with directly to help make sure that their apps for their high profile, very important needs are there on day one. And so the platform itself is mature and growing. We've got all these controls and so many more. There is a swipe view that's about to be merged. We've got camera views coming. We've got media elements coming. We've got radio buttons coming. But we've recently added also the image button, the checkbox, the carousel view, collection view. It's fantastic. And it's not us saying, oh, we've got to ship feature. It's us listening closely to you about what you need from the platform to be successful building your apps. And that is what's driving us delivering these things to the point where you're telling us, oh, it's very rare I have to create something custom on my own. I just pull what's already shipped in the box and use that. So that's fantastic. And then the great ecosystem of providers, vendor providers, and then the third-party ecosystem of you basically in the community shipping things that are useful to you to help others is a huge, tremendous help. Some really cool stuff on here, and the icons start to make you hungry when you start seeing stacks of pancakes. I know that James in his demo showed off the pancake view. It's in this code as well. It's just awesome. And of course, all the wonderful enterprises, companies that bank on .NET and Xamarin and have great success with it. So I want to give a big shout out to our contributors. Last year at this time, actually this is a slide from my presentation last year, we celebrated all the Xamarin.Forms contributors, and I'm here to say that we have expanded that and we are going to be sending out wonderful gifts to all of the Xamarin contributors, from docs to essentials to iOS and Android to forms, Skia Sharp, all the things that we maintain. We really appreciate your collaboration with us, bringing us your ideas as well as your help and your love. So look forward to that. I will be shooting out a request for emails. And then I wanted to highlight a few things from the community. This was in February, a ton of awesome blog posts from you. I had nothing to do with this. We had nothing to do with this. This is the community that is just rising up with excitement about what you can do today with Xamarin.Forms. And then in July, we have the Xamarin UI July, another community-led thing. And you can see these screens are just gorgeous. I'm drooling here. It's crazy good. And I wanted to give a shout out to all of those who started streaming. I remember when James Montemagno and Jeff Fritz were the only streamers out there doing anything .NET. And here we are. It's just growing. It's exploding. It's very cool. Check out this link. I got a list of those that I was aware of. If there are more, let me know. All right. I have just a few more things to highlight for you from Xamarin.Forms that I've already mentioned, so I'll just touch on them briefly. Shell. The easiest way today to be starting off your applications. You don't necessarily need to migrate your existing stuff, but for new applications, this is a great quick start for you that's extremely flexible. You can see just how simple the code is to do a flyout menu, to do the bottom tabs, and then of course to do top tabs if your app needs that as well. Very little code, very explicit about what it is that you want. And then that navigation service that I mentioned. When you want to go from a list page to a detail page, now it's as simple as using that global navigation service that's available everywhere. You don't have to worry about it not being there. And you can even pass in query string parameters. So you pass in that city ID, and then on the receiving page, the detail page, you attribute the query property to make sure that that is applied to the public property of your binding context, whether that's the view model or the page itself. So very easy to use. I didn't mention this much today, but visual, if your goal is to have the same look and feel between iOS and Android, visual is a great start for you. Material design components ship with all these components out of the box so that you don't have to spend time tweaking. And then, of course, slide. I showed you all these wonderful things coming from Collection View. I would love to see what you're working on. And then right now, we're actually running a carousel view challenge, and these are some of the actual contributions from the community, from you, that what you're able to do with the current collection view, or the carousel view, pardon. So this is still open. There is swag on the line. You could be getting that monkey. I don't think it'll help you type very quickly, but it'll look great on the mantle, and you can make sure that your children don't steal that monkey. So please enter that. It expires end of the day Wednesday. You can check the blog for all the details on that if you just go to the dev blog Xamarin. And with that, I sped through to the end for questions. Do we have any questions?
We definitely have some questions.
Yay!
Thank you so much, David. Yeah, first off, tons of excitement about Xamarin.Forms. Which one was the one I picked out? Oh, so some say you are flowing like Bob Ross. That's a great compliment. So you should add some happy little birds to your UI.
Yes.
I like it. Okay, back to one of the real questions. Let's see.
I did want to sneak in one thing here. We have a URL, .NETConf.net/party for all the clues to the treasure hunt, if you're looking for a single place to find those treasure hunt clues.
Pretty cool. Okay, so when will Xamarin also move to .NET Core?
Yeah, so that's a conversation we're having. We actually have a pull request from the community for the community-supported WPF backend. It's not something that we talk about a ton, but it exists. So it's shown to be working, and as soon as we see strong customer need for it, we'll make sure we prioritize that. Denny.
All right, so another comment was just we're making some accessibility dreams come true. So they're liking the image button a lot with Xamarin.Forms.
Shout out to Denny DeClerc.
I love Denny. He's with our customer panel. We get a bunch of customers together to understand accessibility.
Great.
Lots
so,
of folks tweeting where they are watching. Let's see if we can do a reload
Yeah,
here.
sorry.
We kind of got overloaded by where people are watching.
You needed
from
that
tweets.
great weather data, though.
That's true. It was relevant to the topic. Very cool. People are excited about XAML hot reloading. Pretty sweet.
How does that actually work?
How does the XAML hot reloading
It just seems
work?
like magic.
It is not magic. It's elbow grease and good work. So we're utilizing our XAML-C and the IL and passing that to the running app. Under the hood, it's using the debugger connection to pass things back and forth, so it's extremely stable, which is really important for those enterprise and corporate environments where that network may have issues, right? And so the other solutions that use HTTP servers and embed little servers in your app, those are problematic. So with the debugger connection, it works really well.
Very cool. So if it works in the debugger, then the hot reload will work well for you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, so first we're going to go to a commercial, and after we get back from that, we're going to be with Shane Boyer, and he'll be talking about building cloud-native apps with .NET Core 3.0 and Kubernetes. See you back in a bit.
Kubernetes.
Hey there, treasure hunters. Your next clue is courtesy of our friends at DocuSign. And they want you to use the landing page to guide you in poking around DocuSign. Hey there, treasure hunters. Your next clue is courtesy of our friends at DocuSign. And they want you to use the landing page to guide you in poking around DocuSign's C# tools to find the solution code. Go to this URL. Poke around there, find that secret code, whisper the response that you found back to the .NET bot in the Visual Studio Twitch channel. Let it know and you could be well on your way to the next step in our technical treasure hunt.
Hey friends, let's talk about installing .NET. If you've followed us in our other videos on C#, you probably installed .NET by installing Visual Studio 2019, and that's really the easiest way to do it. You just go up to visualstudio.com. If you have Windows, you can download Visual Studio 2019, and during the installation process, you'll be greeted with a screen like this. As long as you click on ASP.NET or .NET Core, you'll get the components that you need, and .NET gets installed automatically because you're a .NET developer. You get all those things for free, built in.
Right. So Visual Studio Community is the free one for hobbyists and developers and students, all of that.
If you're on a Mac, you can go and get Visual Studio for Mac, which works really great. Now, if you either don't want to use or can't use either of those, you can certainly install .NET anywhere. You can go and install it manually on Windows, Linux, Mac, or Docker at the command line. Those things are all free and open source. It's just a little bit more manual. You won't get all of the cool features of syntax highlighting and IntelliSense and the build tools and the debugging and the things that we'll be showing in this video, but .NET can be used on any platform with any editor. In fact, on my machine, you can see me running .NET at the command line here on Windows. I'm using the .NET command. Or on Ubuntu. Here I am on a Linux machine running .NET as well. All these things are available on really any platform. Now, for the purposes of this video and this video series, which is the .NET Core 101 series, we're going to be using Visual Studio 2019 on Windows. But you can follow along on Windows, Mac, or Linux. Let's go.
All right. So my name is Shane Boyer, and I am a PM on the Cloud Advocate team. And today we're going to be talking about building cloud-native apps with .NET Core 3.0 and Kubernetes. So a couple of things that we're going to go through here is first we're going to talk about some health checks, address the changes and updates that we've made in the Docker images, talk about that new template that Glenn started out with. He did a great job, but we're going to jump more into building some worker services, some endpoint routing, and then we'll talk about some of the things that we can do with Kubernetes and also the configuration system that we have built into ASP.NET Core and .NET Core and what it offers there. So first, let's talk about health checks. Health checks is that endpoint that we have built into our system here in ASP.NET Core. And I know for a long time in my past life at work, I've done a lot of coding around building an endpoint that we used to call watchdog services, where I would just build an endpoint on my services that would return some sort of a response that in turn I would probably have some sort of a service that would hit it and say that it was okay. So now in ASP.NET Core, we've got a new way to create an endpoint that's just a simple add. So now we're just referencing a new NuGet package that's ASP.NET Core diagnostics under health checks. And just by adding in this new services middleware, services.add health checks, and then now adding this new endpoint, endpoints.map health checks. And then in this specific example, I'm just adding a /health, and we can make that anything we'd like, but for me it makes sense to add /health. By running that, now I can go ahead and hit that /health endpoint, and it returns obviously a response if I'm healthy, and it'll say okay or return that 200. Now we can expand upon that and also add in, my transitions want to keep going, add in add database checks as well. So if I want to make sure that my app also has database connectivity, I can also set up connections to my database backends. And if my service is not connecting to the database properly, then it will return an unhealthy response as well. And this is really helpful when you're running into microservice development and you're deploying onto your cluster or into your containers, and you want to make sure that when you're doing these rolling updates that your service starts up correctly and you're hitting your health points that they're up and running. So just by adding that add database checks is available now also in these diagnostics as well. So moving on to our Docker images. Now, containers is really at the core of building our microservices. And some of the improvements that we've done in .NET Core 3.0 is really important when it comes to doing that inner loop development and making these more efficient as we're building out our services. And as a part of that, making them smaller is very important. So when we look at our Debian-based images, previously under 2.2, they were 261 megs, which is a decent size, but now we've reduced that down to 207. And in Alpine images, you'll see that we've got 166 down to 106. And that's a significant reduction in size when it comes to pulling those images and also scaling out. Then that's just the SDK. When you're looking at the actual runtime here, we're down to 88 megs on an Alpine image, which is really nice when it comes to being able to pull those images and scale those out on a cluster when we're having to expand for those spikes in traffic. Now, Glenn mentioned in the keynote real briefly about building out the new worker service. Now, a worker service is a new template that we have available to us in .NET Core 3.0 that allows us to build those types of services that don't necessarily rely on an HTTP request. These services are much like that Windows service that you would create that has long-running processes that just needs to continually run and do work without having to rely on some sort of a request. These are also services that we can expand to do work similar to a system daemon service on Linux with simple support. Really easy to get started with this. It works on a generic host, and a generic host is much like our web host, except it does not rely on anything that's web specific. The web host builder is built to kind of pre-run Kestrel. This here is just to host any generic service that's built on the iHost builder. And in this specific example, here we just have a worker service that's going to add a hosted service and be able to run. In order to expand that to run a Windows service, we're just going to add a NuGet package very simply using the hosting.windows service NuGet package, and then add one simple line called use Windows service. And similarly, if we want to run a systemd service on Linux, it's the same example for us to make that change. We add the Microsoft extension hosting.systemd NuGet package, and then just add .use systemd. And then all of the other nice features of .NET Core is available to us, such as dependency injection, and all of the other features as far as middleware are available to us here. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to hop out to my Ubuntu WSL. And very simply, we'll just use our .NET New. We'll say worker. And we'll make an out directory of worker. And here we're just using the new template. It's going to create our worker service. And we'll see what that looks like in VS Code. So we'll open this up on VS Code to see how this looks like. And it looks like it's going to unpack a couple of things for us on our VS Code server, which means we got a quick update. All right. So what this is going to show here is just the template. We'll open up our worker real quick. And this is going to look like many of the other templates that we've had in .NET Core 3.0. Again, it just works on the generic host. And by default, we're going to have our logger. It's an iLogger. And we'll execute async with the cancellation. In this particular, the template here, it's just going to wait for a cancellation token or a cancellation request to come in before it shuts down the service. In our program CS, you'll see it uses create host builder, does the build run. We don't want to do that right now. And it's just going to run our worker service. So we go look at worker real quick. And what it's doing is basically is every second, we're just going to write out to the console that we're running at a specific time. So if I go back out to our command line here in Ubuntu, let's do our simple .NET run. Oh, I actually have to go into my worker. Let's clear that and do .NET run. So this should run just like any of our other .NET applications, and the expectation should be that it's just actually going to print out that we're running here. And you'll see that we're workers running, which is really great. Now, we could add those NuGet packages and either set this up as a Linux service or as our Windows service. But we should, in the interest of staying with our theme of building our services that would run on Kubernetes, I thought it'd be nice for us to put this in a Docker container, because I want to run this on my cluster maybe to do some other work later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a Docker container here. And we'll pick .NET Core. We'll run it on Linux. And sure, why not? So now that we have our Docker container in here, it'll just produce our worker here. I'm going to use kind of the power of the cloud to build this. And I'm going to go ahead and use my Azure Container registry to go ahead and build this out for me. So I'll do this build, and I'll go ahead and tag this as my worker service if I can spell here, service 1, and we'll tag it latest. I need to pass my registry and the context. So what we'll do is we'll actually take our worker service and we'll send it up to, make sure my Docker file is in there. Where did it add my Docker file? Oops. Let's just do it this way. We'll build our image. My in worker. Doesn't seem to find my worker file there. All right, so we did this earlier. We're going to go ahead and go up into our worker. So we've got one built here. So we've got a latest, and we can actually run an instance of this. We can run an instance in our container. Let's see, this is worker 2. Run it in Linux here. And we can deploy this container over to an actual container instance. So this would run an actual ACI instance of the actual worker. And while that's deploying, we'll go ahead and look at our container instances. And we've got a worker side test here. And we could fire this up to see how this is running. So we could start that container, right? And the expectation would be that our logs would show the same thing as the actual container instance running, which is great. So now we can take a worker service that would run, and you could expect that we could build this to take some things off of a queue and do some work and then shut it down as we need to, or just have a long running process. So we'll let that fire up and go on to the next thing here. So endpoint routing is another feature that we have that basically, as we were building out previous APIs using MVC, some of the feedback that we got was, well, I don't really want the V as a part of my MVC. And what I want to build is just the actual endpoint here. So I would like to build a lot of APIs for my microservices that are out there. And really all I want to do is just put an endpoint on that work, on that microservice, because it's just doing specific work on a specific endpoint. So as we saw with the health checks, that's also using this endpoint routing as a way to return a response on a specific route. So here we're just adding app.useRouting, and then we're saying use endpoints and mapping that /hello to a response. And this is just part of the simple web template that if I go to /hello, it'll return our hello world. And I don't have to set up the controllers or the models or the views as part of MVC. So this allows me to do endpoints and services based on just a path as opposed to setting up the whole MVC without doing that. So if I go back to my Ubuntu instance here, we can see what that looks like. And we can just do .NET new, and we can say web, and we'll do simple web output here. All right. Let's see what that looks like. All right, so if I go into my startup, we've got our endpoints use routing. We're mapping this here. And again, we could just come down here and map another endpoint if we wanted to. Same way. Map endpoint. Nope, we don't want to do that. Thank you. Map endpoints. And I could do /Shane if I wanted to. And then have a response as well. And then have do that same type of response for whatever endpoint you wanted to. It's very simple. All right. So the last thing that we've got is our configuration. So .NET Core configuration is based on the key value pairs. We have a lot of providers, and the configuration providers read configuration data into those key value pairs. And since 2.0, 2.1, we've been able to use JSON, XML, any environmental variables. Now we have Azure App Configuration as an option, and there's a lot of other custom configuration providers as well. So why is that important for microservices? And that really comes into Kubernetes. So Kubernetes provides two primary mechanisms for configuring their apps. And one is config maps, and another is secrets. So in the secrets here is basically kind of what we've been doing in ASP.NET Core, where we don't want to deploy our database connection strings and other secrets with our app settings, but we want to create a file and be able to put them into a location that's private and secure. So in Kubernetes, we can create a secret with a key and also pass that file in there, and that'll create that generic secret on the cluster or pod that can be used by the application. So in the actual deployment YAML file, we'll notice here that we've got the key points here in the volume we're creating here. We're creating that secrets back. So if I go back to the previous slide here, what we're doing is we're using the file secrets.json with that secret connection. So if I'm connecting to a database, I'm going to create that on the pod. And then I'll reference that in that volume that I'm creating on my Kubernetes cluster on the pod under /app/secrets, and then using that as a key value. Now in my ASP.NET Core or .NET Core application, I'm going to use that add.json file in my configuration builder in order to reference that, and now it's going to be available to me on my pod. Now the good thing about that is it just works. I don't have to think extra about how I need to reference that information in my Kubernetes configuration as a developer. I'm just doing it as it makes sense to me with any other configuration. It's the same as in any file or XML file. I'm just adding it to a path that I think or should exist on the actual infrastructure that I'm deploying to. So if we're going to look at this example here, if I just open up the full example, actually let's go back and check on our sidecar test here. Looks like we should be running. If we look at our logs for this container, let's refresh that. Our logs are available. We can actually go check our logs here and refresh them. And now our worker is sending back our logs, which is pretty great. All right. So now let me look at our worker here. Too many CDs. All right, so awesome. So we'll open up this app, and this is a full worker file that basically will work as a sidecar for us. But what I want to show here is in our, sorry, that's the wrong app. We want to actually look at the web application that has our configuration in it. So in our web application, we've got our Kubernetes deployment files. And that's where we're mapping all of our configuration. Here we go. So let's see if we can get rid of this, open this a little bit more. All right. So here's our Kubernetes file for our deployments for the actual web application. And then what we also want to look at is the worker. And the worker file is using that configuration to where we're setting some environment variables. We also have a secret already set up in order to set our configuration to an Azure table storage that's set up as a secret as I shown on the slide before. So what I want to do now is we'll walk through and look at setting up a worker that I've set up as a container. We deploy to ACR, and that worker we've set up as a way to work as a sidecar to monitor that healthy endpoint. You'll see that here in our values that this worker is configured to hit a healthy endpoint and report back as a log watcher, basically to make sure that we're up and running, and it's going to report that into table storage for us. So this is an example of a worker that's just set up in a container, kind of as a long running process, very similar to maybe a Windows service that you might run under a box under your desk as a watchdog service to make sure your apps are up and running. So what I want to do now is take all of this and basically push it up to Kubernetes and make sure we're up and going. So just as we go out to our configuration, and we need to clear this out. So now I want to deploy all this out to my cluster. And if the cloud is working great for us today, we want to let's look at our cluster, make sure we're running. All right, so we have no services currently running out there. So now what I want to do is first apply our worker service. Actually, let's actually put the web out there first. Deployment. So that's good to go. And then now we're going to actually set out the worker service. The deployment will deploy our web service out there. Now we want the worker service to be out there. So it's going to check and see if it's up and running. All right, so let's clear. And then we'll actually look at our services. All right, so it looks like simple web is being loaded. We're waiting for that public endpoint. And the worker sidecar is also running. So what we'll do is we'll do kube control, and we'll get services and see if we get a public IP. Look, our public IP is running, so now we can go look at our super fancy website. Make sure that's up and going. All right, so hello world is working. That's fantastic. Check our health endpoint, because that's what our worker service is going to hit. Oh, healthy can be found. This might be a good test for our worker service. All right, now we can go check our logs. Let's take this down here. So our logs are actually going to write out to our table storage. It's already written 231. So we go all the way down to the bottom. We'll do a refresh. You can see here it's debug, it's starting. You see our worker is running, it's hitting our start. We're getting some information here. Let's go back to the end. One more refresh. Go back to the last log. And it looks like the web app is good to go. So now we've got a sidecar worker service that's really not related to the actual application. You can imagine we have multiple applications on there, multiple services to check those health endpoints to make sure we're up and going. And now it's hitting an Azure table storage using Serilog. So we're using the other services that are available to us to develop these applications, and all running in a Kubernetes cluster. We just make sure that we're still going here. Control here. And make sure everything is up and going. Awesome. So now I have my super awesome Hello World app. It's being monitored by a worker service, and I'm getting logged in Azure table storage. All right, let's go back here. And that takes me to the end of my time. So I don't know if we have any questions available. My friends are jumping into the board here. We do have some questions. Awesome.
Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this board to get some fresh stuff out here. So thanks so much. That was really some interesting Kubernetes stuff. So let's see.
Pictures of doggos.
Also pictures of doggos. We love
Pictures of
those.
doggos.
Keep sending them our way. So will the new worker services work on Azure App Services? If so, do they run as web jobs?
That's a good question. You can actually
That
run,
actually mixes two things together.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, what's funny is that I want to say that you can actually run it on Azure App Service. You can run containers on Azure App Service, so that's one way of doing that.
Or we could just have David Fowler.
Look at that.
Walk right over
hey,
here.
Fowler
he's
is
like
here.
trying to jump in here.
Talk into the microphone.
So, which one, mine?
I think, is your mic on?
Your mic's probably on
Yeah,
at
there you
this
go.
point.
So answer that question. Oh, there you go.
Will it run on web jobs?
So by default, if you deploy a worker service to app service, it will set up a web job for you.
Oh,
So you can run it as a web job.
Because it knows it's on app service, and that's the best place for them.
Correct.
But you don't have to.
Yeah, you
Excellent.
don't have to, but if you
Yeah.
do, it will say web job, and then it will add the right things to make it a web job.
Yeah,
All
I live in
right.
containers, so I know what to run on a container.
All right, back to your side of the room. We'll get over to you. Log and screen.
We'll have a talk
No.
later.
All right. So that's a Blazor question. Sorry, we probably already got that one. That
The
guy?
worker
Yeah.
service in a container in Kubernetes is not stateful, correct? So if the container dies, the service stops running.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
But
Behaves the same as any other thing that you would run in a container.
Cool. Let's see. What else do we got? Lots
Send us
of.
pictures. We want pictures. If you want tasteful pictures of yourself or your dog, just
Or like literally tasting of yourself and your dog. That's good too.
priorities here.
Yeah.
Because the right priorities.
Oktoberfest.
I think we're going to commercial.
Yeah. So we'll be back in a bit with Stefan and David on what's their talk? It's Azure, SignalR.
We have
Core
got
3.
here what's new in SignalR with .NET Core 3.0.
All right. See you after the break.
World app. Now we did a video on a Hello World app, but we
Yeah.
did it from the perspective of C#. We looked at the namespace and the using commands and things like that. In fact, we did a whole video series and we ran the application. We hit Control F5 to start without debugging, but we never really looked and found the thing we made, did we?
Yeah, we were really code focused. And for me, it's not really concrete until I see where it exists on my computer's disk. So let's take a look at project types.
So what we're looking at right here is exactly where we left off at the end of the C# video series. We were making a little banking application. It's a console app. So it's not a Windows app that pops up and has buttons and things. It runs at the command line. And over here on the right-hand side, we've got this Solution Explorer. Are those my files? Is that a representation of what's happening on the disk?
Right, so what you see in the File Explorer isn't exactly what you see in the Solution Explorer. So here you have a bin folder and an object folder. You have .cs proj files. None of that you see in the Solution Explorer because that isn't exactly what you need right now when you're in your coding.
Are they kind of hiding that from me? Because it's really not the point right now. The point is my code.
Right.
Okay, but we were building stuff, we were running stuff. We spent a whole bunch of videos learning C#. I was running my application by pressing Control F5 or start without debugging, or F5 to debug, but I never really saw the thing. Like, where's my thing I made?
Right, so the output of your app is actually in the bin folder. Why don't you double click on that?
Okay, bin,
And in debug,
debug.
and in NET Core App 3.0. So now we can see the .exe, which is the output application of what we built.
Okay, so that's the stuff I made, my Superbank EXE and my Superbank DLL, and then there's some other kind of peripheral stuff that came along for the ride.
Right.
Can I run that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I run that, well, that wasn't exciting. It just kind of, let me do that again. Maybe I did it wrong. It just came and went.
You didn't do it wrong. So that's basically what console apps look like. If we don't add like a console.readline or it doesn't wait for feedback. Why don't we run that from the command prompt?
Okay, so I'll go out to my command prompt. I'm using the Windows terminal. And you'll notice that I'm in the same folder, right? I'm in the exact same folder. And I can compare
Bin,
these
debug,
two folders.
NET Core App. Okay.
Like, I actually right-clicked here in Explorer and I said copy. And I came down to the command line and I said CD and I pasted it in. That's how I got here. And if I type dir, that's the same stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you said I can run that. So my Superbank, I'm going to hit tab. Remember, tab's our friend in Visual Studio, and it's our friend at the command line. So I'll hit enter. Aha! That's what I was seeing yesterday
Right.
when we were doing C# videos. Okay, so that's the app that we wrote yesterday, which is great. So the Superbank EXE and the stuff around it is my app. Can I just take that and give that to my family and they can run it too?
Yeah, if they're running it on the same operating system. If you want to publish it out to different operating systems, you can run different commands, but we'll cover that in a different video.
Yep, we're going to go through publishing and the difference between running on Windows or running on Mac or running Ubuntu a little bit later, and the idea of a .NET runtime and how that runtime is needed, and all those things in the publishing video. But that's a Hello World. Like that's the anatomy of a .NET Hello World application using Visual Studio 2019. Stick with us for more .NET Core videos coming up next.
I'm David Fowler.
And I'm Stefan Halter.
We're going to talk about what's new in SignalR in .NET Core 3.0. All right, so here's our agenda. We're going to start off by doing a small version of what is SignalR, a 101 for those of you who aren't familiar with the platform. We'll talk about our new NPM organization. So we made a small change to where we store the package in 3.0, and that's important. We'll talk about the new feature client to server and server to client streaming. It's a pretty cool feature that we have a demo for in 3.0. The most sought after feature in SignalR has been reconnects. If you've used SignalR before, you know it's a source of pain. So in 3.0, we have a new feature called automatic reconnect, and we have a demo for that as well. That Stefan will show in a few seconds. If you're familiar with .NET Core 3.0, we have a feature called server-side Blazor, which is powered by SignalR as well. And finally, if you want to scale your application in Azure, use the Azure SignalR Service. All right, so what is SignalR? SignalR is a client, we call it a persistent connection abstraction. What that really means is any place you want to use WebSockets or get live updates, you could use SignalR instead. It's an abstraction because we have multiple transports backing the actual connection. It can be long polling, server-sent events, or WebSockets.
So why not just always use WebSockets?
Some clients aren't capable of doing WebSockets, so depending on your client and service capabilities, you may have to downgrade to different transports. So let's talk about how each of those work before we go into a quick demo of how SignalR works. So for long polling, the client sends a request to the server side saying, do you have data? And the server will respond after some amount of time with, I have data or I don't have data. The reason it's called long polling is because that poll could last for up to a minute without getting data. And the server will or won't reply with data. And then after the server replies, the client sends a new request asking for more information.
So this is better than regular polling.
Better than, yeah. It's better than asking every second, but it is still not as efficient as other transports. So server-sent events, or SSE for short, is an API in the browser where you send a request using an event source API. It's long-running request, and the server can send responses over that single request. So it's really good for server-to-client throughput, but it's not great for client-to-server. That still requires a request per message. And then the big kahuna is WebSockets. So you send a single request that says, I want to upgrade this connection to WebSockets. And then the server says, OK, cool, let's change protocols. And now we have a single connection that goes server-client, client-server over the whole lifetime of the connection.
Do I have to pick which one I want to use?
SignalR is smart enough to pick the best transport based on your server and client capabilities. We call that process negotiation. Now we're going to do my classic favorite SignalR 101, which is the chat program. So in case you want to do, replace Slack or Microsoft Teams, here's your in. So we're going to start with having a file new project. Here's my Hello World project so far. I already prepared, since we don't have much time in this demo. So I used the new client-side package manager to add SignalR. So I can go to, sorry, that was kind of fast. Show it again. Right-click the project file, add client-side library.
So this is new.
This is new in VS 16 point, I don't know the version, 16
All
point
right.
something. And I can choose a bunch of different providers. So there's CDN.js, a popular CDN library manager for JavaScript packages. I can get it from disk. I can use JS Deliver or Unpackage. Unpackage mirrors packages in a CDN-like format from NPM. So I can use it to search for example, Microsoft SignalR.
So it's not at ASP.NET SignalR.
It's not. And that was our old organization. We wanted to be where the other packages from Microsoft were, so we went to the same org. And you can see here, Microsoft Slack has a bunch of packages. And I can search for SignalR. And if the internet is willing, it will work like a charm. But if it isn't, I already prepared the application because I knew this could happen. All right, so that works, trust me.
Normally you would see like the files and you could select which ones you want from the NPM package.
So quick segue, this is the older version of the package. It's under ASP.NET/SignalR, and the version is 1.14. Going forward, it is under Microsoft/SignalR, and it was published 15, well, I should refresh, but probably like today, right, at some point. So for 3.0 and onwards, you want to use the Microsoft org on NPM. We didn't deprecate the old because we still have people using the old package. We haven't figured out what to do there yet. So that's the current state of the world. All right, so that was not interesting. So I added the package. Here I have Microsoft SignalR disk browser and a bunch of files, a map file, a min file, typical things you see for a client-side application. And on the server side, I'm going to wire up SignalR now. So I'm going to wire up my already built chat hub. I actually have a copy pasta, because I'm lazy, the endpoint. So there's a new feature in ASP.NET Core 3 called Endpoint Routing. And I'm going to wire up SignalR to those routes. This is different from 2.0, where we had an app.use SignalR. There was a middleware for SignalR in the pipeline. App.use SignalR is still there, but it's deprecated now. You see it? Can you see that? Is that zoom in?
It's in the tooltip, deprecated. For those who can't see the small text.
Yeah, I would zoom in, but I don't want to risk it. So now it's, instead of calling use SignalR, you do use endpoints, map, hub, chat. So I'm mapping the chat hub to the chat endpoint. I'll hit F12 to see the actual hub. The hub is very simple. The hub is where all the clients connect to. It's the central hub on the server side. There's a public method called send. And what send does is send will send to every client that's connected. It's all because I'm sending to every single client. And I'm calling this send method, passing the message that was sent to me. So I'm kind of an echo broadcast to all clients. On the JavaScript side, I have a simple page here that has some pretty fancy UI, a text box, a button, and a UL for messages. This is the height of my UI skills.
Not even Bootstrap?
Not even Bootstrap.
Wow.
And I have a clean area here to write some code from scratch. Boom.
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah. So let's go through the code very quickly. I'm creating a hub connection builder, passing in the URL/chat, what we had on the server side. Whenever someone calls send from server to client, it will call this function, and then it will create a new entry in the list of messages.
I see it's not case sensitive, is it?
It is not, because that would be user hostile. All right. Now we use Vanilla.js, the library, to wire up the event. So whenever someone clicks on the send button, I'll add an event listener. Whoa. IntelliSense. I'll add the click handler to get the text from the text box and then send it to the server side. So calling invoke here ends up calling invoke passing in send is calling the send method. Right? Those map. Let's run this. I hope it works the first time. All right, to demo SignalR, I need at least 2 people. Otherwise, it's kind of boring talking to myself in the same window. So I'll talk to myself in a different window. So hello. Yay. Works. All right. All good.
Cool.
Working fine. All right, it's working right. Good. Awesome. All right, so that was your SignalR 101. If you want to get started to make a Slack competitor or Teams competitor, that's how you get started. All right, let's continue from there. That was a quick demo, I hope. Let's talk about how SignalR broadcasts to different groups of clients. Just know we did a broadcast. So going to everyone currently on the hub. You can also go to a single user, and the user may have more than one device. So I'm David. I may have well, we have Anthony here, so let's use Anthony. Anthony has a desktop, an iPad, or a tablet, or a Surface, maybe a Surface, and a phone. And we can target all of those devices, or we can target a single device. Or we can target arbitrary groups. So imagine you had a chat application that had chat rooms. A group could be a different chat room. So I can send to everyone, to a user, to a connection, or to a group.
So one client can be in a bunch of groups, right?
That's right. So I can be in 2 chat rooms. I can be in many groups. Now Stefan will show us his super awesome Uber demo that shows pretty much all the new features. No pressure, Stefan.
Yeah, thanks, David.
No pressure.
So since David showed you the sample that you all already saw, I was tasked with creating a new sample. So one of the big new features in client to server is client to server streaming in SignalR 3.0. So we have another Visual Studio instance, which is us SignalR 3.0 sensor demo. So to show you what client-to-server streaming looks like, we're going to have a C# client. So this uses a SignalR client very similar to the JavaScript one that David just showed you in the chat sample. But instead of showing you chat and allowing you to chat, what this is doing is this is publishing sensor data to the server. So because I'm on David's computer right here and we are short on time, I'm going to have to describe this part of the demo to you because I don't trust myself to type it accurately. But you have what you saw before, Hub Connection Builder. And in this case, it's connecting to a sensor hub. Just like on the JavaScript client, we have this builder pattern. So you create a hub connection builder. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
What's that region?
All right, it's actually not that complicated, but we're not doing anything too tricky. We're just trying to have a no-op callback.
Hide it, hide it.
Yep, sorry, should have skipped it. So after we start it, this quickly goes into using our client-to-server streaming ability. So you'll notice that we have a single method call. So in this case, we're calling a hub method called publish sensor data. And then we're passing as an argument an async enumerable. So this is kind of new. It's in .NET 3. And then we also have async iterator support in C#8. So this is pretty cool. What it allows you to do is this every second is creating a new async enumerable item to double from 0 to 10. And then it publishes it to the server. Very cool. Unlike a regular IEnumerable where you might call like enumerable get next and it's going to block an entire thread, this is all async, and so it's very scalable.
What is the await using var?
Ooh.
Some new syntax there.
That's a good catch.
C#8?
Yeah. So our hub connection implements async disposable.
Very cool.
So not only do we have a using that's scoped to the method, so that means that it gets disposed when the method ends. Since it's await using, it's calling dispose async. So that allows us to, without blocking, without wasting thread pool threads, shut down our hub connections.
We hate blocking threads.
Yes, especially in ASP.NET. So if you ever have like .result or something, try to figure out how to do less of that. So we can quickly take a look at what this is doing on the server when we call publish sensor data. We're using another C#8 feature, which is await for each. So we can take this async enumerable, you just saw us pass it, so it gets nicely serialized, deserialized in real time as new data arrives, and we can asynchronously iterate over it. So again, like this await for each is basically calling enumerator move next async, it's very efficient, and then we can use our sensor collection service. So if you go and look at our startup class here, this is just like we call add SignalR. We have this service here that basically allows us to publish our sensor data, and then we can subscribe to it using get sensor data. So I can show how you can stream server to client. So this was already a feature in SignalR 2x, but you can combine these together nicely. So inside of our web app, we are going to have this chart, which is going to show us the sensor data. And we're going to use streaming to download the stream. So here we have this chart div in our body, and we're going to use new, I think it's ES6, async await, and we're going to update this object of like XYZ sensor data. So again, hub connection builder, connect to the same sensor hub, and then after we await and start the connection, we try to see like what are all the sensors that are connected to our web app. Once we get, this is an array of strings, all of our sensor names, we call subscribe to sensor for each sensor, called get sensor data. And then this is returning like an RxJS observable. We didn't pull in the RxJS library. If you did, you have a lot of cool helper things to do like filtering and things like that. But what we're worried about here mostly is every time we get a new sensor, piece of sensor data, we're just updating this object. And that's going to ultimately update a line chart. And one last thing is you'll see that this subscribe to sensor, we're calling connection.stream instead of like connection.invoke or something. So this is like when you're doing server to client streaming, you call that stream API. And then this is returning the same async enumerable that we published. So without further ado, we're going to control F5 this. And we're going to quickly see a browser pop up without any sensors. But fortunately, we already have the folder where we had that program, CS, where we have that async iterator that's giving us random numbers from 0 to 10 every time. So we're going to run sensor with a name X, because we're using the first argument as the name of our sensor. And we're going to run a sensor with name Y. We can call the sensor whatever we want. As long as it's X, Y, Z, it should end up showing up on this chart. And we can go full screen here because this is one of the few SignalR demos that doesn't really need side-by-side. If it was side-by-side, all the browsers would be seeing the exact same sensor data.
What is that data?
It's random doubles from 0 to 10. So
it's like an earthquake chart.
Yeah, it's pretty fancy. That sensor is kind of getting crazy, but it was really simple to write. So that was my favorite part of it. that was pretty short. So what happens now, though? Like, actually, there's a slide for this. It's going to be like the one time, like in practice, I missed it every time. So we just did server-to-client streaming as well. But what happens if the connection ... breaks? And there are a lot of reasons this could happen. You could have some mobile client going through a tunnel. You could be redeploying your web app. The quick way for us to sample it here is just to close the server. We can pretend we're redeploying. If we go back to our app, you'll see we're no longer getting new data because the server shut down. And if we were to restart the server with Control F5, nothing's going to reconnect. So people who might be used to previous versions of SignalR might expect this graph to start moving again. But SignalR Core, up until 3.0, had no way to automatically reconnect. We told customers that write a closed event handler, start the connection manually. But that ends up being a lot of code. And I don't know about you, but when I write a lot of code, it's like more likely that I'm going to write a bug. So after, like you said, it was highly requested, we added some automatic reconnect functionality. And this part I'm going to try to kind of write. So let's see if we can pull it off. Hopefully it's simple enough that I'll be able to do it. So to make the sensor automatically reconnect, we go into our hub connection builder, and anywhere you want, like with URL, it's like, you can chain it. We can call with automatic reconnect.
Why is it not on by default?
So we're worried about making breaking changes. We don't want people who expect the client to disconnect to suddenly, after they upgrade to SignalR 3.0, just start reconnecting without them realizing anything's going on. So you have to specifically opt into this, but we try to make it as easy as possible. So we have this with automatic reconnect extension method. We're going to use the default overload, which will try to reconnect as soon as the connection goes away, and then we'll try again after a few delays. If you want to control the delays, you can pass in your own array of time spans, or if you want even further control, you can look up iRetry policy on MSDN. So we would like it if that was the only thing you had to do. But there's one or two gotchas when reconnecting. One thing you'll notice is like after we connected here initially, we called publish sensor data. As soon as you reconnect, any ongoing method calls end. So what this means is that you need to, if you want to continue to publish sensor data, you need to call that method again. So this part, I am going to write an on reconnected handler. So what this is hub connection now has a reconnected event. So if you use with automatic reconnect, it will call this once the client successfully reconnects. And it's exactly what we did after we called start async. We just call publish sensor data with our async iterator. And that should be enough to have the sensors automatically reconnect. Now we have to do something very similar in JavaScript. So again, to save me some typing, we're going to just pass in with auto reconnect. We're going to use that method on the hub connection builder. And with the client, with the chart client, we ended up having many streams. So we called get sensor data for each sensor. So there were two that we just used. So for each of those sensors, we're going to want to call get sensor data again when we reconnect. So JavaScript also has a reconnect event. It's a very similar pattern. And just like we did after we connected, we can call get sensor names, and then for each of them, subscribe again. One thing that you'll notice, I kind of glossed over this really quickly in the C# client, is that we actually pass in a connection ID every time you reconnect. What this is indicating to the user, because you can actually, if you want to, go hub connection.connection ID, and it will be the same value. So it's not strictly necessary, but it's more like we're trying to highlight that this is a brand new connection from the perspective of a server. So onConnect is going to be called again. You've got to resubscribe to any groups that you want to be called. You need to start all your methods. The one big thing that you don't have to do, again, is you don't have to resubscribe to any on callbacks. So now that we've enabled, whoops, let's not fail the demo. Yeah, let's not break it. That's all you need. That should be everything to do reconnect.
Magic reliable SignalR connections that last forever.
Right. And one thing you'll notice is we only made client changes to do this, right? So we can leave the server running once we get it running again. So then we now have to restart the .NET clients because they stopped because we didn't have automatic reconnect earlier. Now we do. And I'm going to make sure they're both stopped so they don't get in trouble when they're like recompiling or whatever. So we're going to start our X sensor. We're going to start our Y sensor. And so far, it's what you saw before. So nothing too surprising. But the question is, what happens when the connection is lost?
When the earthquake hits.
Right. So right now we have 3 SignalR clients connected to our web app. We have both sensors, and then we have this web page that's showing us the data. And they all have ongoing streaming calls, client to server, server to client, and they all need to restart. So we close it, cross your fingers.
It stops. It flatlines. Everything's dead.
Yeah. All right. We control F5 again. Don't pay attention to the new tab, because obviously that's going to work. But apparently the sensor's reconnected. And OK, it's still flatlining. There might be a delay, hopefully. There's a delay as it's trying to reconnect. I'm suspecting that we're in a 20-second delay right now.
Really?
Yeah. We can hit F12, and we can see some of the logs from this. Did we refresh this? Did I save? That would be
Did you
funny
refresh
too.
it? Did you refresh that old page with the new?
All right, so normally we would try to be seeing reconnect events. So let's look at this again. All right, so that's just the favicon. That's the only error. So this should have auto reconnect because I saved. So we're going to do this one more time. If it doesn't work, we're going to pretend.
This worked before.
Yeah. So you can see the sensors are trying to reconnect. That's what those logs were. And then boom! So now you can see it went from flat line to the lines are moving again. I don't know if you can see the screen.
Killed the clients, and the client's flatlined.
Yeah.
It's kind of a visceral.
All right, so now we're going to go back to David to talk about the SignalR service.
Let's see, we've got a little bit of time left to talk about the service. All right, so you finish your application and you want to deploy it to Azure now. And the issue with that is that you need to scale both long-running connections and short-lived connections in the same application. So what the service was designed to offload your concurrent connections to a different service so your app can scale the web traffic independently. There's a free tier in the service. You can get up to 20 connections. And you can pay for more scale if you want up to 100,000 connections. And in 3.0, we actually improved the experience where you add a package and you add a single line of code to do so. Before it was 2, now it's 1. So huge improvement.
2 is too difficult.
Yeah. So before, in the olden days of hosting SignalR, you would host everything in an app service or an AKS cluster, and you would put your pages and your hub in the same application. All good, all good and fine. The issue is you're trying to scale the long-running connections in the same app as your short-lived connections, and that can get kind of tricky, right? So the SignalR service, you add it, and what happens is it moves the SignalR traffic off to the server side, and then your app can batch channel connections over a different pipe than the actual ingress traffic. So you're turning 1,000 connections into 5, as an example. And I'm going to turn Stefan's demo into a connected SignalR service application with just a single line of code. One line of code. OK.
Are you sure it's only one line?
Maybe.
Like,
hopefully.
are you going to like git stash pop and hide some stuff?
So the first thing you do is you install this package that I installed previously. It's going to be RTM today. People have to wake up on a different side of the world to upload a new package. So I have Microsoft Azure SignalR 1.1.0 preview, blah, 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 blah. It'll change to something else eventually. I think 1.1.0 RTM will ship today. And then in my startup class, I can do add SignalR, add Azure SignalR. I'm done. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing.
So how do we prove that it works?
OK, so
what is the service doing even, actually?
Web scale.
Web scale. OK. Independent scaling.
Yeah, still works, right?
All right.
So that's all good.
Whoa, did our client just reconnect?
It did reconnect. If you look at the log, it started off at, should I zoom into that? Key plus, does that work? Look at that, look at that. It started at localhost 5,000 sensors, and it went offline, came back online, and ended up going to SignalR Hello Service, SignalR Service, Client, Hub, blah, blah, more things.
So you had a web app and 2 sensors that were connected to localhost.
Yep.
You typed in .add Azure SignalR, redeployed, and then everything just kept on working using the service.
Yeah, magic. So it's going from my client to Azure, back to my machine, which is super inefficient because it's like, it should be both in Azure, but it's a good demo.
But if they're both in Azure, it's way more efficient.
Way more efficient.
And you don't have to like scale up your Azure App Service just because you have like 10,000 concurrent connections.
Exactly. And actually, I believe the conference is using the Azure SignalR Service to show notifications on the actual stuff below this video, right? So
that's what I heard.
That's pretty cool. Awesome. So I believe we have to take questions soon or something. That's the thing. It's the whole thing. Maybe. Are you ready, Scott?
Hello. It's live television, people. We're trying to raise a lot of money for the kids here.
Sorry.
That's okay. So a couple of questions, and one of the questions I've actually had, and there's at least 3 or 4 different examples of this on Twitter, or people are saying they want to understand if they're using Blazor and WebAssembly, how do they call SignalR? Are they using, because they're in WebAssembly, they're on the client side, are they using the .NET SignalR client? Are they using JavaScript? One person was even so sassy as to say, I challenge you to do this in Blazor without using JavaScript. So what's the relationship between Blazor, WebAssembly, SignalR, WebSockets, Go.
Super interesting question. So
that you have no doubt thought about deeply and in the past.
We actually have.
Plan.
So there are multiple. So currently today, I believe there's a third-party SignalR client written with JS Interop to make a .NET-based client that talks to the JavaScript-based client to make an end-to-end scenario work, right? That's what we don't want to ship that. We actually want to ship the full .NET client as it is today running on my machine, compiled, interpreted in the browser. The only thing that we would shim is WebSockets. So you shim the transport layers. So you need to shim HTTP client and WebSockets to use fetch or WebSockets in the browser. But the actual C# logic from the client should run in the browser like a normal C# library. But
not yet.
But not yet.
So
far it doesn't run, and you have to kind of use JS Interop to talk to the JavaScript SignalR client from C#, which feels kind of insane because you're going like C# interpreted, call into JavaScript to do stuff, and then getting events back to C#, and then like the whole end-to-end.
So what would you recommend to people today
right now?
We release .NET 3.0 who are enthusiastic about Blazor because you've got Blazor client side, you've got Blazor server side, you've got SignalR. They are excited, but they don't know what the correct way to go is.
So for server side, the situation is a little bit unfortunate because it's not very efficient. You could use the C# client, but what will end up happening is you will spend an entire connection, TCP connection, per client, per browser client. You'd have one per server, well, one WebSocket client on the server side per browser client, which isn't super efficient.
Right. So right now, server-side Blazor uses SignalR to kind of bridge the server and the client.
Yeah.
But adding extra connections between the server and the client is a little unnecessary.
Yeah.
So we're looking at ways to optimize.
So today it's inefficient, and you can use the client on the server side, but it's not great. That plan, we're going to solve that, I think, like before we ship 5.0.
Okay. Yeah. So there will be guidance and prescription on how to do that.
Of course.
Okay. Another question. Here's an interesting one. So with SignalR, help understand how Kestrel would work. If you were just doing Kestrel, and can Kestrel talk SignalR and handle lots and lots of connections, or do you need to have Azure or IIS or something big in front of it?
No. So Kestrel works fine. It's actually probably more efficient than all the other servers that we have for SignalR, and it can handle a ton of concurrent connections. We're not the best at memory, but we actually made a ton of improvements in 3.0 for connections over WebSockets to reduce memory footprint and improve throughput.
And there is a Redis, horizontal scaling, so you can scale that way. But I would say like how many connections are supported will depend on the activity of the connection. Oftentimes, you're bandwidth limited with these SignalR applications.
And memory.
Memory, yeah. It depends, but like those broadcast scenarios can easily consume a lot of
CPU.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's an interesting one with the new focus on gRPC.
I was waiting for this one.
Are there plans to have SignalR work with gRPC streams? What is that relationship?
Very early.
What is gRPC streams for those of us who might not know?
So it's funny. So gRPC supports streaming.
Is it funny, David?
It's pretty hilarious.
Funny,
I knew it was
or?
gonna happen. Funny, like uncomfortable. Okay, not.
No, but what is gRPC streams?
gRPC supports streaming from client to server and server to
I believe so.
And server to
Using
client. It supports both
streams.
directions. They piggyback on top of HTTP request, which is interesting. And it pretty much looks just like the feature of SignalR, except ours is a little bit nicer because we were kind of like we use async and removal on both sides, so it kind of looks more native. But the feature set is pretty much the same feature set between both things.
Except for SignalR, of course, also provides the pub/sub kind of groups and broadcasts and things like that.
Yeah.
All right.
So there is overlap, but there's no current thinking around merging the two features.
Maybe that's a conversation that you might want to have on Twitter. I would encourage everyone to go to Twitter and crush @DavidFowle and friends with questions about SignalR, because he has nothing better to do today than answer these questions. And I want you to go ahead and just absolutely flood him. Thank you very much, David and Stefan. We are going to move on today to increasing your .NET productivity with Visual Studio 2019 with our friends Kendra and Mika. Hey, hey. So we have two stages. So sophisticated.
Yeah.
Smooth transition. Hi, I'm still Kendra Havens.
And my name is Mika Dumont.
And we're here to talk to you about increasing your .NET productivity with Visual Studio 2019.
Yeah, so we have a ton to cover. We're going to first talk about live share, and then we're going to talk about code fixes and refactorings, analyzers, code cleanup editor config, the new code analysis project properties page, and then we're going to talk about IntelliCode Test Explorer, and maybe if we have time, we'll talk about some new preview features.
Right, if you're good. Okay, so first off, we want to talk about live share. I'm going to go ahead and say if we're repeating a lot of concepts today, and you've kind of heard about live share before, or editor config, or code cleanup, all of the stuff we're going to cover, we get thousands of new users every week, several thousand new users every week. So we want everyone to be on the same page. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so live share is an excellent tool for a collaborative co-editing experience. It's all about peer programming. So let me go ahead and start a live share session from my machine. As soon as I hit that button at the top right corner of Visual Studio, it generates a link. I'll go ahead and paste that link over to Mika in my favorite chatting app. And if we go over to Mika's machine, you can actually see when she clicks on this link, it will launch another instance of her favorite editor. So this one is set to Visual Studio. She can also join the collaboration session from Visual Studio by just pasting in that link. So when this loads, she'll get my full editing context. We'll be able to debug. I could step through her debugger. I'll know her variables. What else can we do?
I actually can write code in Kendra's editor right now. So that's pretty sweet.
Whoa. Oh no, you're leaving me something to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been meaning to tell you.
And you can see, so she can see what I select. She has full access to my Solution Explorer. What else do we have?
Yeah, and I also can access your terminal as well as your server all from Visual Studio. So share with people you trust.
Yes, that's a lot of access. Okay, make sure you know these people. Cool, so I'll next talk about, we'll dive into the refactorings. Let's see. Code fixes and refactorings, there we go. Okay, so I have a ton on this slide, and so these are only the top few that we've chosen from the last few releases ever since Visual Studio 16.0. We've released hundreds of code fixes and refactorings in the past year, so there's a very, very long list. All of them are covered in my docs, so please know that this is just like a small example of everything that you can access. So I'll go ahead and stop my live share session. Sorry, Mika. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, so let's say you're re-architecting your app, and I might be having a problem with my display because I was using multi-desktop and I was not communicating with the Channel 9 team which one I should be. But I can drag that over to my second desktop and just display that. Does that work? Oh, I should probably exit presenter mode. That's probably what I needed to do.
There you go.
Oh, it worked for a second. Oh, this is all on me. And I was saying everything would go smoothly today.
Maybe duplicate.
Exit? Yeah, trying to get out of here. Do I want to keep ink annotations? I'm going to discard those. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now you can see my screen. Excellent. All right, so let's say I'm re-architecting my solution. I am dragging and dropping files into new folders, all of that. A lot of people want their namespaces to stay in sync with their file structure, so I can do that by placing my cursor in a namespace, hitting Control Dot, or opening this little screwdriver icon to show all of the available quick fixes and refactorings. And I can change my namespace name to match my folder structure. So we can read what folder structure you have and suggest, the right naming that you want to use. next one that I'm very excited about. So Mads and Bill just talked about switch expressions. So let's say I have a switch statement. I can now easily convert it to a switch expression with a clever little refactoring. And check this out.
Wow.
I know, saves so many lines of code, much easier to read. Refactoring, converting switch statements to switch expressions. So to use this, you do need to be using the C#8 features switch expressions. So go ahead and upgrade that. All right, the next thing I want to call out is, over here in emoji search. Okay, so let's say that I'm importing something into a file. So let's say I'm trying to use JSON convert, but I don't have the using for newtonsoft.json, that library at the top of my file. I'm still getting IntelliSense completions for this. This is completions for unimported types. So we're now able to offer all of the types in your IntelliSense list that exist in any of your dependencies on your project. So this makes your IntelliSense list a lot longer and have a lot more options of what completions to offer. If you wanted your IntelliSense list to be scoped to only the things you have imported at the top of your file, you can use this little filter button to scope it again. Right, so if you liked using that before, you don't lose that functionality. So if I go ahead and accept that suggestion, you can see it also added the needed using. Yeah. Okay, so if I go ahead and write a bit more in the rest of this line, the next code fix and refactoring that I want to show is we have a ton of ways to generate different parameters or generate different variables within your scope. The most recent one we added was generating a parameter. So then it automatically appears up in my find emojis method. Pretty sweet. And let's see, what do I have going on here? I have a bunch of calls. In order to read calls a little bit easier, we now have wrapping chained calls. I believe this was a community contribution too, so thank you so much to the community. So now that I have these, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm actually have some needless duplication in there. I can go ahead and clean that up a little bit. Cool, so that was wrapping chained calls. Next up is toggling a single line comment. So we've had Control-KC, Control-KU for commenting for a really long time in Visual Studio. Recently, we've added Control-Shift/, that's the multi-line comment, as well as Control-K/. So that'll comment the entire line. And if my cursor is anywhere inside that line, if I can Control-K/ again, it will toggle that comment off. And now, so if I have any selection, I can Control-Shift/, and it adds a multi-line comment to the entire selection. And again, if I have my cursor anywhere within this block and hit Control-Shift/ again, it toggles off comments for the entire block. So this is sort of a commenting method that they had in VS Code that was really popular that we were like, well, let's add it. Let's add a few more keyboard shortcuts. All right, next thing I want to show off is also suggested by the community. So this is splitting and merging if statements. So if you have an if statement with multiple suggestions or multiple conditions, you can actually split it into 2 nested if statements, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I love that feature.
Right, and if I wanted to say, I had a lot of if statements and I wanted to say, hey, can I actually merge any of these? You can also merge with your outer if statement. Pretty cool. All right, so you might have noticed I have actually had, well, first off, I have some unsorted usings. This is kind of hard to look at. Why don't I go ahead and use Control-Q, and I'll go ahead and search for sort usings. So we've added the sort usings command.
Didn't we already have that?
Yes, so it might look kind of familiar. And this is actually a good point for saying that feedback is so important to us. So we knew that remove and sort usings were called almost all the time right next to each other. So we were like, why don't we just combine these two into one command? So we did. And then we got lots of feedback that that wasn't the right thing to do. So just checking to see if everyone's awake. Thank you for feedback. We added it back in as a completely separate command because there were totally scenarios that people wanted to sort using without removing everything that they had there. Okay. So I can go ahead and sort my usings. And you can find that under Edit IntelliSense as well. And lastly, for the quick fixes and refactorings, I have the ability to now decide where I want to place my usings and actually enforce that as a code style across my entire project. So here I can place my usings inside a namespace, and I can configure all of that in my code style. So why don't I go to Control Q, and I'll search for code style, and it'll pop up all of my C# code styles that I save in my project. Here's where I set my using preferences. Right now I have it set to inside a namespace and appearing as a suggestion. So now I can get that a little bit more regularly across my whole project. Right, so all of these code fixes and refactorings, Miko, what powers these?
Yeah, so all these code fixes and refactorings that you just showed are powered through the Roslyn analyzers, also known as the .NET Compiler Platform analyzers. And what analyzers are, they are a tool that analyze your code and reports diagnostics and errors as you're typing. So if you're in, and this typically manifests in the editor as squiggles. So if you're in Visual Studio and you see squiggles, those are Roslyn analyzers running in the background.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Analyzers power everything. Okay.
Yeah. And if we take a look at my error list over here, you can see that analyzers also come with severities. So there is an error severity, a warning severity, as well as an information severity. There's also a fourth severity called hidden, but it wouldn't show up in your error list because it is hidden. And you can go ahead and configure these severities with an editor config. So next, I want to talk about editor config and code cleanup. But first, for those of you who don't know, an editor config is a single file that documents all of your code style options, and it lives at the root of your repository, and it can be managed by your regular source control and share amongst your entire team. So that's pretty cool. And so here's where my editor config is, and this is the analyzer that Kendra just showed. So this is the usings inside or outside a namespace analyzer. And let's say my team is like super adamant about having this analyzer, having these namespace, these usings within the namespace. So I want to go ahead and bump the severity of that analyzer to a warning instead of having it on silent. So then I will notice if I am violating that code style option. So going back over here, you can see that I now have these warning squiggles and my error list has been updated with all these warnings. So I can just place my cursor over here and type control dot. And here I can actually move these using directives to be inside my namespace, and those warnings will now disappear. But notice how I have these faded out using statements. And if I hover my mouse over here, Visual Studio is letting me know that these using directives are unnecessary. So again, I can either type control dot and accept that code fix, or better yet, you can actually run code cleanup with this. So you can remove these along with other code style violations with our one-click code cleanup. So you can pretty much use code cleanup by clicking on this tiny little broom icon, or by typing the keyboard shortcut Control-KE, and that will fix all of your code style violations on the current document.
Oh, but what if I wanted to apply it to my entire solution?
Well, yeah, I thought you would never ask, Kendra. So you can simply just right-click on the solution name within the Solution Explorer, and you can select Analyze and Code Cleanup, and then you can actually run the code cleanup, and that will apply those fixers.
Ooh, that was fast. So that applied a subset of all of the fixers that could be applied to my project.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, so code style analyzers help apply them through errors and warnings. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And if you take a look at the next warning I have over here, if I hover my mouse over this, Visual Studio is letting me know that I should add a serializable attribute to my class. Now,
I haven't seen that before. What?
Yeah, so this is actually not built into the IDE, but it is actually a NuGet package called Microsoft Code Analysis FXCOP Analyzers. And so what our team did was we took the most popular FXCOP rules, code quality rules, and we ported them into this one NuGet package. And it was a bit too verbose to have built into Visual Studio, so we kind of just created a NuGet package. So anyone can just go ahead on NuGet and grab that.
So this NuGet package is actually changing what errors and warnings I get in my IDE. So it helps me code. It's not necessarily like a library that I'm taking a dependency on. It's something that affects Visual Studio.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Yeah, it's really awesome. It just helps you be more productive, write better code. So I love this NuGet package.
Sweet.
And this package will live under this dependencies node within the Solution Explorer, under this analyzers node, and then I can just expand this, and these are all the different analyzers or rules, and you can simply just right-click on one of these, and you can actually set the severity of this.
Wow.
Yeah, but a brand new feature that I am super excited to show off is the ability to configure the severity level of an analyzer within the editor.
Show me.
Yeah. So here, if I type control dot, I can select configure the severity. And here, let's say I want to bump up the severity level of this analyzer to an error instead of a warning. You can see here that my error list has now been updated. I have a red squiggle.
Turned into an angry red squiggle, yeah.
Super angry. And then if I scroll down over here, you can see that it actually just added this rule for me in my editor config. And the severity level has been updated to an error instead of a warning.
Nice.
And if you don't have an editor config, it will go ahead and just generate an editor config for you. So it's pretty awesome.
Sweet.
It's pretty easy to edit your editor config, so, you know.
Oh yeah, it's almost too easy at that point. So make sure as you're going through and using this cool new flyout menu to configure your analyzers, know that when you push that editor config to a repo, which is one of the great things about editor config, that it lives with the rest of your code, so your entire team will have the same one. But that also means keep aware of like merge conflicts and stuff if everyone's editing one resource, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so with great power comes great responsibility, so be responsible, guys. The next thing that I want to talk about, so a lot of people have asked to have the ability to have third-party analyzers to actually break builds, but not necessarily like show up while they're typing. So I want to talk about the code analysis project properties page.
Fancy.
Very fancy. So I'm going to close these nodes a bit just to
clean it up a little, yeah.
Yeah, you know. So here I'm going to right-click on my project name, and I'm going to select properties. And under this code analysis tab, I can actually deselect run on live analysis, and you will notice that the error has disappeared.
Vanishing act, okay.
And not only that, if I go ahead and type Control-Shift-B to run my build,
it reappeared.
Yeah, my build actually failed too.
Ta-da! Oh my gosh, it failed your build.
Yeah. So yeah, so we now have the ability to configure these, to break builds. So it's
okay,
pretty
cool.
awesome.
So if I don't only want to see certain analyzers when I'm about to check in, so like when I do a build and make sure my build completes, I can. But while I'm actually coding, I don't need all of those errors. Sort of. Yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. So I can actually configure that.
Exactly.
Oh, I like it.
Me too.
Thanks so much. All right. What was our next off is IntelliCode.
IntelliCode, yeah.
So I'd love to talk a little bit about that. So IntelliCode is Visual Studio's AI model that was trained over 2,000 .NET repositories. To basically give you the right hints. So we have dot completion, we have argument completion, we have a few things in preview right now. We've also recently added Visual Basic to its completion scheme, as well as MySQL. And MySQL also has a VS Code extension, so you can still get SQL completion in VS Code. Pretty cool. Okay, so now I want to show, and this takes some concentration. So I don't really trust my tests until I see them fail at least once. So I'm going to go ahead and add some assert fails to these lines. And naturally, as soon as I get to demo it, even though it works fine the first 1,000 times, hold on, let me see if I can recover. It's really cool, guys. Just wait.
Yeah, you guys, I've seen this demo. It's amazing.
And this feature is in preview. If I get it to show off, it is not gonna show off. Okay. Well, let's try it one more time. IntelliCode, suggested edits. Please, 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 please. I didn't make enough sacrifices to the demo gods. Let's see. Okay.
That's great.
If I close out, if I save it, if I exit. This is the ritual that we do to please the demo gods.
The demo gods.
you actually can see, let's see. Oh, you know, I'm not even getting IntelliCode suggestions in here. So my extension could have crashed. Anyway, so now that I have some failing tests, let's go ahead and run these in my Test Explorer. So you might have noticed we have a huge Test Explorer update in 16.2. So it's a lot more customizable. We are focusing entirely on better handling of large test sets. So we have customers with over 200,000 tests. Right, so organization and customizability of everything that's in your display is really, really key. So Test Explorer got a pretty big facelift. Okay, first thing I want to call out are these filter buttons. So I can easily filter down to only the failed tests or show past tests and not run and all of that. We have easily filter buttons. Next two things are these buttons at the top. So this is repeat last test run and the repeated failed test. So I can go ahead and hit that. So those were keyboard shortcuts that did exist before, but I would get asks for them to add them to the product about once or twice a month, which is pretty frequent.
Yeah.
So basically, we didn't think people were discovering them, so now they have icons.
Icon worthy.
They are icon worthy. I like it. All right. So the next thing that is pretty cool in this Test Explorer is being able to kind of customize what columns you see. So you guys probably noticed I didn't have my duration column here. So if I'm not doing performance work, I can actually hide my duration column and uncheck that checkbox. And all I need to do is right click in order to display certain columns. Pretty sweet. A more customizability is your group by. So by default, the group by is grouped by project namespace and then class. This is each tier in the hierarchy that you see. So this is the project namespace, and then we go down to the class level. So you can also completely customize this group by. So if I wanted to group by state, notice state has a 1 beside it, and then class, I can do that. And as soon as I click out, boom, it's back to being failed, and then a class name. So that is a customized group by. We also have the ability to create these playlists, but now they open up in a separate window. So if you really wanted to focus in on a subset of tests, kind of ignore everything else in your test list, just focus in on one thing, it's really easy to do because you have a separate tab to do that. And you can save this just like you normally would as a .playlist file. But if you don't, if you want it to kind of be an impermanent thing that you build up and then it goes away and you don't have to worry about it, you can just exit out of it and it's not a permanent kind of test list.
Nice.
Along the playlist lines, I actually want to talk a little bit about live unit testing. So live unit testing is an enterprise-only feature that runs tests automatically in the background as you type, but it only runs the tests that were impacted by your code changes. So it kind of runs this subset. So it gives feedback right in the editor of tests that failed. And if I go into my product code, but I go somewhere with a little bit more test coverage, there we go. I can actually see how many tests are covering which lines of code. So yeah, it'll give me feedback. I can navigate and run those all from my product code. And as soon as I break something, or let's say I retype something, it senses those changes and reruns only the tests that covered that line. So in live unit testing, we also had the ability to include or exclude certain tests. Now we have a live unit testing window that will actually help you keep track of your whole test list that you've included or excluded. We also have little buttons to help filter and all that goodness that you like in the new view. My very last thing I wanted to call out was, you may have noticed, we are much easier handling of multi-targeted tests. So not only do I have a target framework column that easily lets me know, hey, if I have a test that's compiling against both NET Core App 2.1 and like NET 4.6.1, I know which one is which when I look into the Test Explorer, which was a bit of an effort before. I can now easily see that, and I can even group by my certain target framework. So if I wanted to easily kind of delve into bugs that I was experiencing on a certain platform, I can. All right, let's see.
Awesome. Do we have time for
Do we have time for preview features? I think
know.
we do.
Yeah?
They've been
All right.
good. They've been such nice listeners.
Great audience, yeah. All right, let's jump into it. So, preview features. This came out today, right?
Today, yes.
Yeah,
yes, we
latest...
successfully shipped 16.3.
Okay. Awesome. So
and
the first
16.4 preview 1.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So the first feature I want to show is Go to Base. Go to Base allows you to navigate up the inheritance chain. So you can right-click on here, and now Go to Base is a right-click context menu option, or you can use Alt-Home, which is the keyboard shortcut. And there you go. Now I just jumped to my iTweetAlert interface. And this also works for method override. So here, if I place my cursor and type Alt-Home in this method, it will open this window, and I can just jump to either method that I have overridden. So that's pretty sweet. Okay, and the next feature I want to show is it's actually an analyzer that was built by one of our very own interns this past summer.
Go interns!
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's add null checks for all parameters. So here, if I place my cursor and type control dot, it will actually, and select add null checks for all parameters, it'll actually add all these if statements that checks the nullity of all these nullable non-checked parameters.
Nice. So I don't have to go one by one anymore.
Exactly.
It'll just do them all at once.
Visual Studio will do that for you.
I like it.
Saves you a ton of time. And then you might have noticed all of these XML comments. So we now have code styles for these. If I hover over the iTweetAlert interface, you can see that quick info will show me italics, as well as bolding, bullets, and a clickable link.
A clickable link?
A clickable link.
Finally, you can link directly to more documentation from your code.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
And if you add this inherit doc tag over here, my TweetAlert class will actually inherit the XML comments from my iTweetAlert interface. And it works for method override. So here I have a method that says this method does something. And then if I hover over this method, it'll actually show that inherited XML comment.
So it worked for both the class that inherited the interface as well as the overridden method.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
Pretty sweet, yeah.
Sweet. Let's see. Do we have resources to share at the end?
So we do.
Okay, there's the resources. So if you want to file bugs on our team or on all of Visual Studio, go to developercommunity.visualstudio.com. If you want to check out all of the refactorings that we just packed into this, please visit aka.ms/refactor. It'll take you right to our docs. And yeah, so our team, Mika and I work on the .NET tooling team, or Roslyn, which is our compiler. So go to aka.ms/Roslyn to engage with our team and file bugs. Or contribute.
Yeah.
Hey. Let's check out, get some questions from Mika and, am I muted? I'm muted. I was talking smack about you. That's why the mic was muted.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, always mute yourself when you do that.
It's all good. I went to the bathroom. So here's a question here. Is there some resource with the new editor config features, like a changelog? This person has got a config that they've tweaked for VS 2017, and they want to make sure that they don't have to do it from scratch. How do they do a diff between the features that are in their file and the full list of potential features?
Oh, like all new code styles that we have.
Maybe you could make an editor config that would include everything that could potentially be done, and then they could do a diff between them.
That sounds good. We want to be able to include like all new options, I guess, in one single document. But we do have one page that are our release notes. So you can go to Roslyn. We have release notes on the regular Visual Studio release notes, but we also have release notes for our particular Roslyn repo that lists everything that we put in, the over 100 code fixes, refactorings, and code styles that are all new that we put into the IDE recently. So.
Okay. Very recently.
It's the release notes markdown file on a Roslyn repo.
Are there any plans to implement a solution-wide error explorer? Solution-wide error explorer.
Oh, you can do that today.
So you can do that today.
Because the error list has a drop-down that you can
filter by file solution.
Yeah, you're normally filtered by file or by default, I believe.
So
and
there is already.
Down. Yes, I think you need run live analysis on full solution on. I think it is a tools option to enable.
Okay, cool. And that was from Roger. And if Roger, you don't follow that, you can tweet one of us and we will send you a screenshot.
Yeah, totally.
Is Visual Studio 2019 backwards compatible with projects created from previous VS versions? What happens when I open one up in like a 2017 version and I just open it up?
I think it depends on the project file. For, in 2017, we had a sort of a migration format for like project.json, .NET Core project type. Hopefully we've all moved to CS Proj, but I think it will depend on your project file.
Yeah, I've opened up 2017 solutions and I haven't been prompted for anything.
Yeah.
I've just opened them.
Generally, yes, they should work fine, but I don't want to guarantee too many things without knowing your dependencies.
Sounds like if you're opening something that's maybe over 5 years old, there might be a moment there in a migration, but for the most part, it sounds like that everything is cool. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. For editor config, if I use, I'm trying to understand this question here. If I use CS.HTML or prefer Blazor, Razor components, they're basically talking about the extensions of .CS.HTML and .Razor. Those are set extensions. Those extensions have to be that way, right? You can't say I prefer this extension over that extension.
Yeah, I don't think any of our code style rules currently apply to CS.HTML, but we are always looking to add new code style rules for like more languages.
Yeah, exactly.
So like please add it to our repo and we'll try to prioritize what tooling everyone wants.
Cool. Well, remember that Mika and Kendra are both on Twitter, and all of us from the .NET team are on the .NET Conf hashtag. So if you have questions, just keep sending them out there. We'll do the best we can to get to all the questions. Coming up next, we've got Smit and Diego talking about Entity Framework Core 3.0 and beyond.
Hello. Thank you for joining us. My name is Diego Vega, and here we have
Smit Patel.
Yeah, and we work together on the Entity Framework team. We wanted to show you mainly what we have been working on lately, that is Entity Framework Core 3.0. And we're going to start with the new LINQ implementation that we added on this release. So LINQ is this feature in .NET that everybody loves to use, but that is actually very hard to implement. And in this release, we basically collected all the things that we have been learning in the last probably 12 years, from LINQ to SQL, the first few versions of EF, EF6, and the few versions of EF Core. And we took all of that and we decided to make a few changes on the architecture of this implementation. And we made a couple of design changes that are worth talking about. So one of those changes was basically we now restrict the client evaluation of a query to just the top-level select. In previous versions of EF Core, we actually allowed, if, for instance, you had a filter in a where clause that we couldn't translate to SQL because maybe you were calling some custom method in it, we said, okay, well, we are not going to be able to translate to SQL, then let's push down some SQL query that doesn't contain that where clause, and then when all the data is back from the database, we are going to apply that filter in memory. And that really worked with a few rows, but if you had a lot of rows in the table, then it could cause severe performance problems. The other change you probably want to talk about better than me.
So the other change we made was like to generate a single SQL query for every LINQ query. So correlated to client evaluation, whenever we encountered a complex query which we cannot generate SQL easily, what we did was N+1 evaluation, that we are going to run a top level query once, and for each row in that query, we are going to send additional query to get related data. We did certain optimization on that for collection include kind of scenario, which are like pretty common, to generate only 2 queries and relate data together. The few of the issue we ran into with that approach is, while it was avoiding duplicating the data, we are running 2 queries rather than just 1 query to server. Plus, if your data changes in between, both of the queries are executed, then you will get inconsistent data, which generally can cause data corruption. Also, another thing we saw with the approach is, if your database does not support having multiple data readers open at the same time, then you are going to buffer result of one query fully. And even though you do not need to keep all the result at the same time, that is going to cause huge memory drag. So to deal with all these issues, what we decided that we will go back to the behavior which EF6 had, which is to generate a single query for each LINQ query. So we generate a complex join scenario just to support that. Whatever complex query comes in, we are going to generate a single query. Yes, it involves duplicated data in certain cases. Even though duplicated data is getting back from server, we are not going to read it because we already have read that data. And to facilitate that, in 3.0 release, we have enabled a lot more patterns of complex queries to be translated to server, which were N+1 evaluation before.
Cool. Yeah, the other thing that we implemented in this version is support for a couple of new features of C#8 that are very useful and applicable to EF. One is async streams. So Async Streaming is this new great feature that standardizes how you consume basically asynchronous results from some query or from some request. And we basically switch from a custom implementation of this kind of interface to the standard one that is iasync enumerable of t, so that we can, you are going to be able to consume results from a query from EF using the new await for each statement. The other thing that we did was start reasoning about nullable reference types. So with that new feature in C#, you can annotate basically a string variable or a string member or an object member, a class member, as non-nullable, which allows us to decide that then the corresponding column on the database needs to be also not nullable. We used to do the same reasoning with the required attribute. Now we extended that to nullable. We also finished the Cosmos DB provider. This is a provider for EF Core that we have been showing in different versions. Actually, I think that the first time it was probably 2 years ago we showed the prototype. Now that we are done with it, you can start using it in your applications, and we are looking forward to your feedback so that we can decide in what direction we are going to evolve it. The next thing that we did was interception. So this is a lot like a feature that already exists on EF6. It allows you to provide custom logic that is executed by EF Core, in this case, whenever there is a low-level database operation happening. For instance, before we are going to open a connection, you can change the connection string. After we open the connection, you can send additional statements to the database. Before a transaction is committed, after it's committed, or let's say before we execute a DB command to get a data reader, you have an opportunity to write some custom logic that executes there, and also even to replace the results that come from the data reader. The next thing that we did was basically allow reverse engineering or scaffolding of views from a database. So we have had this feature that we used to call query types on EF Core. In 3.0, we renamed the concept to keyless entities, because that's basically what they are, entities that don't have a primary key. And we allow you to map those types in the model. Now, with 3.0, we also said, okay, well, we can take advantage of that feature, and if we find a table that doesn't have a primary key or a view that very often don't have a primary key, when we do the scaffolding of the DB context and the types, we create a type for those two, and we configure it so that it's just a keyless entity type. And finally, we also adapted EF Core to work with the Microsoft Data SQL client. That is a new NuGet package that contains the latest version of the AD.NET provider for SQL Server. This one has a couple of very important features for .NET Core that were not supported before. One is always encrypted, and the other one is the ability to connect directly with Azure Active Directory by configuring it in the connection string. So we would like to show a few things that EF Core 3.0 can do that the previous version couldn't.
So going back to Visual Studio, so let me walk through what we have here. So we have an author class. Author class contains collection of blocks. Each block contains collection of posts. This is our model classes. The way we have configured our DB context is we have configured it to connect to SQL Server, and we have also integrated a logger factory, which is going to use console logger to log SQL command we are going to send. This demo uses query, so we want to show you what SQL it generates. Apart from that, so in main program, first we set up the database. So here that function is going to create the database and add some dummy data, so that we can run the query and see that it is generating correct results and everything. Then we are going to run few queries and iterate over them and print result. So the queries we have here, so first we have recent blogs. Basically this is all the blogs which have a post which has been posted in last 7 days. So we are going to use datediff function on SQL Server through EF functions. The other query we have is Diego blogs, which is all the blogs which Diego authors.
Which is exactly one, basically.
Yeah. There are 2 of them.
Okay.
So the query we have is like recent blog union Diego blogs. So union is a set operation. So in previous version of EF, the set operations were being client evaluated. So we would send 2 queries, one for each data set on set operation, and then on client side we will compute the result of set operation. For set operation like concat, it would not make a huge difference, but for anything else, especially intersect and accept, we are going to fetch a lot more data from server if your common denominator of dataset is really small. So since we are moving away from client evaluation, we decided that we need to translate set operations to provide good functionality to the customer.
Which is something that we have been asked for a while, right?
Yes. So here the query is going to do union query, and then we are going to use await for its syntax. The async enumerable function basically converts an ike variable to async enumerable, which is getting an enumerator how a synchronous enumerator would be, but in async way, and await for each would enumerate over and print out the result. So when we run this application, so this is our SQL generated. As you can see, the union is happening on server side, and these are the results printed. So another thing with set operations query, which a lot of customer asked, was about they wanted to do set operations, which on client side may have been okay, but if you integrate paging with it, that means you want only subset of set operations, not all of the result. And doing set operation on client side, paging was just has to happen on client side, and that was huge performance drag. So if we integrate a paging here with our queries, so after doing union, we are going to order by the post count in descending order, and then do skip 0 and take 2 blocks. So when we run this query now, so with on top of our union query which we had earlier, it is going to generate an order by clause based on count, and then generate offset and fetch. So this guarantees that we are only going to get 2 records from the server for the paging scenario, and not all the table to generate all the results as it did in previous version doing client evaluation.
Correct.
So this was like one of the things on set operation people really wanted because of paging scenario. So moving on from other client features, other things which were client evaluation in past was n+1 queries. So the most basic example of n+1 queries was doing collection first or default. So for here the blocks we have, suppose we want to get from post collection the most latest post which has been published very recently. So that query was n+1 evaluation in 2.2. So in 3.
I remember what we did is basically we iterated over the main query, and then for each row we executed a second query, a third query, a fourth query to get the data that we needed to project alongside the data from the
that is correct. So for block post scenario, what we did was like we generated block query, and for each block's ID we used a query against post table to get all the related posts for that particular block.
Which can be a disaster for performance.
Yes.
If you have a lot of rows.
So if we put a custom projection here for our query, so the projection is going to be select from our order by descent page query, we are going to select the block and the latest post. Latest post is defined as b.post order by, and then doing first or default over that collection. And if we change here how we are printing out, because our result has a different shape now. So this is, it is accommodated for new result shape. If we run this query, so first or default is a window operation because you cannot easily generate a join for that. So what we have added in EF Core 3.0 is we had a partial support for window function. So we generate a row number expression and generate a left join with the query so that we get related data. So if you look at the first query, this whole query is how it was for blocks order with paging. And then we did generate left join with post table using row number to get related data. So this query was n+1 in our 2.2 release. Now it is single query. And in this scenario, since every block is going to have only one latest put at max, we are not going to get duplicated data from the server side. So it is the most efficient query we can generate out of it, which was really drastic performance in past.
I want to emphasize that before you move on. People often say, oh, look at this query that is so complex that EF generated for me. In this case, we actually believe that we are generating the most efficient translation possible for this. Even the LINQ version of the query may look simpler, but this is the best SQL that we can generate for it.
That is the difficulty in translating LINQ to SQL.
Yeah.
So moving on, so one more thing we want to go over in this demo is database interception. So another user asked feature is query hints. So we are going to utilize database interception to add a query hint after a query. So here we have a union query. So suppose we want to append a query hint option merge union. So for that, first we will define our interception class, which is myCommandInterceptor. What myCommandInterceptor does is it overrides reader executing async. So this method is called whenever you are executing a command to get data reader from server asynchronously. So this method will be called back then. So what we are doing is if condition wise, if our command text contain merge union in its text, then we are going to add option merge union at the end of the command, and then we are just going to call base, which would execute the command and get results from database. So the merge union here is a kind of a pointer for us that this is a query which involves where we want to put the query hint.
So how do we get that text in the query?
So in previous release of EF, we added a tag with API. So what tag with API allowed us to do was to correlate a LINQ query with the server query. So when you put tag with API on any query, so here we are going to write merge union. So whenever this query is translated to server, we are going to add as a comment in the SQL query, merge union as a tag. So when you are looking at your SQL logs, you know this LINQ query generated that SQL query. And we are going to utilize that feature to correlate while interception that our LINQ query here is going to is being executed right now, and we have to add the merge union query hint.
So we're sending like a message through the query pipeline from the top saying to the interceptor, rewrite this query because I wanted this to be added to it.
Correct. So now we have our defined interception. We also need to register the interceptor with EF. So for that we have API add interceptor, which takes params of interceptor, so you can register multiple of them. So here we are just going to create myCommandInterceptor class and initialize it. So this is how we will register our command interceptor to work with EF. So when we run this query now, so it will run exactly same query as before example, but as we can see at the end, it added option merge union. If we look at the full SQL, then at the start, there is also comment merge union, which is generated by tag with, which we use to identify that here is where we have to add the query hint.
Yeah. So to clarify, this is just a demo. This is not the feature query hints. We know that people want query hints, first class support for it, and we are still continuing to evaluate that for a future release. But this is like a good way to show the power and flexibility of interceptors.
That is true. So going back to slides.
Yeah, also we wanted to talk about another thing that we did today. We released Entity Framework, the traditional version of Entity Framework, version 6.3. And the new thing, the big new thing about it is that it runs on .NET Core now. So the idea for this release is that if you have an application that you want to move to .NET Core, but it's complicated for you to migrate also to EF Core at the same time, and you have been using EF6 for a while, then you now have the option to move to .NET Core directly without switching to EF Core. So we know that there are a few features in EF6 that are missing in EF Core still. So we believe that this is going to be a simpler path for many people to do the migration. On the other side, there are no new features, and there are no new features planned for EF6. It's not a code base in which we are investing a lot in the future, but it's still open source, and we are going to consider pull requests from the community, and if they are like super high quality and low risk that they are going to break something, we will take them. Another limitation for this version is for .NET Core, there is no support for the SQL Server special types. It's basically the geography and geometry types that are in a library. That library hasn't been ported to .NET Core yet, so we don't have it. And also we don't have support for the working with the EF Designer directly against a project that targets .NET Core or .NET Standard. There is a workaround that consists on basically linking to files that exist in a project that targets .NET Framework for it, and there is more details about that in the documentation. Next, we ship a provider that is the SQL Server provider for this release. It's part of the product, but if you want any other provider, you need to wait until new versions of those providers are shipped. That is only the case if you want to use that provider with .NET Core. Actually, EF6.3 on .NET Framework is backwards compatible with EF6.2 provider. So you are not going to need a new provider if you want to keep using .NET Framework, but if you want to move to .NET Core, you are going to need a new version of the provider. And then we want to talk about the beyond part of the talk, which is what we are doing next. And there are a few things that are certain. Like the next version of EF Core is going to be a minor release. It's going to be called EF Core 3.1. We are planning to release this by the end of the year, and it's planned as a long-term support release, which means that it's going to be supported for at least 3 years. And because it's a long-term support release and it's a minor release, we are not going to make any breaking changes. We are not going to take any risky changes. We are basically going to improve the stability and the quality of the product by doing bug fixes and things like that, and maybe a few small enhancements. After that, there is going to be EF Core vNext. That is the version that is going to ship alongside .NET 5. We don't know the version that we're going to use for it yet, and everything that is in this list is under discussion. I just put together a few things that we know customers want, but we need to pick a few of them because we cannot work on all of them at the same time in the same release. One thing that is very important is performance improvements. This version that we released today, EF Core 3.0, is basically give us a fundamental platform so that we can keep building on because of this new architecture for LINQ. We believe that it's going to be relatively easy for us to keep improving the performance and to add additional translations and to get things better. That's the reason we made that investment. And after that, we can also take advantage of things like the new API for batching that we are going to do on AD.NET for .NET 5. And there are a few things here that are basically part of the gap between EF6 and EF Core that we know that we need to cover. So we would like to see if there are any questions.
Yeah, let's see what Twitter says. Okay, so how about this one? What are potential use cases for database interceptor?
Well, there is one that we showed today that was basically rewriting the SQL before we send the query to the database. You can also use to do things like implement caching of results. Let's say that we execute a query and you identify that query, we already know the results for it, so we are going to just bring it from some temporary storage in memory. There are things like configuring the DB connection before we open it. If you are doing something advanced with SQL Server that requires some kind of additional parameter for the connection, you can probably modify the connection string at that point. But there are really many applications, and we have seen many customers use it for things that we didn't even think of.
That's always fun. Yeah.
Got a nice compliment here from Jeremy, who's impressed with the SQL that was generated by the LINQ queries and can see himself using this DB command interceptor a lot.
Yes.
That's all for him.
It's all was done personally for you. Here's one here from Umesh who wants to know if EF Core has support for bulk data operations. What's the bulk data story?
Yeah, so the bulk data story is basically a command that you can issue against a database to modify several rows at once. We don't support it. When we are doing modification operations on the database, there is always a where clause with the key of the row that we actually want to modify. There is an issue in the backlog to do this, but we don't have it now. What we do have is batching. So basically, we can issue several statements, several concatenated statements, basically, that are going to modify multiple rows in one shot, in one round trip to the database, but it's one statement per row.
Great. Okay, so we have one more question. Is there a function to print SQL script out of LINQ without executing it?
That question is for you, I think.
Without executing it. We did have planned to add API on iQueryable directly to get that out. We could not design exact API for that, so we could not print it, get it in 3.0. If it is just about printing out, then probably one option is like use database interception, but don't execute it. And there are also other ways to get diagnostic source and stuff to get SQL out, but all those cases are going to execute it. So currently there is no easy way out of it. There are certain reflection-based things which goes into our query compiler, compiles the query out and gets the SQL, so that could be one way.
There is one thing that we did in EF Core 3.0 that is going to make it much easier, which is now there is only one SQL query for the LINQ query. So before we had the problem that we couldn't figure out what to design, because how do you know that how many queries you are going to get out of this?
Cool. So I think the next talk we have is tips and tricks with .NET debugging in Visual Studio with Leslie. But before we get to that, we're going to go on a short commercial break.
Hey there, treasure hunters. Here's the next clue for your hunt, your journey. And it comes to us from our friends at DevExpress. And they riddle you this. We love helping developers solve their tasks. Whether that's helping them write code faster in Visual Studio or integrating powerful UI controls into their WinForms, WPF, ASP.NET, JavaScript, or .NET Core applications. Our loyal customers love us too, and there's a special number that shows just how much. Follow the clues to find it and continue on the treasure hunt at this address. Head out there now, follow their clues, and respond to the .NET bot in the Visual Studio Twitch channel. Whisper that response, that magic number, and you could be well on your way to the next step in the technical treasure hunt.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us for Xamarin 101. My name is Brandon Minnick.
My name is Matt Sokup.
And we work on the Cloud Advocate team here at Microsoft. Today in this series, we're going to be talking about what is Xamarin and help you create your very first Xamarin app.
So what Xamarin is, it's Microsoft's technology for creating 100% native mobile applications. Now we're talking about iOS applications, Android applications, and UWP applications. And these are 100% native. But even better is that you get to use .NET and C# to create these apps. And getting even better is that you can create a shared logic between them all. So you're creating your application, and for any logic, you get to share it between all three apps.
That's right, and we're not just talking about iPhone apps and Android phone apps. Because Xamarin is totally native, and because Xamarin gives us access to 100% of the native APIs, we can also create Apple TV apps, Android Wear apps, Apple Watch apps. And that's because everything you can do in Objective-C, Swift, Java, or Kotlin can be done in C# with Xamarin.
So we're using C# to create our mobile applications. And as I mentioned, we have that shared logic layer where we have our business logic shared across all three platforms. But all three platforms are a little bit different. However, we have commonalities between the platforms. So iOS has a concept of a button, Android has a concept of a button, and so does UWP. So what Xamarin has done is that we've introduced Xamarin.Forms. And so what Xamarin.Forms is this abstraction between all three platforms where they give you an API to program against a button or other UI layers.
Right, and to write that code, we can do it on both PC and Mac with Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac. And the best part is, the code works the same on both. So that same code that you write on the PC will work just the same on the Mac.
So let's take a quick review of what Xamarin is. So Xamarin is Microsoft's mobile technology for creating iOS, Android, and UWP apps.
And with Xamarin.Forms, we can share even more code between those platforms by only having to write the UI once.
And you do this using Visual Studio, whether you're on the PC or on the Mac.
Thanks so much for joining us. Stay tuned for our next video where we teach you how to install Xamarin.
Welcome back, treasure hunters. I've got your next clue from those wily folks at Mobilize.net. They want you to use this choose-your-own-adventure Bandersnatch style story to decide what to do with some toxic legacy code. Choose the right path, and you're a hero. choose wrong and dreadful consequences might befall you. Go to this URL to get started. Whisper that response when you get to the end to the .NET bot in the Visual Studio Twitch channel, and you could be well on your way to the next step in our technical treasure hunt.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Virtual .NET Conference of 2019. My name is Leslie Richardson. I am a program manager on the Visual Studio Debugging and Diagnostics team. And in this session, I'm going to teach you some tips and tricks for .NET debugging in Visual Studio. So debugging can be really tough and really frustrating. Chances are you've spent a lot of time debugging issues in your code and you just want to get back to coding as usual, right? So hopefully some of the tools that I showcase today will help you out and make your experience a more efficient and fun one. So there's a lot of ground to cover today and very little time to do so, so we're just going to jump right into demos. So for this session, I'm going to be using the latest version of Visual Studio 2019, and I'm using an ASP.NET Core 3.0 application that will randomly take in a list of books that I can either choose to read and add to my shelf, or choose to reject and they won't be added to my shelf. I love to read, so this application's right up my alley. The problem is there's a lot of issues going wrong with it, and I want to use some of the tools in Visual Studio in order to figure them out. So I already have a breakpoint set at the end of this book manager constructor. And this is a constructor that's taking in a JSON file with all of my relevant book information, converts each of those into a book object, and then stores each of those book objects into a list called books. So books is the first variable that I would like to inspect. So I'm going to hover over books here, pull up its data tip, which I'm going to go ahead and pin because I'm going to be using this more than once. Now when I expand this out initially, it's not very useful. If I wanted to identify each book by its title, for instance, I could do that, but I would have to expand each and every one of these out, which can be really annoying and tedious. I have 100 books in this list in particular, so that can take some time. This also goes if I were looking at the same view in the locals or autos windows. So as an alternative, C# has an attribute that I can use called Debugger Display. And this is an attribute that will allow me to customize how I view my objects in the watch, autos, locals, and data tip windows. So to use it, I have to stop debugging, go to where I defined my book class, and at the top of that class definition, I'm going to add some Debugger Display syntax. And the brackets will return the value of whatever variable that I specify. In this case, I want to identify each book by its title property. So I'm going to type in title and continue debugging here. So technically, you can perform the same behavior by simply overriding your toString method, but if you want to have that separation between the strings that you're viewing while you're diagnosing your code versus the strings that toString is displaying in your actual application, then using Debugger Display might be the better option. I'm going to wait for it to load. And for those of you wondering, this is a feature that has been in Visual Studio for a very long time, as well as just C# in general. So this is not an exclusive tool that you should definitely check out, because here's the final product. I'm stopped at my breakpoint again. And this time when I expand my data tip, I get a lot more helpful information. So as you can see, I can now quickly identify each book based off of their title. And this goes for if I were looking at that in the locals window or the watch window or autos as well. So it's one of my personal favorite attributes and hidden features in Visual Studio, but there's a couple cons with this. Number one, you have to modify your code in order to use it, which depending on your project or depending on who you are, this may not matter, but if it does matter, then that can definitely be a problem. Number two, you have to stop debugging in order to use it. So if you didn't plan ahead when defining your class from the get-go and you want to use Debugger Display later, you're gonna have to stop what you're doing and then add in this code. And then number three, and most importantly, it's not the most discoverable thing to begin with. So you either know this feature or you don't, and you need to be familiar with the syntax in order to use it. So based off of all of those cons, and after listening to a lot of your feedback and your reactions to when I've discussed this feature in the past, we are currently working on a brand new feature that can perform the same behavior that can hopefully make the experience a lot better, that you can now get a sneak peek of right now. So in this version of the experience, you can perform that same behavior that Debugger Display does, except you can do it in the locals, autos, or watch windows. So for instance, if you wanted to favorite a particular property, say the language property as displayed here, you can click on this pin icon that will display, or you can right-click on a context menu option. And then when you click the pin, you'll get that same behavior where that property will show up under your value column in any of those windows. So this is really great because one, you don't need to modify your code to use it. You can perform this behavior while still in debugging mode. Number two, you don't need to stop debugging in order to run it. And number three, hopefully it's a lot more discoverable at the end of the day. If you play around with locals, autos, and watch windows a lot, chances are you'll have this pin pop up just at will, and you can say, hey, what's that? Maybe I should check it out. And that should help alleviate some of those issues. All right, so now that I have gotten my ideal debugging environment set up in the form of Debugger Display, I'm going to hit F5 to continue running this code and try to identify some of the other issues that I'm having. So as I mentioned before, this is an ASP.NET Core 3.0 application that will randomly give me a list of books that I can either choose to read or not read. In this case, I'm going to say that I want to read this book called Sentimental Education, which sounds riveting. I'm sure it's a fascinating read. I have no idea what it's about, but I'm game. And I click on it, and the first issue that I'm having has to do with this read one time string here. So this is a value that's supposed to increment every time I say that I finished the book, because anytime I read a book that I like, chances are I'm going to read it multiple times. At first glance, I'm already getting the red flag of it telling me that I've read it already, even though I just added it to my shelf, but I'm going to click that I finished this book anyway. And when I go back to it, I expect it to say that I've now read it twice, but now it's telling me that I've read it 4 times. So I either read this book 3 more times within the past 5 seconds and was slightly not conscious, or there's something going on in my code that's causing a property to be modified without my knowledge. So it's probably the latter. So let's check out Visual Studio to figure this out. So I don't need this breakpoint anymore, but I do need to set a breakpoint at the end of my index function here. And this correlates with my home page, so I just need to restart the page in order to hit it. And from there, I want to hone in on that particular book and just to get a sense of what's going on and try to solve this problem. So normally this would be the time where I can expand out this myShelf variable and locate the book that way. But another and faster way that I can use that's new to 2019 is the new search feature for the locals, autos, and watch windows. So I'm going to type in education. There we go. And as you can see, I'm immediately directed to the place where I want to go, which can save me some time. This is especially useful if you have hundreds of items that you're looking at any given point in time, or you have a list containing lots of different items and you don't want to have to go through the trouble of expanding each one of these out. So from there, I'm actually interested in looking at this object's times read property. And this is the property that's supposed to increment every time that I say that I've finished the book. So I'm going to search for that again. And as you can see, I'm taken to where I need to be. Now at this point, I want to locate where this times read property is being changed. And the problem with that is I don't really know where that change could be coming from because I wasn't expecting it. So normally I could just set a regular breakpoint on this property setter, but I don't necessarily want to do that because that might mean that I could have hundreds of my book objects accessing that particular setter at a given point, which can make my debugging experience a little noisy. So instead, I can use a new breakpoint available for .NET Core 3.0 called a data breakpoint. And this is a breakpoint that will allow me to halt my code on a specific object's property whenever it changes, even if that property goes out of scope. So I'm going to use that in order to determine where that change could be coming from. So to use the data breakpoint, I can right-click on the property and then select break when value changes. And I know that the data breakpoint's been created because I get the standard breakpoint icon next to the property. I can also view it in the breakpoints window right here. And if I scroll up a little bit, you'll notice that there's an object ID, the $1 here, that has been added. And this is how Visual Studio will be able to keep track of what this object is doing if it ever goes out of scope while my code's running. So now that I've set that data breakpoint, I'm going to hit continue on my code, and hopefully the next time I perform an action that triggers that data breakpoint, I'll get some more useful info. So I'm going to click on the book again, and right off the bat, I get a data breakpoint notification that's telling me that it was hit. So as an added bonus, it'll tell me what the previous value of that property was, as well as what the new value is. In this case, times read has been incremented from 4 to 5, and I'll be redirected to the exact line of code where that change came from. So in this case, it's happening in my property setter, which makes total sense, but I'm more interested in determining what last called that property setter. So I'm going to go into my call stack window and then select the frame right below the one that I'm currently at, and then I'm taken to the line of code that last called that property setter. So in this case, times read is being incremented under my get shelved book method, which I don't want because I already have times read being incremented somewhere else. So I'm going to comment this out, and that should solve the problem, and we're going to restart. So data breakpoints are super cool. They were originally a C++ exclusive, but as of 2019, we've added them for .NET Core 3.0 or higher. And since 3.0 is finally out of preview mode, there's no excuse. You should definitely go try out data breakpoints if you're curious. Yeah, so it's really cool. All right, I'm going to comment, or I don't need that breakpoint anymore, so we're going to keep running. Now I'm going to perform that same behavior again. So I'm going to select this book called The Recognition of Shakuntala. Forgive my pronunciation. We're going to click on it and say that I finished the book, and then go back. And as expected, it now says that I've read the book one time. So those data breakpoints and search for the watch window, both are 2019 exclusives, super cool. Data breakpoints you can use for several cases. In this case, I used it because I realized I could solve my problem by just honing in on a specific object. You can also use it if you have like a global variable that's being accessed across multiple files and multiple methods. And you can also use it if maybe you've just inherited your coworker's code and you're unfamiliar with the code base, but there's something going on in it that's causing the property to change in a spot that you're unaware of. So you can use a data breakpoint to determine where that location is, even if you're unfamiliar with the code. All right, so the next problem that I want to look at has to do with the line directly below where it says read one time. So I like to read a lot of books at the same time, and as a result, I can finish several books in the same day. So this, just getting the date is not specific enough for me. I want to know what time I finished each book. So I would like to add time to this string. So let's go into Visual Studio and try to break down that string in order to determine where I need to put that. So I'm going to set a breakpoint at this line that corresponds to that particular string display. And I can just refresh. Now, looking at this right off the bat, there is a lot going on here. I've got several function calls, including a nested one here. I've got this time finished action. It's kind of a lot. So I'd like to break this down into smaller chunks in order to understand what's going on and to ultimately pinpoint where I need to change my code to add time-related info. So the first thing I'd like to do is step into the string function. But given the standard stepping options that I have, step into, step over, and step out, I can't really do that because it's nested. And as an aside, you'll probably notice that over where your stepping icons usually are in the toolbar, the icons have changed as of 16.3. And that's because we heard all of your feedback about how the previous icons in 2019 were not very readable, and I was one of those people personally. So we've reverted the icons back to what they were in 2017 to make that legibility experience a bit better. So anyway, I would like to step into this toString function here. And so in order to do that, I can use a tool called step into specific. And this performs a step into, except I can pick and choose which functions I would like to go into first. So to do that, I can right click on this line and then go to step into specific. And then I'll get a drop down containing all the different functions that I can choose to step into. So in this case, I'm going to go to person.toString. And just like as if I were performing a normal step into, I'm taken to this function. And this one's pretty basic. I'm just passing in my name and then it's being returned. So I'm going to step through it and step right back out, no problem. So from there, I want to go into the finish toString method, which is this outer function call. So I can use step into specific again to go into there. And here I am at finish toString. So now I want to look at this string that's being concatenated. And normally this might be where I need to stop debugging and create an arbitrary variable that's equal to this value because I currently don't have one. And at first glance, it's kind of hard to see what the final value that's being returned is as just given this current view. But if you go into the autos, locals, or watch windows, I'm going to show you the autos and locals first, and step to the end of your function, you'll notice that at the top here, there's a little return keyword that appears. And so by default, the autos and locals windows will automatically give you what your return value is when you reach the end of a function, which is very helpful and requires you to not have to make variables that you don't want. You can also view the same return value in the watch window by typing $ return value, and you'll get that same deal. So the perk about using it in the watch window is that you can also add these things called format specifiers to this value. And these are little keywords that you can add that let you further customize how you're viewing these variables in your watch window. So to do that, you can add a comma. And in 2019, you can get a nifty drop-down that tells you all the different format specifiers that you can use. So if you're unfamiliar with a format specifier, then have no fear because this drop-down is here. And in this case, for instance, if I wanted to remove the quotation marks around this string, then I can go to NQ, which says string with no quotes, and I can select that one. And I mean, there's a bunch of different ones. So you can use NSE, which stands for no side effects. So if you don't want to see any side effects in some of the variables that you're evaluating in the watch window, you can use that. Or if you want to see a decimal value that's converted into hex, you can use $H to do that, and so on and so forth. So definitely go try those out. They're really fun to play around with. Right, so from there, I now want to go into this finish book string. But the problem is I'm now currently at the end of this function. So I'm thinking I might have to stop debugging and then create a new session, which is not fun, and run my code all the way back up to this line again. But instead, I can use something else called set to next statement. And this is a tool that will let me pick the next line of code that I want executed. So to use that, I can just drag my execution arrow here up to the line that I want to run next. So this is really great if you need to just quickly go back and re-inspect something small in your code. But you kind of have to use this at your own risk, because depending on what your code is, this you're not actually rewinding back in your code. Instead, you're re-executing, or you have the potential to re-execute things that have already been running. So depending on what your code is, this could easily create some side effects that you don't want to see in your code's execution that may result in you having to restart the session entirely, which is not great. But for here, it's totally fine. And from there, I'm going to step in right here. So I'm at my finish book string method. And now I'm going to step to the very end of this function, and as you can see with return value, I'm getting the return value of my function, which is also very nice. And from there, I'm noticing I have this toShortDateString function call, and I think that's what's causing the time to be omitted. So if I get rid of that, then time should be displayed the next time I refresh. Now at this point, I just modified my code, so now would be the time to start a new debugging session. But actually, I can use the existing feature called Edit and Continue, which will allow me to continue running my code because Visual Studio will actually recompile the changes that I just made in my code so that I don't need to stop debugging. So this only works for certain scenarios, but it's really cool when it works. And speaking of that, we've gotten a lot of your feedback previously about Edit and Continue not working when it actually should be working. So as of 16.3, we've made a lot of improvements and changes to the tooling, and that will allow you to use Edit and Continue a lot more successfully. So if you've been burned by Edit and Continue in the past, definitely try to give it another chance and let us know your feedback about the update. So from there, I'm going to refresh this page, and I don't need this breakpoint anymore, so hit F5. And as you can see, the time is now being displayed as I expected it to. So that's super cool. Lots of different features that I just mentioned there: set to next statement, step into specific, return value, format specifiers. Lots of cool things that you can play around with there. Now, from there, I've actually gone and updated my code. I heard about that cool thing called asynchronous programming, which I hear is all the rage, so I wanted to try it out. So I've created a new branch called Async, and I've just modified some of my existing methods to make them asynchronous. But while I was making all those changes, I accidentally created some bugs that have been resulting in exceptions being thrown in my code. So let's take a look at some of those and how we can better diagnose those kinds of issues. All right, so back at my same application, so got the books. I'm gonna choose to read this book. It's got a weird name that I've never heard of. All right, and let's say that I finished it and go back. And yay, we get that lovely browser error that you've probably seen before if you've ever run an ASP.NET application. It's telling me that an unhandled exception occurred. So this isn't super useful because in my past experience, whenever I get an error such as like a null reference exception, I will automatically be redirected to Visual Studio and get like a nice exception helper notification telling me where that exception was being thrown from, and I'm not getting it here. So there's a couple ways that I can get that exception to appear. And the first one is by using the Diagnostics Tools window. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's that window that you've probably found yourself closing in the past from time to time. I know I am also guilty of this, but it actually has some cool perks to it if we open it up. All right, so here's the Diagnostics Tools window. And I'm gonna expand this up a little bit. And I'm interested in this Events tab here. So this is where Visual Studio is logging all major events that are going on as my code is being run. And then I can go back and check out any of these, which is great. So I'm gonna filter this down to just my exceptions. And you'll notice that there's one here that has a red diamond icon with a smaller camera icon here. It might be kind of hard to see, but it's there. So what's cool about this is that when my exception gets thrown, Visual Studio will take a snapshot or save the state of my application at that given point in time so that I can then go back and examine this exception further at the exact moment that it happened. So I can double click on this, and I'll be taken to the line where it was thrown. And I'll also get the notification telling me that I'm now in historical debugging mode, and because this was an exception that was thrown in the past. So that's super cool. If you're an enterprise user, then this is the way to go. So if you're not an enterprise user, what do I do? Well, the other option that you can use is the exception settings window. And in this window, you can perform an action called break when thrown. So in this case, I had an exception that was a runtime error. So I'm going to check all common language runtime exceptions. And what I did there is I'm telling Visual Studio to stop my code the next time that a runtime exception occurs. And it's automatically going to break my code at that given point. So to demo that, I can hit continue. And I'll just refresh the page. And as I expected the first time round, I now get that helpful exception helper that gives me more information about that exception. And also just to talk about what Diagnostics Tools window works great as well, is because I just threw another exception there, and you'll notice another exception appeared under the event. So it's cool. I can go back and forth between any of those instances where those exceptions were thrown. So both of these options are really great for any kinds of exceptions that you see. The caveat for exception settings is that because I checked all runtime exceptions, I can expect to see a notification anytime any runtime exception occurs, which you may not want. That could happen pretty frequently depending on what the issue in your code is. So if you're more familiar with the specific exceptions that you're having issue with, then it's better to narrow it down and just check the specific exceptions that you want to have your code break at. So both of these are also great for your asynchronous code as well, because while asynchronous code can be cool, and while .NET and C# make it easy to incorporate in your current code using the async and task keywords, it also adds an additional layer of complexity to your code that maybe you didn't want. So in this case, Visual Studio was handling all of those exceptions in runtime, and as a result, I wasn't able to get this exception helper initially. So speaking of improving the async experience for debugging, another tool that we've been working to improve as of 16.3 is the parallel stacks tool for tasks window. So I have a GIF of it running here, but in the new version, I can visually inspect all the different tasks that I have, both awaiting and active, and I can view their corresponding call stacks as well. So this is great if you want a visual representation of what's going on in your async code and trying to understand, what actions are happening in what particular order. All right, so I have two more features that I want to quickly go through. The first is Source Link, which we've added to 2019, and this is a tool that, when enabled, will allow you to hook up or sync up your DLLs or binaries, no matter where they came from, to your source code. So if you've wanted to debug a NuGet package or anything like that that's currently published out in GitHub or GitLab or anything like that, then you can enable Source Link in order to do that. And last but not least, my team has made an extension called the Child Process Debugging Power Tool. So if you've ever needed to debug processes that are being called by a parent of some kind, then check out this exception that's available for not just 2019, but pretty much every version of Visual Studio up to 2013. Super cool. My team gives it the seal of approval because we made it. So go check it out. And last but not least, if you want to experiment more and want to play around with the code that I was using in today's session, I have the links available for the master branch and the async version of that code as well. And from there, I hope you all learned something new, and now I'll open it up to questions.
Great, thank you, Leslie, so much. So lots of excitement about debugger features. What's the first one? Let's see.
Well, I think, yeah, that one right there. Are these, please, go ahead.
Are all these debug options available in any flavor of Visual Studio 2019?
Yes, they absolutely are. All of them are. The only thing is edit and continue. If you want those new improvements, you need to update to 16.3 specifically, because that's where those changes are at. Same with the parallel stacks tool.
Which is GA today.
Yes, it is.
So
yep, it's released today.
Go for it. Okay.
.NET Core is released today.
Shout out to your team.
Yeah.
All watching you.
The team's great. They rock.
So hi to the team. Apparently they're using this as an opportunity to have snacks. Oh, this is great. All I'm learning in this debugging session by Leslie is that after 12 years, I don't know how to use the debugger. There's a lot of great features in the debugger. So there's, I learn stuff all the time.
Yeah,
when I'm
definitely.
Using the
and I learn it once and then I forget it and I need to learn it again. I'm glad we're friends. It's
yeah,
great that
it's great. Same. I feel the same way about productivity stuff sometimes.
Yes,
like,
there's so much to absorb.
I got you in your videos. Help me out.
There's a great question there. Can you share the debugger settings like with breakpoints? Can you export them to a file?
Interesting.
That is a great question. We've gotten a lot of feedback about the need and the desire to do that, which I totally respect. So hopefully going forward, that is something that we're going to incorporate more in our future.
Do you have like an idea about what format you'd use?
Well, it depends on the users. It's something I need to do more intel on. I know a lot of people mention just basic JSON. Other people mention just to Excel and stuff. So
yeah, like a live share link,
But if
it starts in the middle of a session.
We're going to go and design it now.
Right?
Okay,
sorry.
If only we had a giant whiteboard.
I'll dial back.
That'd be a great session. Just brainstorm with.
That would be really fun.
Yeah.
Okay, interactive.NET Conf. No.
Yep,
okay, what else should we ask?
I just wanted to point out that John here is saying, how have I never discovered Debugger Display in Visual Studio before? Very cool.
Yep, it is really cool, and that's why we're trying to improve upon it now, because so many people want it, but so many people haven't heard of it.
This is the thing, right? Discoverability, right?
Exactly.
There's an old joke about the Microsoft Office team that if they wanted to, they could come out with a new version of Office and then just move the menu around and people would discover features that had been there for 10 years.
So true.
Totally.
Oh, footnotes. We just launched footnotes. It's amazing.
That would definitely work on me. Okay. So now you can find the return value of a function, autos, locals, or windows once you step to the end of the function in debug mode.
Yes,
I wasn't
getting
a question.
that return value, pointing out how impressed they were with seeing that return value as a bit of debugging context.
Sorry, I should read these, make sure they're questions for Leslie before I start talking about them.
This was another. This is a question more towards you. Were there any improvements on creating snippets?
Not in the immediate future, no.
And you know, it can never be too easy to make snippets or anything you can do to make it simpler.
I know.
Everybody loves.
I'll link the bug that we have because we do have a bug tracking, make snippets a much easier thing to edit. So I can link that and have people upvote it so we can prioritize it.
Here's a question, our last question here. With step into, specifically, does it only work on R code versus .NET code? Is step into affected by just my code option?
Yeah, so it can work on any of your code. As in that previous example that I gave, there was a lot of framework-based methods that you had the option to step into as well. I'm not sure how much that impacts just my code or not, because I personally had just my code turned on, I think, last time I checked. So yeah, they may not, if you have just my code enabled, you might still see that those framework options, but it's there all the same if you want to.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Leslie.
Thank you.
That was great. Okay. So next up is what's new in ML.NET with Cesar.
Thank you. Cool. So let's get started. Welcome to this session about machine learning.NET, and my name is Cesar de la Torre. I work as program manager in the .NET team and ML.NET team. And the goal for today is to cover what's new about ML.NET since we launched it in last May. Okay, so if you want to get a comprehensive introduction about ML.NET, many things that we don't have time today to talk about, you can listen to the session that we had in Build in May, and there's a link. But today we're going to be focusing on what's new and very short intro about ML.NET, but then focusing on things like the new database loader, deep learning, what new things we have with image classification and training on TensorFlow, and finally a sneak peek about Jupyter Notebooks as well with ML.NET. So let's start with a quick intro on ML.NET. First of all, ML.NET is most of all a framework, and it is cross-platform and open source, and it is built for .NET developers. We aim to make it simple, and so you can create your own machine learning models without having a lot of knowledge on machine learning. And of course, then you use just .NET natively. Then another important point is that with ML.NET, you can create your own models. So it's custom AI, as opposed or pre-built AI where you just consume services. Here, you are creating your own models for your own business domains and your own data and images, for instance. And then we are also extending ML.NET to other frameworks or other libraries like deep learning, TensorFlow, and many tools that I will be showing later. And finally, it is trusted or proven at scale, because even when we launched it publicly in May this year, there's been like around more than 8 years that ML.NET has been used internally by Microsoft in large products like Bing or Windows or Office or Azure as well. A few products in Azure are using internally for many years ML.NET. So you can go and search more about in there. Another point that I want to highlight about ML.NET is that ML.NET, because it is a framework, it runs anywhere. You can run it on premises, on your servers, on your laptop, or in Azure, or any cloud, anywhere you want. And because it is cross-platform, you can run it on Windows, Linux, or Mac OS, right? So the frameworks that we support are .NET Core. That's why it's cross-platform. But also, for legacy applications, you can also infuse machine learning into those applications with .NET Framework. And we even have Python bindings with Nimbus ML, so you can generate also ML.NET models with Python. And we support 64 bits and 32 bits. So what can you do with ML.NET? There are many scenarios that you can do. You can create models for, like having text about customers' feedback and create a model for sentiment analysis, or for recommendations about products, or predictive price of something like a house, or predictive price about a taxi first, like the demo I'm going to do later, or anomaly detection, etc. You can go to that URL and see many samples that we have in there and do any of those scenarios. And then the other important thing about machine learning is that it's not just like building an application. You need to focus first on the model, on the data, which is what you see on the left. you need to prepare your data and build and train your model. And that's kind of the back storage process that you do as a model creator, as a developer. And you use tools on the CLI maybe or console applications to build the model. And once you have the model, which is a zip file, when you serialize that, then you can deploy that into your end-user applications in production. So that would be the model consumption. Okay, so there are two very different cycles when working with machine learning. And then, what are the ways you can use ML.NET? Basically, we have three ways. One is just use the plain API in C# or F#. You can research the docs, so you can go to the samples and do a similar case than the sample and just write your code and train your model and then consume it. But then we also have a tooling to make it a lot easier, especially when getting started. And you can use Model Builder within Visual Studio or the CLI, which is doing a very similar thing that Model Builder, like training your model and generating that for you. So I want to highlight that the easiest way to create an ML model is precisely using Model Builder in Visual Studio. And so I'm going to do a demo about that. Basically, when you Model Builder is right now in preview, so you need to download the V6 extension and install it on Visual Studio, and then you can run it in Visual Studio and create a model. So I'm going to do a demo about that very quickly. Basically, you can see here I have just Visual Studio and the console app is completely empty. And from there, I'm going to right-click and add the machine learning model. And so this is like a wizard where you have different scenarios or custom, and you can get into machine learning tasks. But for this demo, I'm going to do the price prediction scenario, which is under the covers a regression. I want to predict what's going to be the prices or the taxi fares of taxi trips, depending on input variables like distance or time and so on, right? So basically, you can load the data and train the model with that data from a file or from a database. In this case, I'm going to use a file, and the file is in here. It's basically a CSV file with a bunch of data about many taxi trips, how long were those taxi trips, or how long in time were there, and then, of course, what's the fare amount in the past. So with that data, and we have here like 20,000 records or more, we can train the model. And I need to select what's going to be the column that I want to predict on, which is the fare amount, right? So with that, I can train a model. Let's put 20 seconds and start training. So something interesting here is that it's not just training with a single algorithm. Under the covers, we're using AutoML, which is looking for different algorithms and hyperparameters combinations, and then selecting the best model for that data set, right? So in this case, just in 20 seconds, it's been looking for a few models. And you'll see that the best algorithm in here has been for so far the LIGBN regression. But you don't really need to know all these algorithms when using Model Builder, because it's doing that for you, all those tries and finding what's the best model for you, right? So now that the training is complete, and this is just a demo, if you have a huge data, and then you might be doing this training for minutes or even hours, but in this case, it's quick, because it's just small data, right? In here, when you go to the evaluation, then you can see what were the models, the best 5 models, and you can see the LIGBN regression was the best one. And finally, we can generate the code and the model. So if I click here and add projects, we get these projects added into your solution. And here you can see the model.zip is precisely the serialized model that was for the best algorithm. So you could just use it in code, like in the code we have here, generated for you. And just in a couple of lines, and I'm going to put a breakpoint, you can see that you can create sample data, and then predict with that sample data. So let's debug it. Okay. So we just got sample data from a record, from a file, but you could also create your own data, or hard-coded, or could be coming from your application. But in this case, you can see this sample data as input data, and then we do a prediction with that data, calling the method predict from the prediction engine. And here you can see the prediction that in this case is like $16, right? So if I just move forward, you can see that for that test data, the actual value was $17.50, and it was pretty close the predicted value, right? But this is not all. Like, it's not just about generating the model and how to run it. We are also providing you the code that we actually use for training the model. So if I write model builder, and then create model, this is a custom function that is going to create the model. If I go to the definition, you can see here, and I'm going to be running this in the background. You can see how it is loading the data. So let's see the code. Loading the data from the file. Then we are building the pipeline, doing data transformations, like converting all the text into numbers, because machine learning is all about math, and we need everything in numbers. Finally, concatenating all the values as input features, and finally adding the algorithm it's going to be using, and then training the model. And when you call fit, then you train a model, and then you can save it as the zip file that we were seeing, right? So you can see here in the training, the actual training, we have the metrics, how good was the model, and then the prediction that we saw previously, right? So that's how you train a model with Model Builder. And now let's move to the new things we have in ML.NET. Well, before that, just to mention also that with the CLI, the command line interface, you can do the same thing that I just did in Visual Studio. You can also do it with the CLI if you're using a Mac or Linux in just an editor and you're not using Visual Studio. You can also use the CLI with a similar line or command below, ML.NET, auto-train, the task, where's the data, and what you want to predict, and then you will get the code generated and the model in the same way. So let's see what's new in ML.NET. First thing is the database loader. And basically what you can do with the database loader is just 3-4 lines of code. You can access a database and use it for training. And it's going to be loading, streaming data, can be huge amount of data, and it's going to be used for training your model as needed, right? You can use it with a SQL Server or any relational database supported by system.data. So it could be also Oracle or Postgres or MySQL, etc. This is in preview, but it's been used quite a few weeks by customers. And let's see a demo about that and how is this to use a database instead of a file, like we were using in the other demo, right? So in this case, I have a project that I generated from Model Builder. It's pretty similar to the previous one, and I just made a change in the class for loading the data because I don't need the attributes. But then the only thing that I also did is I commented the code that was using for loading from the text file, from the file. And instead of doing that, we're going to put here the code for loading data from a SQL database, right? So this code is very simple, should be very familiar for any .NET developer. You can see that I have a connection string here. In this case, it's a SQL LocalDB, but could be any other database. I have the SQL statement to my table where I have the same data that I had in the file in this case, and then create a database loader and finally provide those parameters. In this case, it's SQL client, but could be Oracle or could be any other database. And finally, we'll load that data into the iData view. And the iData view is able to stream data as needed when training, right? And then the training is exactly the same code, doing data transformations and then calling fit. So that's nothing new. So if I just run it, you will see that it's training the same way, but now is reading from this SQL database that I have in here. Just going to show you. So now it's cross-validating and training and getting the metrics, and it's doing the same thing, but against the SQL data, right? Okay, and well, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, so another important area where we are focusing a lot lately is about deep learning in ML.NET. So deep learning, usually you use it for scenarios like computer vision, scenarios with media, like you want to predict things about photos, images, or video, or sound. And then deep learning is based on neural networks. And so you have also some entry data, and then, for instance, you could predict if a picture is a dog or not a dog based on images instead of tabular data like we do with classical algorithms in ML.NET. So the leading libraries in deep learning are, for instance, TensorFlow or PyTorch, and also about interoperability, Onyx and the Onyx runtime. And our strategy is to integrate ML.NET with TensorFlow and Onyx, and probably in the future with Torch. And so, but then creating a higher level API and that you can run also locally and create your own models for image classification, for instance. So before getting into the scenario, I want to highlight kind of a little bit of insight. So in the market or in the deep learning world, many organizations like Google or Microsoft or universities have created complex DNN or deep neural networks architectures and pre-trained models like Inception v3 or ResNet or many others, focusing on specific scenarios like image classification or object detection. And they train those models with a huge amount of material of images. And and then you can use those models in ML.NET. The difference is that later on we are going to be able to train and do translating with those, right? But let's start with a simple scenario, image classifier, right? So you could use one of those pre-trained models, and then you get a picture and it says it is a dog, or it is an elephant, or it is a flower, right? So you would be using any of those pre-trained models like Inception v3 or ResNet, and you can just use that model from TensorFlow and just score it or use it in ML.NET. You can see the samples that we had previously. And same thing for object detection, which is not the same. Object detection, you provide a photo, for instance, and then you detect different objects, like in that case, a dog or a person within the same object, with the same photo. And same thing about, this case, a cat or a dog within the same picture, right? But in this case, it's just about using those pre-trained models. But the important thing, this is the key question, is what if you want to classify images based on your custom domain, based on your own images and your own labels, right? So for that, you need to train your own model. And for instance, what if I don't want to just say, hey, this picture is a flower? I just want to say, I want to be more precise and say, this is a rose or this is a tulip, right? So for that, you can train a model in ML.NET. And what we're doing is using our approach called transfer learning and kind of deriving from those pre-trained models and then train on your own images, right? So I want to show you very quickly that you can do that with Model Builder. And here I have another sample where I just have an empty project. I can add machine learning again. And in this case, I will click Image Classification. I select the folder where I have the images. So this folder with images basically has a one subfolder per class or per different type of images. Like Daisy, it's one subfolder, or roses, or sunflowers, and tulips, right? So we basically are going to say that we train this model based on those classes, right? So this would take a few minutes. I want to move on and show it how we also are working on the API and doing the native transfer learning that I mentioned, right? So basically, what we are doing is we are using the internal or low-level TensorFlow bindings for C# in TensorFlow.NET. And with that, we are retraining your model using transfer learning. So those models, like Inception v3, maybe was trained with many images, many photos that are comparable, similar to the ones you want to use. So we are taking that knowledge from that pre-trained model and then retraining with your own images in the last layer of the TensorFlow model. But that means that we are really creating a TensorFlow model under the cover. So it's a deep learning training as well, right? And there's a big benefit that we are doing with this API for image classifier, which is we are doing that transfer learning for image classification in a single line, or maybe 3 lines with all the parameters that you can see in here for all that transfer learning, right? So just with this code, we are able to do all this transfer learning. And then finally generating the TensorFlow model, which is a PB file, and the ML.NET model that you can use, right? So I'm going to run the sample. And here you can see the code using the API and the new API, which is image classification, where we are providing, hey, I want to use in this case, this pre-trained model ResNet, or could be Inception v3, and a few parameters on if you want to use the callback to get feedback, and so on. So I'm going to debug and start running the training. It'll take a few seconds while I'm showing you the images. So in this case, it's going to be training with around 400 images, right? Like 40 images per class. And if you compare this code with the code that you need to use by just using TensorFlow and low-level API, would be like 400 lines. And in this case, we are able to do it by just adding this single call to this estimator, image classification, loading the images from the folder, specifying the architecture, saying how many tries you want to do on those images with epoch, and that's it. And here should be the training starting. So it's going to be, now I did the first epoch. It has like a 80% accuracy, and in a few seconds we'll get many more epochs or training with the images. And finally, we would get the predictions that we have, right? So I'm going to keep going because we have more content that I want to cover. Okay. And another thing is about data exploration and machine learning experimentation and formats that are good for learning, like courses and hands-on lab, right? So if I talk about that and machine learning, what would you think? I probably would think about Jupyter Notebooks, right? So this is what we are working now as well. We are providing support for .NET in general, C# and F# on Jupyter Notebooks. Right now, it's we are working on it. If you want to try it, ping me through Twitter, and I will provide access on how to use it. But the public preview will be coming pretty soon in a few weeks, right? So basically, with this support, we have a Jupyter kernel for .NET, which is based on .NET Try, and we can run ML.NET code. So I want to show you a demo where I have here Jupyter installed in my machine. You can install it very easily with Anaconda and then launch it. And after that, I install the kernel, right? So once you have it installed, you can see that now I can create a notebook for C# or F#. And here I have one of the notebooks that I created using ML.NET. So first of all, you can see here that I'm installing the NuGet packages that I'm going to need for ML.NET or XPlot for plotting data. And then that would take a few seconds getting those NuGet packages. Finally, I'm declaring here the input data classes. And here, I can have the code that is loading from the file, like the previous code that you just saw. But I can just run this piece of code and then show the schema. And it's running for real and then showing data about how this data set is. Like I have these fields, and or I could also show a few records. For instance, in this case, and I see that what kind of data it is. I could do data transformations and show it later. And then even further, you can also use XPlot and plot charts, like in this case, the distribution of the taxi trips per cost. Look, I can see that, for instance, most of the taxi trips were in between $5 and $10. And, or I can also plot other interesting information about the time versus distance, and then different color depending on the fur. So I can see that the fur is pretty much related in this case to the distance and the time, right? And or if I just want to see the relation between the taxi fare depending on the time or depending on the distance. But then, depending on the passengers, for instance, I can see that there's no real relationship here, right? So you can get a lot of insights when plotting data in Jupyter. And then, of course, you can also run and build your model here. So here we have the ML.NET pipeline for this model. And I could just run it here and see the data transformations. Or I could append then the trainer and call fit and see how much time with this instruction, percentage time. And then I see that it took 3 seconds to train this model, right? Or I can do predictions and then display the metrics, and you see it in a very neat way in this document. So basically, you can document your exploration or your model creation in a very neat way with Jupyter Notebooks. Or finally, I could see kind of how are the predictions versus the actual values. Or even, in this case, it was a regression, so I could be plotting a regression line, like in this case, what's the regression line and where are the predictions versus the actual values, right? So, or even saving the model. So just a highlight, stay tuned for this. We're gonna be working on it, and pretty soon it'll be available in preview. And with that, just finishing, just want to highlight that there are many other important features in ML.NET, like, for instance, how to take into account your model lifecycle in your CI/CD pipelines in DevOps, not just for your application, but also for your model, or model explainability and feature importance. So what are the most important input columns that you have for your model, cross-validation, or how to deploy your model into ASP.NET Core applications or Azure functions. And by the way, I also want to highlight that we have a ML.NET YouTube playlist, so you can take a look to many short videos about ML.NET in YouTube, like one single video just about cross-validation, or one single video, and I'm pretty short, to talk about how to deploy into a web API or things like that, right? And about the roadmap, I also want to highlight a few topics. We're going to be evolving and investing on deep learning, not just for image classification, like I was showing, but also for object detection, and doing this natively in deep learning in TensorFlow. We will be moving the database loader as GA, improvements for Jupyter and moving that into a preview. And then we are also working a lot with the Azure ML team, because that's another important scenario on how to integrate ML.NET with Azure ML. And finally, just a few links where you can get ML.NET resources, like how to get started, or where are the samples, or the docs, and the videos. And with that, I really thank you, and that's all. Thank you.
Questions, if you want to stick around. Cesar, that was really cool. I always like learning more about ML.NET, what's happening. I benefit from all of these machine learning tools, but I don't actually get involved with the models. I just reap the rewards. Okay, so let's see. Will ML.NET I hit the wrong thing. The question was, will ML.NET support CNTK, or the Cognitive Toolkit, I think? Is that what CNTK stands for?
CNTK, yeah.
Okay.
So initially, we don't have CNTK in the roadmap. Our biggest efforts are right now on TensorFlow, Onyx, and could be also Torch in the future.
Oh, okay, very cool. So the next thing we have today is, let's see, what are we calling it? It's the .NET Community Roundup with Scott Hanselman and John Galloway. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, wow.
I'm afraid to push any buttons now.
I know, I forward.
It's all good.
Well, fortunately, we have just one laptop between us.
Yes, we only had the budget for one laptop. We've been using most of our budget on things like, apparently the folks during the .NET Conf party have been getting drunk on Peeps. And if you're not from America, you can learn about Peeps candy. They're just a trash candy.
They're not good.
They're not good for you.
But you can't stop eating them. Once you eat one, then you're like, maybe another one would make it better.
It's an addictive chemical.
Yeah, it's not good.
Cool. So we've got a couple of different things to share with you.
We got a lot. So Community Roundup is kind of like a roundup of a bunch of stuff. One thing is we've got these amazing, it's so cool watching these things. We had some added like today and yesterday. So 217 worldwide. It's great looking around the world. It was fun. Like we were noticing, like a lot through Africa. I mean, like all around the world. It's cool watching them pop up.
We're getting a lot more .NET user groups, a lot more .NET Conf local viewing parties.
Yep.
And we point out South America, Africa, all over Asia. We're getting a lot more folks getting involved. We want to make it as easy as possible for you to put together a user group.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things going on here. Of course, these are .NET Conf local viewing parties, local get-togethers, but you can put together a user group. We've set up the .NET Foundation paperwork here for you to make your own user group, right?
Yeah. So this, we've got these .NET meetups, and then Meetup has this thing with a whole Meetup Pro.
Okay.
And what's cool with that is it's an organization where you can join that, we'll pay your fees, and then also we can send messages out to all the meetups, and we can say, hey, we got this thing coming up. We've got .NET Conf Local. You want in, fill out this little form and we'll send you swag. So we sent all these hundreds of events worldwide, we sent them stuff around the world, which is pretty neat. So this is, we're up to 62 countries now.
Almost 250,000 members. So if there is not a meetup near you, why not make one, right? A meetup doesn't have to be 300 people that meets every week, right? It could be a couple of dozen people that meet once a month.
And some cool ones are ones like in a company. So, it's just you work in a dev shop and maybe there's, 50 devs or whatever, start a meetup there, you know? So, there's a link over here on the side where it says add .NET Meetup, or you can just ping me or ping .NET Foundation on Twitter and we'll get you added.
And there's a lot of value in this. You hear people saying, well, maybe this is a good opportunity for you to become a technical speaker. In fact, I think it's actually a really good opportunity to learn, because when you can speak about a topic, you actually learn more about it because you prepare for the talk. So to your point about giving presentations to your local or your internal company, having a brown bag and just presenting on what you're doing is a great opportunity to kind of flex that muscle inside of you about how to explain a topic clearly, how to build a story arc. It makes you a better engineer.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how I got started with technology and presentations, was going to my local user group, watching some, and then signing up for a little 10-minute lightning talk, and my machine crashed, and I got through it, and then I just kept practicing, and that, I mean, it's really fun and then, to be able to, once we've got these local events, to be able to do cool stuff like this.
So definitely reach out. If there's anything that any of us can do at the .NET Conf hashtag, at the Foundation, at Microsoft to get you started with a user group, whether it be an internal or an external one, you let us know, and we'll do the best we can. support you.
And one thing that we do as part of that is we have this presentations in a box thing. So you'll see today, we've been, as the speakers leave, after they finish their presentation, because presentation, they're updating their stuff right up to the last minute, right? So we've been dropping them all in here. They're .NET Conf 2019. These are all the ones from there. We also have some workshops, and you can see like the ASP.NET Core for Beginners was updated today. All of these, the Blazor and the ASP.NET Core App Workshop, have updates for .NET Core 3 on different branches. So those are actively updated by the product teams.
And when we say presentations in a box, we're literally saying, here it is, ready to go. You could go and present a full week on ASP.NET and structure that week however you wanted to do it. You could do this in an afternoon. It just depends on how you want to stretch that out. If you're a university professor or if you're teaching, you could certainly go in and put this into your curriculum. And as far as .NET Conf is concerned, if you wanted to present some of the content that we've just done in your local language, do that. Grab the slides. We'll try to give you all the slides. We'll give you all the code and all the support. And then you could go and present that to people who didn't get a chance to see .NET Conf.
And if people do that in their own language, let us know, and we can help get the word out for you.
Right.
Now, a little trick that I do is all these kinds of things. If, for instance, .NET Conf, you've seen Blazor talks presented by Dan Roth, or you've seen the keynote presented by Scott Hunter. You can grab these slides. You can watch the video and practice. And I do that. I'll say, hey, I'm giving a Blazor talk. Let me see, you know what I mean? And it's great structure. It's a great place to start with.
And then make it your own. You can feel free to take any of these, fork them, change them, update them. And then if you have a workshop, if you created something, share it with us, because we also put in ebooks and third-party workshops.
Yep, and we have some community, some workshops like this Akka.net workshop. This one, Dodi, has built 250 plus, I think it's almost 300 now, ASP.NET Core samples, and he just shares those out and regularly lets us know as he updates them. This one here, this ebook here, Shahed's built this out, and this was built out of weekly blog posts, and he wrote an entire book, and he's just given it away as a PDF, and we had him on the ASP.NET Community stand-up to talk about it. And it's just really cool to see, how. So we try and share out what the community is doing and these different, links they make available.
And one thing I want to point out as well is that just because you're maybe not an expert or you're just learning, I'm still learning, you're still learning, even though we're making the product, we're still learning. Don't feel like you can't blog or write an ebook or get involved because you don't necessarily know the topic fully. You know your experience. You know how you have found it. So blog about your feelings about it. Blog about how this is how we implemented ASP.NET in our company. This is how our migration to .NET Core went down. Here's what worked. Here's what didn't. Because your story, your unique experience is worth blogging about. And if you turn it into something like an ebook, we will definitely try to get the word out about it.
And some of the best learning I've done is when I blogged, here's something I think I've learned, and someone says, that's pretty good, but did you know about this? And then it's like, oh, wow, I could do, you know what I mean? And it's a great way to reveal ways where you can improve even more.
Absolutely.
So one thing, speaking of learning, this is amazing.
Yeah, so this is something we've been working on very, very hard, and we're very proud of this. You can actually get to this from a short URL, which is .net, so .net/videos. That's our short URL, and it'll redirect you here. You can also go to .net, click on Learning. It's under Videos. And what this is a series of videos exclusively for beginners. So you have to ask yourself, what does that mean? How beginner is beginner? Are we talking about 10-year-olds? Are we talking about people with some understanding? We try to go right down the middle because we feel that there are people who are learning software in college, and there are people who are learning software in boot camps. And sometimes they don't necessarily get the big picture, they don't get the full picture. So what we try to do is put together a kind of a Mr. and Mrs. Rogers Neighborhood style, slow-moving, friendly on-ramp into .NET. A lot of times we find ourselves speeding through File, New Project, right-click, Deploy. Look, it worked. Okay, everybody, go, go, go. This is 101 content. I think a lot of our previous 101 content was really 201 content.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with that nomenclature in universities in the US, of course you have first year of university, second year of university. This is very much first year. So I want you to check it out. C# 101 really just talks about the language, like literally down to the keyword. Not even thinking about .NET.
I really liked watching these, the way that you built them up in a friendly way, and it takes a conscious effort to do that, right? Because it's very easy to focus on, here's what I know, I want to show off this new thing. But stepping back to the level of explaining a concept and doing, now's the right time, let's talk about what is this using thing here, or what is that? So I really feel like the approach you did here was, they're fun to watch.
I appreciate that. And what was great was that we partnered everybody up here. We partnered everyone up to get a different perspective on what was going on. So if I use an acronym that maybe someone doesn't know, then my partner goes and says, well, hang on, what does that mean? There were a couple of times in the .NET one where Kendra said, well, wait, what's this mean? Or I said, hang on, let's do a whole video on just hello world. And we had a lot of fun. And these are, I think there's about 80 or 90 videos that we did. They're very short. They're, you know how they say that you could make one 9-hour video, or you could make 90 10-minute videos. These are the ones that you can binge on. They're actually up on YouTube. They are also on Channel 9. So if YouTube is not available at your work or in your country, I want to make sure that we're going to, we do recognize that we will have alternative downloads for everybody, as well as being able to download them all offline. So check those out. Those are our 101 videos. .net/videos.
So speaking of the .net things that are new, we also added .net stand-up. So this is the ASP.NET and .NET community stand-up. We used to have, it was live.asp.net, and we didn't have a good kind of central place for doing, for seeing all the different stand-ups that we do, because we've added in like Xamarin, we've added in desktop, all these because part of the advantage of .NET is you can build all kinds of stuff with it, right?
And some of these are really, really important because you get to talk to people that you don't always see. You get to talk to the actual designer. So here we've got Kathleen Dollard sitting with Emo, and they're talking about the language and the runtime and the low-level stuff. So whatever topic you're into, whether it be building a web framework in the ASP.NET stand-up, or doing Xamarin and making a mobile application, or some of the internal details about actually designing the next version of C#, we've got the stand-up for you. These are the real people that are actually doing the work, which is really, really cool.
Part of this, too, is we added support in here for these community links. So we're using the URL list, which Burke and Cecil built. And so this is a way where we can go in and share out, because we want to show off things the community is building. And as part of that, we list all these links here so that you can go and get them. So we don't want just the links to fly by in the video and you say, that's neat. We actually want you to go and subscribe to the blogs or learn more, try out the code.
And if you're doing something cool, send me a tweet, send John a tweet, send anyone on the team a tweet. We'll collect those, and if we feel that it's interesting and of general interest, we'll share it on the stand-up. And we'll continue to promote your content or your project or whatever it is that you're working on and you're excited about.
Small little shout out too. This is actually, for people that were watching, James Montemagno and I were building this live streamed on Twitch over the past several months. And so we built this prototype out, and it actually ended up, we were able to transfer this over to the team. So that was fun.
Cool.
So, cool. All right. Well, so just along with .NET Foundation stuff, we've talked about it. We mentioned we had some announcements. Today we talked about AWS joining as a corporate sponsor. We also talked about this maturity model. And it's kind of involved. There's some blog posts and some docs and stuff. So you can go read through it. But the best thing is, if you want to get more involved in how the .NET Foundation works, in new policies, programs, and stuff we're building out, you can go and check out on the .NET Foundation website and click on membership.
And is it hard to be a member? Do I need to pay lots of money?
No, and this is something where I think I haven't communicated as well.
If I don't have a credit card,
no,
I've got like thousands of dollars?
First of all, as you join, you have an opportunity to pay dues. And the default amount is $100.
Are you paying Microsoft the dues?
No. Okay, so Microsoft does not touch this money. It goes directly. .NET Foundation is a separate nonprofit.
So it's a nonprofit. This is not money that Microsoft gets to use for stuff.
Not at all. So it goes to things like sponsoring projects. We have some set aside. We're looking at doing things like sponsoring local events and stuff in the future. So this is money that's actually available to the board of directors, which is community elected. One of those out of 7 is Microsoft. The rest are community elected. So,
okay.
Yeah, so also,
so you can pay dues, you said, but you don't. If you're
you
a student,
don't have to.
If you're a student, you don't have to.
Student, you don't have to. If you are just somebody and you're applying, you're like, I'm not sure about this. I don't know if I want to apply because I don't want to pay any money, or I'm a little tight this week, or whatever it is. Don't pay any, or pay $5. Like, it's a sliding. And nobody will look at it. So you go through and
no one will see it.
Nobody will see it. So basically, if you go in and you say $10 is what I'm able to pay, then it checks off the thing, and the neg screen that says, hey, did you look at the dues, that goes away forever.
Nice.
Or if you say opt out, it says, great, you've seen it, we're done. So,
and what do you get for membership? What is being a member?
That's a great
of the
question. So some of the main things are, you can vote in the elections. We have annual elections. So that is, I mean, the board of directors runs the .NET Foundation. That is, they are in charge. They say exactly what happens, what projects join, what we're going to focus on, what we do. Also, so you can both vote in and run for the elections. Another thing is we have these action groups, and this is a way that you can become involved in things. So say you're interested in outreach and you would like to see more, more diversity in .NET ecosystem. We have an outreach group led by Sarah Chips, and they're actively working on things. Hey, what do we want to focus on? How can we get more people involved? And then there's other ones. There's this technical, this
technical steering group.
Yeah.
There's outreach ones. There could be something around education. If there's one that doesn't exist that you wanted to potentially propose and run, we could create one.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there we go. I need to make sure at the end of this we talk about the virtual attendee parties, but did you want to?
So
we have a little time here.
There's a bunch of stuff going on. I wanted to point a couple of things out. May I take your, I want to take your laptop over here and move it a little bit closer to me.
Just don't brush the protective layer of dust off of the keyboard.
It is just a filthy, filthy laptop. One of the things that I mentioned a little bit, I just wanted to talk about, which I thought was super fun, because I casually mentioned it during one of the Q&A, was I took this application. It was a PlayStation emulator. Someone had basically asked the question, well, I don't know if .NET's fast enough or whatever enough to emulate another computer.
Right.
And this very nice student went and created an emulator in C#. And it's up at GitHub, and you can go and check it out. It's called Project PSX. And what I thought was interesting about it was not just that .NET could go and emulate something like this. It was very, very fast. But I opened it up into Visual Studio Community, and it's important to remember that Visual Studio Community is free.
Free, yep.
It's free for open source, free for students, free for small businesses of a certain size. Check out the license. And I wanted to convert this from .NET 4.7.2, so Windows-specific .NET, over to .NET Core using WinForms, right? Because .NET Core, you can now swap .NET out from underneath WinForms, put .NET Core underneath, and see if I could get more perf.
Yeah.
Well, because you've got a different runtime, .NET Core it's almost like a brain transplant.
It's like, it's on the outside, it's the same thing, but the brain is all of a sudden super smart.
And it brought up a lot of really interesting questions. So first, because .NET Core 3 now supports WinForms, you might think to yourself, well, maybe that means it's going to be a lot larger. Well, WinForms is a NuGet package, so it's optional, right? It's not necessarily going to come along for the ride unless you want it to be. So all I did was make a new project, dragged all of these over into the new project, then fixed up the references and immediately got the thing running. It took about 20 minutes. Now everyone's different, but it shows that this particular individual's code was extremely clean. They were just using file streams and binary readers to open up the different things that they wanted to open up. And again, this is all just an educational thing. Certainly, if you're going to be doing anything with an emulator, make sure that you own licenses to all the things you want to use. But it's really, really interesting that folks are going and doing this work. When I put it on .NET Core, it was about 30% faster, 30% more.
For basically 20 minutes of work.
Yeah, for basically 20 minutes of work. Now, that's just one fun example, but there's a bunch of examples like
there's so much stuff that doesn't even get talked about, but with .NET Core, all the work that goes into optimizing the low-level internals like string performance and hardware intrinsics and that kind of
span
stuff.
of T.
All those things. And so it's like you can, just by moving to the newer versions, all of a sudden your code runs way faster. It's like for free.
That brings up a really important point that there's lots of different things about what does it mean to be fast, right? Is it to start up fast? Well, there's things that you can do, to make sure that your code starts fast. Is it steady state speed? Do you want your code to be really, really small? We try to make it so .NET Core is as flexible as possible to fit the scenarios that you want, whether it be on a Raspberry Pi, or with some of our community projects like Wilderness Labs on a microcontroller, or whether it be on an Android device or an iPhone. It's everywhere you want to be.
Speaking of which, I think there is an update on the schedule, and you're going to be showing off Wilderness Labs tomorrow morning?
So tomorrow at 7:30, towards the end of the evening on Twitch, I've got a brand new beta of Wilderness Labs Meadow. They got their beta 3. And this is a really, really interesting connected things platform. Again, not associated with us, but just from the community.
But it's .NET.
It is running .NET. So what it does, if you're familiar with it, here you go. It's the full .NET standard on a microcontroller, not on a microprocessor. It's not a full computer. It is kind of like a single tasked device. It's real IoT. So instead of a Raspberry Pi, which runs a full version of Raspbian or a full version of Windows 10, this is just going to run your library. Integrates with your cloud however you want it to integrate with. And they gave me one of these. Here it is. It looks kind of like that. and I'm going to try to get some hello. And it's very early days. I got beta 3.
Okay.
But it's got a lovely deployment experience. You just plug it in over USB, you hit F5, it deploys, and you're basically flashing the firmware of the device, and it basically boots into .NET. But it's
Wow.
doing that compilation up front using Mono. So you can do something like this, say a temperature sensor, go and look at a threshold for that, and then look, a nice .NET event, temperature change with a anonymous lambda there, and you go and say, all right, when the temperature changes, update the LCD and tell me the temperature. So
Very cool.
what's exciting about that is that for everyone who's watching this right now and you say, oh, I'm a C# developer and I do WinForms, or I'm a C# developer and I do MVC, you just became an embedded systems developer.
Yeah.
Or if you watch Shane Boyer's thing, you just became a Kubernetes developer.
Right.
That's
or
what
an
I'm
ML
thinking.
developer or a
Or
game
ML,
developer.
exactly. That's what I think is so exciting about .NET right now, is that we're all being able to take our existing knowledge and our existing experience. So if you learn C# today, you learn .NET today, you learn some of these great languages and great libraries, you can go and apply that anywhere from 64K to 64, terabytes.
You know, one other thing we mentioned talking about was the try.net and that kind of learn experience. Did you want to show some of that?
Yeah, so try.net is interesting, and I just, when I Google with Bing for stuff, I just put Hanselman after it all the time. It just makes it easier to find what you want. So try.net global tool is this thing that powers the documentation as you go around to docs.microsoft.com, and you can go and get this global tool and check it out. It's really, really cool. In fact, you can just go and say .NET tool install and install try.net, and then you can say, in fact, .NET try demo, which is pretty cool. That allows you to run basically interactive documentation. It'll say local host, and you'll have your own docs locally writing .NET in the browser.
That's a key thing. I think a lot of people have seen try.net in the browser, in the docs, and they're like, okay, that's neat. Microsoft runs it or whatever, but are not aware that you can actually run it like locally on your own machine. It can work with a gist or whatever. And can
Exactly.
work
And what's exciting about it is that once you've got .NET in your machine, you've done your restores, and you've got all the NuGet packages that you need, you can go into airplane mode. You can take it home where you might have slow internet or no internet, and potentially run your workshop on your, off a USB key. The other thing that's really cool about it, if you just go to .NET and you hit Getting Started, you can see, of course, we've got our video series on the side there, and you say, all right, let's go try.net in your browser. See where it says code editor is loading on the right-hand side there? That is try.net that's going to show up. Look, and now I can go and say, hello, John, hit run code, and it shows up down here. And it is try.net that is allowing it to happen there.
My daughter's taking a computer class right now, and she was struggling with, reading definitions in a book, and it wasn't really clicking. And I just went directly to this, and I showed her some of this stuff. And I'm like, look here, this is a constant. This is it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's like interactive. You can totally see it. So.
Now, some of you might be saying, well, is that running Blazor? Is that running it? It really depends on the scenario, right? And that's the great thing about both Blazor and things like try.net, is that in some instances you can go and compile that and run that entirely with WebAssembly. And in other instances, if you were going to do something that required more power, you could go and do that on the server and remote the results.
I love that about Blazor, right? You've got both those options.
You've definitely got a lot of choices. So I want to make sure that people all do that. And also, if we go over to docs.microsoft.com, which we really can't say enough nice things about, Docs has just really come into its own in the last few years. Just
People
a
used to joke
thing.
about how the docs were accurate but not helpful, and now it's like, this is the first place to go.
So if they go over there and they go and click on Learn C#, they can go and see this introduction to C#, and we'll actually walk them through hello world, numbers, branches, and loops. All of that will be done in the browser. Now here's the fun part, and here's where we get into the inception part of things, right? If I go in here and I say, let's learn about numbers and floating point and things like that, this tutorial is in fact the same tutorial that we run through. So if you
I love that.
see, so go to C# 101, go to .NET Core 101, and we'll walk through them with you interactively and learn along with you.
That's the best. I love it. I love that because it's like, hey, I can do this, and then if I want to read more, it's in the docs.
Yep. And it's not just 101 for C# and .NET. I want to point out we've got .NET Core versus the .NET Framework. What do you want to choose? What about Xamarin 101? This isn't one video. These are video series. There's 100 videos here, 85 videos, some huge number of videos.
The number keeps going.
The number, I'm going to just raise the number every time I see it, right? Here's Intro to Visual Studio. There's 5 videos. Intro to Containers and Docker with Shane and Lisa. Machine Learning. Lots of those. What do we got here? Like 8 videos on machine learning. I'm going to just raise the number. There's 1,000 videos here available. There's Cam on Entity Framework. There's Bridget on .NET for Apache Spark. And we're going to have even more videos coming soon as well. So all of this free. Please check it out. Good
Very
stuff, indeed.
So as we wrap up, I think we're like
what's this party? What are we doing as a party?
Yeah, so
there was a party.
There is a code party. So you can follow the. First, I got to find. I've got a tab here for it. So I've got a tab for everything. There are virtual attendee parties today and tomorrow. So you follow on Twitter the .NET Conf hashtag. You can watch live on Twitch. The cool thing is there's cool puzzles, there's trivia, and you can win big stuff, including like Xboxes and stuff. You're also interacting live. I think there's some product team people on there, like taking questions and stuff.
And they are doing like a prizes. And then I want to point out again, we talked about this a little bit today, the technical treasure hunt. All of this at .NETconf.net/party. This technical treasure hunt, it's a scavenger hunt all over the internet. And some of it will require you to actually run some code.
This was fun. We've been planning this stuff for months for .NET Conf, and it was so fun, like talking to the folks as they're like coming up with these.
And everybody who completes all the challenges gets a certificate to the .NET Foundation store. And folks who can potentially win, I think there's a couple of Xboxes we talked about, and lots of different swag and cool stuff. Check out the clues at the bottom. There's links to all of the different friends and sponsors that are involved in the treasure hunt: Twilio, Telerik, Preemptive, Mobilize, Lead Tools, Gnostis, DocuSign, Dockerly, DevExpress, Contrast Security, all of our friends and partners trying to make things fun during this virtual attendee party, where they're back in the back and they're eating a lot of candy and drinking soda pop.
That's true.
So I'm talking about the party folks like I'm talking about my kids. They're up there, they're eating soda pop. What are they doing they shouldn't be doing? But before we do that, why don't we actually take our friend Brian here we're going to head out and see some of the other folks, because it's not just 2 people in front of the camera here. It's a cast of thousands that are involved. So why don't you join us, my friend, and we'll go and see our folks out here and hope that they're ready for us, because we're coming out the door. This is our friends here in Building 25 at Channel 9.
I'm glad Seth opened the door for me, because I would have pushed on it. You knew that.
My friends.
I would do that.
Look at all these people. And the big panning wine shop. Yay! Everyone's just checking email. Look happier. What are you doing? Hey, there's snacks. There's no diabetes stuff. That's not inclusive.
Diabetes kit.
We need more sugar and caffeine.
Oh, there's Tim Tams, though.
I don't know about those cupcakes.
I didn't realize that there were Tim Tams. I need to do a Tim Tam. We have straws. I'm going to get a Tim Tam, because you got to do the Tim Tam slam. You got that?
And Tim Tam.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So we're going to head over to the party. We're going to show you this party down. Beth, tell us where to go.
Come on back here.
Come on this way. Coming into the Studio C. Are you drunk on Peeps?
It's Peeps.
It's Jeff Fritz.
Hello.
TD. Hello.
Welcome. It's about time. My gosh, we've been here getting ready, watching all the fun out in the other room.
We're gonna have so much fun.
We've got trivia, we've got interviews, we've got more of the treasure hunt.
We got 40 prizes, I think, right? Oh
40! And we've got Scott.
I'm gonna wrap it up and give it to you, Jeff. It's all you, baby.
Here we go.
I'm gonna enjoy.